Chapter 2597 Changes to the Lost Town, Zero Wings residence. With a flash of light, Silent Wonder arrived in the residence's plaza, looking worried. She was already at the half-step Void Realm standard, and crossing that barrier soon was entirely possible. A single flash of inspiration is all she would need, especially in her current state. She had already refined her control and pushed her 5 senses to their limits. Making a breakthrough in a single battle was likely. Even if she did, however, she'd, at most, reach the Void Realm before the family competition began. Her combat standards still wouldn't compare to Azure's combat geniuses. Thus, she struggled to understand why Feng suddenly wanted her to train in the Lost Town. This wasn't her first visit to the town, and she was aware of the Extraordinary Tower's astounding effects. The tower was the very reason she had reached the Truth Realm, although reaching the Ascension Realm was still a major challenge for her. In fact, reaching the Ascension Realm would be much harder than reaching the Void Realm. This place, before she had even exited the teleportation array. However, the scenery dumbfounded Silent Wonder. Many of Zero Wing's members fought translucent phantom clones both within and outside of the residence. Their battles were fierce, and some even met their demise. Meanwhile, the Zero Wing members watching from the side seemed envious. However, what truly surprised Silent Wonder was the incredibly low mana density within the Lost Town. She couldn't even sense the flow of mana around her. Conversely, the mana within her felt far more apparent than usual. She also found it easier to manipulate. Moreover, her mind didn't feel clogged in the Lost Town like it did in most mana-deficient environments. She knew exactly how valuable such an environment was. The various Powers Tier 3 experts were all busy, desperately hunting for methods to unlock their mana bodies effectively, but perceiving the mana within their bodies was incredibly difficult, let alone manipulate it. The Lost Town's environment made it easier for players to notice their own mana. Naturally, this would be immensely helpful as they worked to unlock their mana body's potential. Even so, Silent Wonder shook her head, returning to her prior thoughts. While the Lost Town's training environment had improved, she still only had 6 days left. Since travel to the Western continent would require a full day, she only had 5 days to train. Even in such a useful environment, trying to unlock her mana body in 5 days was asking for the impossible. When Silent Wonder entered the Extraordinary Tower, however, she was shocked again. If the Lost Town were a precious training ground, the Extraordinary Tower was sacred, especially to players trying to increase their mana control. In the tower, she could sense the various mana elements around her and their movement patterns. It felt like nowhere else in God's domain. What do you think? Do you think you can unlock your mana body's full potential before the family competition now? Feng asked as he approached Silent Wonder, smiling when he saw her dazed expression. God's domain offered a variety of ways to increase one's combat power, particularly after players reached Tier 3. The benefits Tier 3 players could gain by improving their mana control were in no way lesser than what they could gain by training their combat standards. I can train here regularly? Silent Wonder asked. This wasn't the first time she had stood in the tower, but it had changed drastically. She found it truly hard to believe that she could spend all her time training in such a sacred place. This environment was astonishing, and it had to come at a high price. Of course, Feng confirmed, nodding. He understood Silent Wonder's concerns, and maintaining the Extraordinary Tower was costly. After activating the Extraordinary Tower's 3rd floor, he had to spend 20,000 magic crystals per day to keep the 3rd floor's divine runes active. No first-rate guild could afford the expense, but it wouldn't be a problem for Zero Wing. Zero Wing was more than capable of keeping the Extraordinary Tower running at full power every day. Although I can't make any promises, I should have a high chance of succeeding before the competition, Silent Wonder said after giving the matter some thought. However, are you sure you won't reconsider visiting Violet Sword, guild leader? Violet Sword is the only one harassing my family on the surface, but it's backed by the Zeus Corporation in this. If the situation isn't handled carefully, our guild might not be allowed on the Western continent anymore, Thanks to her experiments and the ancient potion Feng had given her, she had unlocked over 30% of her mana body. If she focused on training in the Extraordinary Tower, reaching 100% within 5 days was definitely plausible. However, the family competition was a small matter. The Zeus Corporation was the real problem. The West guilds under the Zeus Corporation's control weren't limited to the Azure Chamber of Commerce and Violet Sword. The corporation had significant shares in a few adventurer alliances as well. Even without Violet Sword's strength, Zeus could easily destroy a superpower in the West by simply issuing a bounty. Meanwhile, most of Zero Wing's power lay in Cold Spring Forest. The guild had far less influence outside of the neutral map. There are also quite a few superpowers targeting Zero Wing in the East, not to mention the West. As long as you can do it, it's fine. Don't worry about the Zeus Corporation. If they really want to fight in the end, I don't mind giving them one, Feng said, brimming with confidence in his guild. That's right. If the Zeus Corporation goes too far, we'll prove that Zero Wing isn't to be trifled with. Aqua Rose commented as she approached. That's why you don't have to worry about anything, Wonder. Just focus on unlocking your mana body. You mustn't let those bastards look down on Zero Wing. Silent Wonder was touched by her companion's assurances, although their comments still rendered her speechless. It was enough of a problem that Feng, Zero Wing's guild leader, liked to cause trouble, but now, Aqua Rose had picked up the habit. They were talking about one of the top 10 corporations in the entire world, not an opponent to be casually provoked. After Feng gave Silent Wonder some tips to unlock her mana body, he sent Aqua Rose and the other guild members with fully unlocked mana bodies to Zero Wing's residence. He then began to plan the raid on the Demon Wolf Den that housed the medium teleportation gate. Once they secured it, Zero Wing would have another open path to travel between the two main continents. Sometime later, 12 players gathered in the residence's spacious plaza. Although there weren't many of them, the collective mana they radiated substantially increased the mana density in the plaza. Guild leader, everyone's here, but I'm afraid that raiding the Demon Wolf Den you mentioned will be difficult with just 12 of us and those personal guards, Aqua Rose said. For the various superpowers, having 12 Tier 3 experts with fully unlocked mana bodies and several dozen Tier 3 personal guards was definitely something to be proud of. God's Domain's powers would even consider the Force nearly invincible, but they were about to face the monsters in the Demon Wolf Den Feng targeted. According to Fire Dance's scouting reports, the Demon Wolf Den was home to more than 50,000 monsters, with level 120 lords being the weakest among them. Many of these monsters were even ordinary Grand Lords and Grand Lords with special bloodlines. Moreover, the Den had a particularly severe environment. Even Fire Dance, who had already unlocked her mana body's full potential, had nearly lost her life during her scouting mission. It would agree with you, but don't we still have a Tier 4 personal guard? Feng countered, chuckling as he gestured to the fully armed Versailles behind him. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU him? But his level. Aqua Rose only felt concern when she looked at the elderly NPC. Versailles might have an imposing aura, but she couldn't help the feeling that he would be unreliable. While Tier 4 NPCs were very powerful, Versailles was only a secret silver guard. At best, he could hold his ground against an ordinary mythic monster of the same level. But the old man was only level 112, which was even lower than the gathered players. How was he supposed to help them fight level 120-plus mythic monsters or Grand Lord-ranked mutated demon wolves that rivaled mythic monsters? The rest of the team worried as well. They could now afford to risk their personal guards' lives, but resurrecting a fallen guard would still require the precious water of life. It wouldn't be a laughing matter if all of these personal guards fell in battle. Let's go. You'll understand when the time comes. Feng dismissed the matter, still chuckling. He then led the team to the Demon Wolf Denver. Meanwhile, on the western continent, Long Wushang had returned to the Azure Chamber of Commerce's residence and relayed Feng's message to his family's elders and grand elders. Chapter 2598, Clever Use of Personal Guards? Winter Empire, Winter City, Azure Chamber of Commerce's residence. The Long family's elders and grand elders sat within a luxurious, top-floor meeting room, all wearing solemn expressions. If a Tier 3 player entered the room, they'd shudder with fear upon sensing these individuals' chilly auras. What arrogance! Zero Wing is too full of itself. That's right. It is simply responsible for a few achievements in the East, yet it assumes it can stand on the same level as Violet Sword in the West. It's ridiculous. Zero Wing wants to negotiate with Violet Sword? Does the guild think it rules the Western continent? The Long family's elders and grand elders were furious when they heard Long Wushang's report. They might have understood if Zero Wing had only refused to let Silent Wonder go. They all knew that the guild must have invested a lot of resources in the girl's development. And according to Long Wushang's report, she was very close to becoming a Grandmaster Alchemist. The importance of a Grandmaster Alchemist to a guild went without saying. A single Grandmaster could be responsible for an entire guild's prosperity. The best potions currently on the market were Master rank. Obtaining a Grandmaster potion was unthinkable at this stage of the game. Any random Grandmaster potion would be immensely useful, and if a guild could mass-produce such potions, that guild would have an unimaginable advantage. Hence, they would have understood if Zero Wing had tried to fight for her. However, Feng hadn't stopped with a refusal to hand Silent Wonder over. He had also declared that Zero Wing would handle the situation, cutting Azure out. It was no more than calling them all incompetent. Since Zero Wing has had made the promise, we'll wash our hands of this matter for now. Once Zero Wing embarrasses itself, it will learn when to take a step back, the keen-witted, middle-aged man in the seat of honor said. But what are Wonder's thoughts on this, old five? Wonder is quite hesitant, big bro, but once Zero Wing embarrasses itself, I doubt she'll sit by and watch her guild and family fall into ruin. I am sure she'll head to Violet Sword to continue her development. Long Wushang surmised after giving the matter some thought. That makes things simple. All we need to do is let things progress. While Zero Wing might be powerful enough to cause waves on the Eastern continent, it can do nothing in the West. I realize that we don't wish to tie our family's elites to the Zeus Corporation. The company has chosen to use us as an example to unify the powers under its command. We have no way out of this mess, the clever man said, sighing. The elders and grand elders in the room fell silent. The Long family had become Azure's leading family and enjoyed untold glory on the surface. But in truth, it faced increasing pressure. If the Long family could not continue to grow stronger, only an endless abyss would await them in the end. After all, the Zeus Corporation only supported the Azure Chamber of Commerce. It didn't care who was in charge. As the clever man had said, Zero Wing couldn't accomplish anything on the Western continent. All the Long family needed to do was sit back and watch the show. While the Long family's elders met, Feng and his party finally reached the dangerous canyon within the East Demon Wolf Mountain range after some time traveling on their flying mounts. The canyon was full of level 120-plus demon wolves. Quite a few Grand Lord-ranked, mutated Crimson Demon Wolves and three-headed Demon Wolves rested on the canyon's broken cliffs, and two 20-meter-tall, Mythic-ranked, three-eyed Ice Demon Wolves rested before a cave entrance, both radiating powerful, frosty auras. Ice Demon Wolf, Demonic Creature, High Lord, Level 123 HP 63,000, 000/63, 000, Three-Headed Demon Wolf, Demonic Creature, Grand Lord, Level 124 HP 540, 000/540, 000, Mutated Crimson Demon Wolf, Demonic Creature, Grand Lord, Level 125 HP 1, 200, 000/1, 200, 000, Three-Eyed Ice Demon Wolf, Demonic Creature, Mythic, Level 127 HP, 3,100,000, 000/3, 100, 000, when they saw the countless monsters, Zero Wing's members gasped. They had already learned about the incredible number of extremely powerful demon wolves in the canyon from Fire Dance's report. Still, they couldn't help but shudder upon seeing the monsters for themselves. This looked like more of a demon wolf city than a canyon. Even a team with over 5,000 level 120 Tier 3 players would struggle to raid this Demon Wolf Den, much less their team of 12 and several dozen Tier 3 personal guards. With just a glance, they counted more than 300 three-headed demon wolves and mutated crimson demon wolves, and the Grand Lords guarded every entrance into the canyon. 2 three-headed ice demon wolves also stood guard at the mouth of the cave. The ice-type mana the 2 level 126 mythic monsters radiated was no laughing matter, and since all of the team's players had fully unlocked their mana bodies, they could sense how much mana the 2 monsters radiated. They felt as if they were staring at 2 gigantic mountains, not just mythic monsters, enveloped in such overwhelming ice-type mana. Manipulating the ambient mana would be impossible. Although they could use their own mana in combat, their mana would be suppressed, and they wouldn't be able to exhibit their skills and spells' full power. Guild leader, must we really clear out these demon wolves? Kola asked. He had wanted to test his new equipment, but he couldn't help his nervous gulp when he saw the demon wolves here. Even if we rely on the personal guards during the fight, I doubt we'll have an easy time. These demon wolves must be dealt with, but we're not relying on the personal guards. We'll be doing the cleaning ourselves, Feng said, shaking his head. We will. His guild leader's plan surprised Kola. Even working with their personal guards, they'd still have a difficult time defeating these demon wolves. Yet Feng informed them that they'd take out the monsters on their own. This had to be a joke. The demon wolves here are special. Not only are there so many, and they're strong, but they also have high combat standards. Moreover, this environment's mana suppression is quite powerful, which makes using skills and spells incredibly difficult. Players will have to rely on their combat techniques here. Consider this another training ground. From today on, we'll train here, Feng said, nodding. Once you run out of stamina and concentration, return to training in the extraordinary tower and recuperate. When you've rested, return here. Clearing this area will be our main task for the next few days. He had wanted to activate the medium teleportation point, boosting Zero Wing's development speed as soon as possible. However, Feng's most recent battle on the extraordinary tower's second floor had made one thing clear. The realms of truth weren't as simple as he had initially assumed. He had thought he had mastered a considerable portion of the realms of truth's principles, but in reality, he only knew the tip of the iceberg. He had never once truly exhibited the realms of truth's full potential during combat. Meanwhile, Tier 3 was only a transition period for true powerhouses. The difference between their strength and that of ordinary experts will become more prominent as players reached level 120 and began to challenge their Tier 4 promotion quests. While Zero Wing had plenty of expert players, very few qualified to be called peak experts, and even fewer were apex experts that had reached the domain realm. Although powerful weapons, equipment, and bloodlines would be quite helpful during players' Tier 4 promotion quests, their combat standards would be the deciding factor between completing the quest or not. This would be particularly true of players who challenged their Tier 4 promotion quests at a low level. They'd face much higher combat standard requirements than if they waited. Since the Zeus Corporation was taking measures to consolidate its power, it was obvious that the various superpowers and major corporations had realized the significance of Tier 4. As a result, they were pooling their resources to nurture their peak and apex experts in preparation for their Tier 4 promotion quests. In the past, the various superpowers had only realized how important Tier 4 was after a few apex experts had completed their promotion quests. However, due to the butterfly effect Feng had caused, the superpowers now focused on training their high-tiered experts, rather than rely on Zerg tactics as they had in his past life. Hence, improving Zero Wing members' combat standards was of the utmost importance. If the various superpowers really were preparing their experts for the Tier 4 promotion quests, Zero Wing would be overpowered if it remained passive. Aside from normal training, life or death battles with monsters was an absolute must if players wanted to grow stronger. Only by risking their lives in battle could players unlock more of their potential. Now that Zero Wing had the extraordinary tower and the Demon Wolf Mountain Range's special region in its grasp, he had to take advantage of these benefits. In that case, guild leader, why did we bring all of these personal guards? Aqua Rose asked, confused. It had taken a lot of manpower to secure so many powerful personal guards, yet Feng didn't intend to use them in the fight. She didn't understand what he was trying to accomplish. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. They're here to watch us fight and help during crucial moments, saving our lives, Feng seriously explained. His statement left the rest of his team speechless. Was this the right way to use personal guards? These demon wolves were so powerful. Even if they fought alongside their personal guards, victory wasn't guaranteed. So how were these NPCs supposed to protect them? Since there are no more questions, let's begin our training. Feng declared, slashing killing ray through the empty air before him and sending a lightning bolt at a group of a dozen or so demon wolves. The attack startled over 1,000 nearby monsters, and the demon wolves turned to glare at Feng's group, the rage in their eyes making Cola and the others shiver. Before the team could react, the 1,000 or so monsters charged toward them. Chapter 2599, True Tier, 4 Cola, and the others grew nervous as the demon wolves swarmed. Most of the monsters were only High Lord ranked Ice Demon Wolves, but with their high levels, their basic attributes could rival that of level 115 Great Lords. In other words, they had to face more than 1,000 Great Lords of the same level simultaneously, and every one of these monsters had the combat standards to reach the Trial Tower's 3rd floor. Moreover, quite a few 3-headed demon wolves ran with this pack. These monsters moved like a powerful tsunami that could wipe out anything in its path. As the demon wolves moved closer, and Zero Wings members prepared for battle, the pack split into 2 and surrounded the team. Completing the encirclement, the Ice Demon Wolves opened a path for their Grand Lord-ranked brethren, allowing the 3-headed demon wolves to move to the front. How intelligent are these monsters? Cola's eyes nearly fell from their sockets. These demon wolves moved more like a well-trained army than a bunch of demonic creatures, and this army had been specifically trained to target players. Before Cola and the others could react, one of the 3-headed demon wolves charged forth. Over 100 ice demon wolves followed the Grand Lord, providing cover. Cola immediately responded by charging forward and using Justice Roar on the 3-headed demon wolf. Just as the blinding light radiated from Cola, before he could land an attack. However, a playful look flashed in the Grand Lord's eyes, confusing the Guardian Knight. 2 ice demon wolves then appeared from behind the Grand Lord, ramming their heads into Cola. Pung! The ice demon wolves bounced off Cola's armor, flying back. An MT's assault came to a grinding halt. Before Cola could regain his stance, the 3-headed demon wolf's paw descended toward him, enveloped in an ink-black glow. Don't you dare think I'm that easy to kill. Cola roared, reacting quickly and raising his shield to block the attack. The instant he raised his shield, however, he was dumbfounded. This time, 3 more ice demon wolves appeared from the Grand Lord's sides. A 2-pronged assault. Despite the fact that demonic creatures shouldn't possess much intellect, these demon wolves knew how to work together to launch complicated assaults. Moreover, their coordination was simply perfect. They had executed their strategy with flawless timing. Not even players could pull off such a tactic. It was as if these demon wolves had practiced relentlessly to deal with him specifically. Just as Cola thought all hope was lost, an ice wall rose up around him. Boom! The wall shook violently when a 3-headed demon wolf and 3 ice demon wolves collided with it, but it held steady. Stunned, Aqua rose and the others glanced toward the origin of the ice wall's mana. None of them had been able to react to the demon wolves' attacks in time to save Cola, but someone had cast ice wall around the MT just before the 4 monsters' attack landed. The ice wall was only a tier 2 spell, yet it had even stopped the Grand Lord-ranked 3-headed demon wolf. It was unbelievable. Locating the caster, the team stared at Versailles, the elderly man behind Feng. However, to their surprise, there wasn't a magic array around the NPC or the crystalline staff he wielded, yet he had created the ice wall. When players cast spells, they first needed to form the necessary magic array. Even instantaneous spells required arrays to cast, and all magic arrays took time to form. Although instantaneous spells arrays manifested much faster, time was still needed for their completion. Versailles, however, had cast the Tier 2 ice wall without any magic arrays, as if the spell had taken shape with a thought. Moreover, his ice wall was astonishingly powerful. Enraged, the three-headed demon wolf glared at Versailles. All three of the Grand Lord's heads opened their maws, and a twofold magic array began to form beneath the monster's feet. After a brief pause, the three wolf heads spat a frightening storm, resembling a hurricane, which threatened to devour everyone in the area. No one had any time to dodge the attack. In response, Versailles lifted his free hand and summoned a rock wall, isolating them from the three-headed demon wolf. The powerful storm attack didn't even shake the rock wall. Even after exhausting its energy, the storm only cleaned the wall of loose dirt. Kola and the others were flabbergasted. That attack had undoubtedly been a Tier 3 curse, including the fact that the three-headed demon wolf was a level 124 Grand Lord. The attack rivaled a full-powered hit from a level 120 mythic monster, yet Versailles had effortlessly blocked it. Meanwhile, the Tier 4 NPC summoned stone spikes beneath the other two three-headed demon wolves, who were preparing a long-range ambush, and broke the other Grand Lord's concentration. A Tier 4 NPC is actually this strong? Aqua Rose was utterly baffled as she watched. She had thought Feng was overestimating Versailles, who is only a level 112 Secret Silver Guard. He might be a Tier 4 NPC, but fighting this formidable demon wolf army should still give him some trouble. But after witnessing Versailles' performance, she understood why Feng thought so highly of the elderly NPC. Versailles had instantly cast 3 spells to interrupt the 3 Grand Lord's attacks. In other words, he could triple instant cast. Moreover, all 3 of his spells were incredibly powerful, despite their low tier. Versailles was on a completely different level than the Tier 4 NPCs she had encountered before. Everyone, be more careful. Although we have Versailles protection, it isn't foolproof. These demon wolves are extraordinary. Not only are they incomparably cunning, but they also know how to take advantage of all sorts of opportunities. You need to be vigilant at all times, Feng warned, chuckling when he saw his teammate's surprise. Any NPC that could reach Tier 4 was a dragon among men. These individuals could protect entire cities without help. How could any of them possibly be weak? Moreover, humans at Tier 4 were completely different from monsters at the same tier. Humans needed to rely on techniques and mana control to complete their Tier 4 promotion quests, but monsters could reach the tier as long as they and their bloodline were sufficiently powerful. Hence, even if a Tier 4 human NPC was slightly lower leveled than a Tier 4 monster, they could rely on their superior techniques to fill the gap. Furthermore, a Tier 4 Secret Silver Guard's growth rate was by no means lacking. Feng's warning snapped everyone from their stupor, and a passionate flame began to bum in their eyes. The demon wolves before them were indeed extraordinary. That was clear after witnessing Kola's brief battle. Not only could these monsters chain their attacks, but they also knew how to target players' weak points. Most importantly, this wasn't a training session, but a life-threatening battle where they could exhibit their full potential. This was a battlefield that all expert players dreamed of. The 11 team members immediately cleared their minds and focused on the fight before them. Although their attention was on the demon wolves in front of them, they kept an eye on the monsters around them as well. Feng wasn't idle, either. He immediately charged at 2 of the 3-headed demon wolves in the distance, trying to integrate his basic combat techniques in his every movement. Trying to use combat techniques with every action was incredibly difficult. When he had fought the swordsman on the extraordinary tower's second-floor staircase, he hadn't spared any attention or time for conducting such experiments. The tower had reduced his physique to that of a Tier 1 player, and he had barely been able to keep up with the second-floor swordsman as it was. If he had tried to combine combat techniques with his movements, his efforts would have yielded the opposite effect. Fortunately, these demon wolves were the perfect practice targets. Not only did they target players' weak points, but he could also maintain his Tier 3 physique during the fight. He would have more than enough energy to spare for practicing his combat technique integration. Feng proceeded to engage in a bitter battle with the two three-headed demon wolves and several hundred nearby ice demon wolves. Whenever he focused his attacks on the Grand Lords, the ice demon wolves pounced to intercept him. Some of the High Lords even used the chance to launch surprise attacks, preventing Feng from using any of his skills or spells. He could only rely on combat techniques, which were faster to defend himself. As the battle progressed, Feng grew increasingly familiar with using basic combat techniques in combat. Initially, he had only been able to execute a basic combat technique perfectly once every dozen or so moves, but he gradually reduced that to 5 or 6 moves. As he did, his fight against the three-headed demon wolves became easier. Now, even his normal attacks were stronger than the level 124 Grand Lords. In fact, Feng began to gain the advantage against the two three-headed demon wolves and several hundred ice demon wolves as the battle continued. Aqua Rose and the others also improved with flying speed. At first, their fight with the demon wolves had been arduous, and Versailles had had to rescue them from time to time. However, they began to learn how to use their environment, and now, all of their movements resembled combat techniques. The team continued to train for 5 consecutive days. During that time, they traveled between the Demon Wolf Den and the Extraordinary Tower. Not only had all of the team members reached the Ascension Realm standard in the end, but Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, and Aqua Rose had also created customized bronze combat techniques. Everyone had also leveled with astonishing speed. The Demon Wolf Den's monsters didn't drop loot, but they did grant abundant EXP. In addition, Feng had sent the personal guards to clear out a portion of the den while everyone trained. As a result, the team members had leveled twice during the past 5 days. Unfortunately, due to the demon god, Atlok's soul curse, Feng had lost one of the 2 levels he had earned. Hence, he had only reached level 118. Sure enough, my combat power has risen considerably after integrating basic combat techniques with my movements. Overall, both my offense and defense have improved. If I can do the same with advanced combat techniques, I might be able to transcend tiers, Feng thought as he fought 3 three-headed demon wolves simultaneously. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. After 5 days of frantic training, he had finally merged basic combat techniques with his movements. Now, he could effortlessly execute a basic combat technique with every action. As a result, his strength had undergone a qualitative transformation, and he could now pass the 90th step on the Extraordinary Tower's second-floor staircase. However, he still hit a roadblock on the 96th step during his fight with 3 Black Swordsmen. If he wished to defeat them, he'd have to become as powerful as the Black Swordsmen, integrating advanced combat techniques in his movements. Unfortunately, the feat was too difficult to accomplish as he was. Advanced combat techniques consumed a lot more stamina and concentration than basic combat techniques. They were also far more complex. Executing an advanced combat technique normally was already a challenge. Trying to use one with every action was beyond Feng right now. Guild leader, we're almost out of time. If we don't hurry to the Western continent now, Wonder won't make it for the family competition, Aqua Rose announced when she realized Feng was engrossed in his fight. It's already time. Feng felt as if time had passed too quickly. All right, let's get ready to return then. Chapter 2600, Monstrous Upstarts West Continent, Frost Hills, Azure City. As a guild city in a level 90 neutral map, Azure City played a transitional role for many of the Winter Empire's players as they prepare to travel to level 100+ maps, including the fact that the city's ruling guild, the Azure Chamber of Commerce, was one of trade and business. The city had become the largest trade hub in the Empire. Many players and powers traveled to Azure City on business, and the city enjoyed easily over 5 million visitors per day. A long line of players had formed at the city gates, waiting to enter, and from time to time, they saw gigantic flying mounts pass overhead, making the ordinary players in line jealous. Azure City is amazing. I've never seen flying mounts in other guild cities, yet so many have passed by while I've been in line. An independent, level 103 berserker exclaimed as he watched a 2-headed vulture soar past. There are usually quite a few flying mounts coming and going from Azure City every day, but there seem to be far more today. I've heard that Azure is hosting the competition for its younger generation and has invited several powers to watch. I assume those flying mounts belong to the invited powers' upper echelons. A level 108 youth wearing a guild emblem explained. A competition among Azure's younger generation? The comment confused the Berserker. What's so great about that? Isn't it just a PvP tournament between a bunch of unknown upstarts? It's not even a competition between peak experts, yet all of these powers are attending with such fanfare. I take it you don't know much about Azure. Azure is a veteran guild run by multiple families. Its main shareholders make their living through virtual reality games. Unlike the various superpowers experts, who generally start training only after turning 15 or 16, Azure's younger generation start their training during childhood. They're all astonishingly strong, far stronger than the various superpowers ordinary experts. Some of them are even stronger than the superpowers peak experts, the elementalist youth explained, rolling his eyes. Moreover, this competition revolves around combat standards and techniques. You can learn plenty just by watching the fight. Why else would Azure's partnered powers bother showing up? I bet most of them have brought their younger talents to watch as well. I heard that this year is going to be extraordinary. Many of Azure's younger members have been training with Violet Sword. A few days ago, Violet Sword even announced that someone from Azure's younger generation fought Wildfighter, one of the vice commanders for the Chamber's strongest trump card, to a standstill. Violet Sword's upper echelons were stunned. A level 110, Tier 3 swordsman wearing a guild emblem similar to the elementalist youth said. Fought Wildfighter to a standstill? Who are you trying to fool? Wildfighter is one of the top 30 players on the God's Domain experts list. The independent Berserker protested, skeptical. Wildfighter has been famous for over a decade and is a publicly acknowledged monster. I've heard that Wildfighter can hold his ground against a level 110 mythic monster by himself. How could one of Azure's youngsters possibly fight him to a standstill? Almost every Berserker player on the Western continent knew about Wildfighter. For many Berserkers, he was a goal and idol. Naturally, this level 103 Berserker was no exception. This is insider information. One of my friends is a core member in Violet Sword, the level 110 swordsman argued. I wish I could watch the competition too. Who knows? It might give me an idea of how to grow stronger. One-on-one duels between peak experts were rare, and even when they happened, the various superpowers kept a tight lid on the matter. Ordinary players only got to watch peak experts in action when the various major powers or superpowers waged war against each other. However, large-scale battles weren't as useful when trying to improve one's combat standards. Peak experts typically relied on their incredibly high basic attributes to overwhelm their opponents. They rarely used complex techniques in battle. When peak experts met on the battlefield, their fights were rarely one-on-one. To put it simply, opportunities to watch two peak experts rely on techniques in a duel were invaluable. Many players spent big bucks to spectate. While these several players chatted amongst themselves, a sharp cry rang through the air, echoing throughout the area. Everyone turned to find the source of this cry, spotting a giant eagle with a wingspan of over 20 meters. The bird of prey was shrouded in a black fog as it drew closer to Azure City. Crap, that's Violet Sword's Nether Flame Eagle. Violet Sword is attending the competition, too. What a powerful aura. That eagle is nearly as strong as a Grand Lord. Nearly? I've heard that the Nether Flame Eagle can take down Grand Lords of the same level. Very few flying mounts in the East are as powerful. Awe flashed in everyone's eyes as they spoke about the flying mount above. A flying mount that rivaled Grand Lords of the same level was incredibly useful. As long as players had high enough DPS and that flying mount, killing Grand Lords in the fields with a small team was entirely possible. Furthermore, the Nether Flame Eagle was fast enough to save players plenty of travel time. As everyone discussed the flying mount, the Nether Flame Eagle blurred as it flew to Azure's residence within the city. When a massive flying mount landed, over a dozen people jumped off its back. They were all level 111, except for the white-haired old man that remained seated. he had already reached level 112. Violet's sword has taught you everything you need to know. I hope you won't disgrace the guild's good name. If you fail, you'd better not mention that I taught you. You won't get a second chance to train with Violet's sword, either. The white-haired elder indifferently warned his travel companions. Don't worry, Instructor Tori. We'll show the Long family how foolish they've been to decline your training. A silver-eyed, blue-haired youth with a greatsword slung across his back respectfully promised. Good. I will be waiting in Holy Flame City. Do not disappoint your elders or me. The white-haired elder said, nodding. His gaze held a hint of warmth as he looked down at the blue-haired boy. Atop his nether-flame eagle, the white-haired elder left the city. Meanwhile, the blue-haired youth group immediately attracted the attention of Azure's members and upper echelons. Fifth uncle, they've clearly grown a lot stronger during their training, especially Solitary Frost. I still can't believe he fought Wildfighter to a standstill. I've also heard that he has a favorable view of Xianxia, and she has made great progress with her training. They won't be easy opponents, Burning Owl cautioned, astonished as he watched the group of youths in the middle of the plaza. Burning Owl had thought he had a chance of securing one of the top 3 positions in the upcoming competition, but after seeing the other family's experts return from their training with Violet's sword, his confidence started to waver. Let's hope Silk Moon has improved as well. Otherwise, our family might struggle to rank among the top 3, Long Wushang agreed, frowning. The Long family didn't expect to earn first place in this competition. The gap between their younger members' strength and the other family's participants was simply too large. Solitary Frost, in particular, was on an entirely different level, and many of the others had already reached the Void Realm. Silk Moon, the Long family's most talented combat player among the Long family's younger generation, was the family's last hope. Just as Solitary Frost's group was about to leave the plaza, and the crowd was about to disperse, everyone heard a loud humming from above the city, causing quite the commotion. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, what's that sound? Is some kind of special event about to happen in Azure City? Everyone was curious about the humming sound, with many players emerging from hotels and bars to get a better look at its source. When everyone found the sound's origin, however, they were all dumbfounded. 100-meter long, steel behemoth flew toward the city as they watched. What's going on? Is that a flying ship? Chapter 26:010 Wings Arrival. Competition begins. The flying ship's arrival startled Azure City's players. Many of the powers that had come to watch Azure Chamber of Commerce's competition were stunned. Aside from how rare flying ships were in God's domain, its colossal size was shocking enough. Flying mounts, which most players thought were gigantic, looked like children in comparison. Which power owns that flying ship? Doesn't showing up like this seem like grandstanding? Has a super guild come to watch the competition? Azure City's players fell into heated discussions as they watched the rapidly approaching flying ship. The various powers members who had come to spectate Azure's competition were especially taken aback. Everyone wanted to know who owned the airborne vessel. Flying Mount's aerial combat power was nothing compared to that of a flying ship. Such a vessel was also stronger than Flying Mounts in other aspects. A flying ship could instantly elevate any ordinary guild's standing in God's domain. The guild's main force might even develop as quickly as the main force from a first-rate guild. While everyone discussed the ship's arrival, the flying ship drifted to a stop above the plaza in Azure's residence. When it landed, everyone eagerly stared at the ship's hatch, overcome with curiosity. Several cloaked players, all of whom had concealed their information and appearances, disembarked. One woman, however, wasn't wearing a black cloak. Rather, she wore luxurious, dark blue mage robes and instantly became the center of attention in the plaza. Players didn't just stare because of her powerful aura. Everyone was also astonished that she had actually reached level 113. She was the highest level player they had ever seen. The white-haired elder from Violet Sword had already reached level 112, yet this woman surpassed him by 1 level. She was obviously an extraordinary expert. Silent Wonder? Isn't she from the Long family? A level 110, Tier 3 ranger, who had come to watch the competition, wondered when he saw her statistics. Since when did the Long family have a relationship with such an astounding power? To think that, aside from the Zeus Corporation, the Long family has the support of such a powerful entity. It's no wonder why the Long family isn't afraid of the Zeus Corporation. The various spectating powers' upper echelons were surprised when they saw Silent Wonder. They had never considered that the Long family would have such a powerful foundation. For a time, these upper echelons reconsidered their views of the Long family. What grandeur! They actually arrived in a flying ship. Long Wushang, who watched from within Azure's residence, clicked his tongue as Zero Wings members emerged from the Crimson Dragon flying ship. The Crimson Dragon flying ship was Zero Wings' symbol in the east, just as the Netherflame Eagle was Violet Sword's. Only, since information between the two main continents was restricted, few powers in the west knew about the flying ship. Isn't this great, fifth uncle? At the very least, our momentum isn't any slower than the others, Burning Owl said, smiling. Violet Sword was too overbearingly famous. The fact that the Super Guild had escorted Solitary Frost Group to Azure City atop a Netherflame Eagle was enough to sway Azure's neutral elders and grand elders. Some had even initiated negotiations with Solitary Frost's and his companions' families. What's the point of this meaningless display now? Actions speak louder than words. In the end, Long Wushang disdainfully dismissed. Zero Wing might have a lot of influence on the eastern continent, but the same couldn't be said in the west. Meanwhile, the Azure Chamber of Commerce's main area of development lay in the west, which was also the Zeus Corporation's home ground. Zero Wing couldn't do anything to help Azure. Little Xian, your opponent has finally arrived, a level 111, Tier 3 female assassin announced, glancing at Xianxia. By the looks of it, she's grown a lot stronger. You have a tough fight against her. A tough fight? Xianxia only rolled her eyes. Calmly, she said, her alchemy techniques might be stronger, but she's no match for me in combat. The Long family's only decent fighter is Silkmoon. If she hasn't grown stronger since we last met, taking second place in this competition will be a breeze. Yin Xiaoqian's comment had been firm and without any hint of arrogance. She had said it as if it was just a normal fact. The female assassin didn't argue with her friend. What Yin Xiaoqian had said was true, after all. Their combat standards had considerably improved during their training with Violet Sword, and she had to admit that the veteran Super Guild was impressive. The Azure Chamber of Commerce was no match for Violet Sword when it came to nurturing experts. During Violet Sword's training, Yin Xiaoqian had grown tremendously. Many of Violet Sword's old monsters had even praised her for her talent. Now, she was only half a step away from the domain realm, and many of Violet Sword's old monsters were certain that she'd reach the realm soon. On the other hand, while Silent Wonder was an amazing alchemist, her combat talent was subpar in comparison. She hadn't even reached the Void Realm before the previous competition. Even if Zero Wing were capable and helped Silent Wonder reach the Void Realm since, that wouldn't change anything. Even between Void Realm experts, there was a massive difference in strength. While the female assassin and Yin Xiaoqian conversed, a middle-aged man with a chilling aura and pale complexion approached. This man was Duan Han's Han, the strongest member of the Duan family's second generation. Xiaoqian, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed this time. We just received news that Silkmoon won't be attending the competition for some reason. Nobody can get in touch with her. The entire Long family is panicking over the matter, Duan Han's Han interjected. Silkmoon isn't coming? Doesn't that mean the Long family is finished? The female assassin asked. Silkmoon was the Long family's last hope of securing one of the top 3 positions in this competition. If she had succeeded in earning one of those positions, the Long family would have retained its reputation. However, now that Silkmoon couldn't make it, the Long family had a bleak future ahead. The Long family currently held the right to rule the Azure Chamber of Commerce, but the younger generation would determine the guild's future. If the Long family's successors weren't up to the task, who would trust the family to run Azure? Soon, both the Zeus Corporation and the Chamber's various shareholder families would use the Long family's ineptitude as an excuse to reclaim Azure's ruling rights. That's why all of you need to perform well. We mustn't allow any member of the Long family to take one of the top 3 positions. This isn't just the family's requirement, but the Zeus Corporation's as well. As long as you succeed, you will all have another opportunity to train with Violet Sword. Duan Han said seriously. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Top 3? Doesn't that only leave Burning Owl as a threat? The female assassin surmised, turning to look at the distant Burning Owl, who wore an ugly expression. Burning Owl was undoubtedly a peak expert. None of them had been a match for his combat standards in the past, but after training with Violet Sword, the 5 individuals from the various shareholder families had joined the ranks of peak experts. Moreover, they had engaged in live combat against a large number of Violet Sword's peak experts. If Burning Owl was their only opponent, the group had a high chance of securing all 3 top positions in this competition. Once they succeeded, they'd all be able to return to Violet Sword, making this an incredibly valuable opportunity. Their training with Violet Sword had cost a lot of manpower and resources, a cost that the Azure Chamber of Commerce couldn't currently afford. If not for the Zeus Corporation's request, Violet Sword wouldn't have bothered training them at all. Time is almost up. Let's head to the arena, Duan Han said after taking a look at the time. He then led Yin Xiaoqian and the female assassin toward the battle arena in the heart of Azure City. Chapter 2602, Stage Struggle, Silent Wonder's Decision, Azure City, Battle Arena. With the Azure Chamber of Commerce hosting its annual competition, many of Azure City's players had swarmed the battle arena in hopes of watching the battle. However, Azure had stationed several thousand experts around the building to stop the flood of approaching players. Azure had no intention of allowing uninvited players to view the competition. As the various invited powers entered the battle arena, the uninvited public grew envious. Although Azure City's battle arena was much smaller than the one in Stone Forest City, its interior had been magnificently decorated. Even Feng was a little impressed as he entered the building's main lobby. The main lobby had been paved with mana ore, and the instant he stepped inside, the mana he felt was considerably denser than outside. Moreover, artisans had carved all sorts of images into the lobby's walls. These engravings might not seem special to ordinary players, but players who knew combat techniques would easily recognize them. Every engraved image depicted a different combat technique. Of course, these combat techniques were incomplete. Learning techniques from these engravings would be many times more difficult than learning them from complete legacies. It would take an absolute genius to learn anything from these carved walls. For what Feng could tell, anyone that mastered these incomplete combat techniques would gain a massive strength boost. Most of these incomplete techniques were advanced rank or higher. Following an NPC, Feng's group soon arrived in the largest arena within Azure City's battle arena. The room could easily accommodate over 10,000 spectators, and all of the stages within had been made with mana Oregon. On these stages, players would be able to exhibit extraordinary combat power, making their fights far more interesting. By the time Feng's group reached their seats, most had already been filled. The majority of the spectators were either talented newcomers from the various powers or Azure's core members. Excitement filled the air as everyone watched Azure's younger members approach the center stage, one after another. We already know who's taking first place, but I wonder who will earn second place. I think Vice Guild leader Burning Owl from the Long family has a high chance. He's already been acknowledged as the 3rd strongest member of Azure's younger generation. I've also heard that he's recently mastered an advanced footwork technique, so he should have grown significantly stronger. Burning Owl might have been strong before, but times have changed. There's a rumor that quite a few members from the other families have reached the Void Realm. I think Burning Owl will have a hard time claiming one of the top 3 spots. All of the spectators had their guesses of who would secure the competition's second place. Everyone was certain that there were 6 candidates that could vie for the position, and all 6 had reached the Void Realm. However, nobody was certain which of these 6 candidates would succeed. After all, players could gain a massive amount of combat power from a single moment of inspiration once they had reached the Void Realm. Hence, all 6 candidates had a chance of taking second place. While the audience chatted amongst themselves, A middle-aged man in light gray leather armor with two long swords across his back took his place on the center stage. This man didn't look very old. At most, he should be in his 40s. His aura wasn't all that intimidating, either. On the contrary, his aura was as calm as the surface of a lake on a summer day. When he took the stage, however, the arena fell silent. Crap, he's presiding over the competition this time. The GCPs it cost to watch this competition were really well spent. When the crowd saw the middle-aged man, their eyes glowed with excitement. This man was Sinful Flame, the Azure Chamber of Commerce's strongest member. It was rumored that he could even fight Netherworld Empire's #1 assassin and the commander of Mythology's strongest trump card legion to a standstill. He even ranked as one of the top 10 experts on the God's Domain experts list. Sinful Flame rarely appeared in public and generally focused on training for his rematch against Netherworld's assassin and Mythology's commander. With such a mythical individual before them, how could the crowd contain their excitement? Furthermore, during Azure's annual competitions, the first-place winner had the privilege of fighting the host. This meant that the audience would get to watch Sinful Flame in action. This was an incredibly rare opportunity. I won't bore you with nonsense. During past competitions, we have chosen 6 members from the first phase to participate in the main event. However, Azure has gained much over the last year. As many as 7 of our members have reached the Void Realm and beyond. Rather than the usual 6, we will choose 8 individuals to participate in the main event this year. Sinful Flame announced, glancing at the youngsters before him. Any of you who wish to challenge yourselves may begin, but because we have quite a few who have reached the Flowing Water Realm, every member may only challenge 2 opponents instead of the usual 3. Choose wisely. When Sinful Flame finished his opening statement, the central stage split into 8 smaller stages, each with a 60-yard radius. It gave Tier 3 players more than enough room to display their skills. In addition, the same rules applied to every stage. All players' basic attributes would be equalized. This would ensure that the fighters had to rely on their combat standards to win. Once the 8 stages settled in place, Solitary Frost and the other Void Realm or higher experts split up, choosing a stage. The other members from the various families hesitated to approach the 8th stage. However, Solitary Frost team of 7 clearly had incredibly high combat standards, but the rest of the participating members had only reached the Flowing Water Realm. Challenging these 7 would only result in one outcome: defeat. None of them were foolish enough to waste their 2 challenge opportunities. If they took the 8th stage, however, they'd be forced to face numerous opponents. While they might be able to secure consecutive wins, every battle would expose more of their strength. This, in turn, would reduce their chances of winning. Why isn't anybody taking the 8th stage? Sinful Flame demanded. Aside from the usual rewards the guild has prepared for the top 3 victors, the Zeus Corporation has promised to send the top 8 fighters to train in Violet Sword's magical secret land. You should all cherish this opportunity. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU with that. Excitement flashed in the participating players' eyes. Violet Sword occupied a magical secret land that came with a training ground that had survived since ancient times. Although training in this secret land wouldn't be as beneficial as their prior training with Violet Sword, it could help players rapidly improve. If they could spend some time in that secret land, breaking through to the Void Realm would be entirely possible. They might even become an elder in the guild. Suddenly, every one of these players made a mad dash for the 8th stage. Is Second Sister holding back? Burning Owl wondered in confusion as he glanced at Silent Wonder, who remained still even after the announcement. While everyone fought over the final stage, Silent Wonder turned and walked toward the first stage, where Solitary Frost waited. Chapter 2603. Overestimating Oneself? That's Solitary Frost stage. Why is Silent Wonder going there? She's going to challenge Solitary Frost. Challenge Solitary Frost? Is she insane? The players that had been competing for the 8th stage paused, watching Silent Wonder approach the first stage. They were all curious to see what she planned to do. Second Sister? Even Burning Owl was confused as he watched. Even if Silent Wonder wanted to secure one of the top 8 positions, she shouldn't have started with Solitary Frost. Solitary Frost had always been stronger than the rest of Azure's younger generation, and now, after his training with Violet Sword, he was on a completely different level. Anyone that challenged Solitary Frost would only waste one of their opportunities. Xianxia was just as astonished as she watched Silent Wonder from her position on the second stage. She might not have been surprised to see the Long family's Silk Moon challenge Solitary Frost, since she would actually have a chance of winning, but why would Silent Wonder challenge that monster of a player? This competition wasn't like the previous alchemy competition. They weren't fighting monsters this time, and superior levels and equipment couldn't help Silent Wonder here. On these 8 stages, everyone's basic attributes would be the same. Players would have to rely on their combat standards and techniques to win. Silent Wonder could never be a match for Solitary Frost in these aspects. Meanwhile, the audience was in an uproar as it watched Silent Wonder. The Long family's elders and grand elders in particular anxiously sat on the edge of their seats. They had, more or less, given up any hope of securing one of the top 3 spots. They only hoped that Burning Owl could hold 4th place and Silent Wonder would make it into the top 8. They could, to a certain extent, avoid embarrassment if 2 of their representatives ranked among the top 8 fighters. Whether or not the Long family retained its ruling rights over the Azure Chamber of Commerce would depend on Silent Wonder's obedience in training with Violet Sword. As long as she did, the Zeus Corporation would stop meddling in Azure's affairs, and the family would be safe. And yet, the foolish girl was about to waste one of her challenge opportunities on Solitary Frost. "That girl is quite brave," Sinful Flame muttered, praising Silent Wonder as she stepped onto the first stage. Solitary Frost, on the other hand, showed no appreciation for Silent Wonder's courage. Rather, he seemed to look down on her. "To challenge me directly, it seems you've improved quite a bit in Zero Wing, Wonder," Solitary Frost said coldly. The selection for the 8 finalists had just begun, yet Silent Wonder had chosen to challenge him now. If she were truly powerful, she would be more than capable of facing off against him in the main event. By choosing him now, she was declaring to every player in the arena that he was an easy opponent. Essentially, she was trying to humiliate him. "MHM, I have indeed improved in Zero Wing, so I'd like to test my limits on you," Silent Wonder honestly replied, nodding. "I guess you're serious, then," Solitary Frost reasoned, his anger subsiding as he realized that Silent Wonder wanted to fight him in earnest, not make fun of him. His expression shifted, becoming serious, and he pulled the silver greatsword from its sheath across his back. "In that case, show me how much you've grown in your little guild." "Thank you." Silent Wonder offered the words of gratitude, knowing Solitary Frost would take her seriously. "There's no need for that. I appreciate all true challengers. I hope you won't disappoint me." During my training with Violet Sword, only Xianxia withstood a few of my moves. The rest of our generation was too boring and weak to make me work for my victory, Solitary Frost said. By the time Solitary Frost finished his last statement, Sinful Flame had arrived in the center of the stage. "Since you both agree, let the match begin," the older man announced after taking a good look at the 2 youngsters. A roar of excitement swept through the spectator stands when the crowd heard Sinful Flame announce the start of the match. They had never thought Solitary Flame would take Silent Wonder's challenge seriously, and they couldn't contain their enthusiasm. "And here I thought I'd have to wait until the main event to watch a Solitary Frost and Burning Owl duke it out. Thanks to Silent Wonder, I'll get to watch Solitary Frost in a serious battle now. I wonder how many minutes Silent Wonder will last." "Minutes? Aren't you giving her a little too much credit? I doubt even Burning Owl will last more than 10 moves against Solitary Frost." The various Powers members had heard plenty about Solitary Frost. Many of them had even come just to see how powerful the boy, who had fought the famous Wildfighter to a standstill, was. Wildfighter was a legend among berserkers, and getting a chance to see such an individual in action was almost impossible. However, if Solitary Frost fought with all he had, they could get a feel for how strong Wildfighter was. Once Sinful Flame had initiated the match on the first stage, Solitary Frost and Silent Wonder moved to their designated positions and prepared for battle. I've heard that Xianxia used to consider you a rival. In that case, I'll use the same move that defeated her against you. I hope you're ready. Solitary Frost wanted Silent Wonder, who stood 40 yards away. Suddenly, the young man split into 4 clones of himself. All 4 figures were identical and radiated similar auras, making them impossible to tell apart. The doppelgangers then split up and surrounded Silent Wonder. Are you kidding me? Solitary Frost is using 4 absolute phantoms so soon? The female, Tier 3 assassin said from one of the other 7 stages, her jaw dropping as she watched Solitary Frost treat Silent Wonder as a true opponent. Xianxia, who stood on the stage next to Solitary Frost's, revealed a grim expression as well. Solitary Frost's 4 absolute phantoms was an incredible challenge to overcome for magical class players like her. The 4 doppelgangers weren't altogether fakes. One could only deal damage to Solitary Frost by attacking all 4 at once, and that wasn't the move's most frightening aspect. The true danger lay in the fact that Solitary 9 could control all of his doppelgangers with as much precision as he controlled his own body. Using doppelgangers in combat was immensely difficult in God_S domain. Controlling 2 bodies simultaneously would even reduce a peak expert's combat power. Ordinary domain realm experts would be lucky if they could control 3 bodies without sacrificing some of their performance. However, Solitary Frost could control all 4 doppelgangers without reducing any of their combat power. Of course, landing an attack against a domain realm expert without using a skill or spell was just as difficult. Domain realm experts could perceive all movement within their vicinity. After all, relying on their keen senses, they could preemptively evade and launch counterattacks. Fighting Solitary Frost's 4 absolute phantoms would be as challenging as facing 4 domain realm experts simultaneously. For peak experts, this move was an absolute nightmare. And once a magical class player allowed a melee player, especially a domain realm expert, to move within attack range, it was game over. Amazing! Silent Wonder exclaimed, admiring Solitary Frost's perfect control. Face my 4 absolute phantoms. Silent Wonder's admiration wouldn't slow Solitary Frost down, and his 4 doppelgangers encircled their opponent, rapidly closing in. While Solitary Frost's doppelgangers drew closer, Silent Wonder began to wave her staff. 4 ice walls shot up from the stage around her, protecting her from all sides. Ice walls? She doesn't actually think such a low-tier defensive spell can stop Solitary Frost's attack, does she? The female assassin couldn't help but laugh. The spell, Ice Wall, could only be enhanced to Tier 2. It wasn't anywhere near strong enough to stop a Tier 3 player's full-powered attack. The spell wouldn't even buy Silent Wonder any time. Boring. Silent Wonder's opening move disappointed Solitary Frost a little, but he didn't pause his assault. He immediately canceled his 4 absolute phantoms before brandishing his greatsword. The weapon transformed into 3 identical copies before converging on the ice wall before him. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Combat Technique, Triple Heavy Slash. Boom! As the greatsword crashed into the ice wall, a deafening boom filled the arena. How is that possible? Solitary Frost was stunned when his attack failed to deal any damage to the ice wall. Moreover, the recoil had left both of his arms numb as if he had just struck an impenetrable wall. Chapter 2604, Fully Unlocked Mana Body. The audience was befuddled when they saw Solitary Frost's attack come to a grinding halt. It didn't break? But isn't it only a Tier 2 defensive spell? Did Solitary Frost mess up his attack? The players in the spectator stands were all extremely familiar with the spell, Ice Wall. Before players had reached Tier 3, Elementalists had used the spell to help protect their MTs from Great Lord ranked bosses' attacks. However, both Solitary Frost and Silent Wonder were both bona fide Tier 3 players. Although their basic attributes have been equalized, they both had the attributes of Tier 3 players. A Tier 2 Ice Wall could, at most, buffer a Tier 3 attack. It shouldn't be able to stop such a blow, let alone one empowered with a combat technique. A Tier 2 Ice Wall can actually stop a Tier 3 Berserker's combat technique at full strength. Burning Owl was just as confused as everyone else after seeing Silent Wonder's Ice Wall intact. He had fought Tier 3 Elementalists himself, but when they had used Ice Wall against him, the spell hadn't even stopped his normal attacks. He had tested this multiple times and never once failed to shatter an Ice Wall. Meanwhile, Xianxia stared at Silent Wonder in astonishment. "Mana!" Xianxia exclaimed, sensing the dense mana radiating from Silent Wonder. She's already unlocked her mana body's full potential. Xianxia wasn't the only magical class player to notice the sudden spike in mana around Silent Wonder. The only explanation any of them could think of was that the Elementalist had fully unlocked her mana body. She actually unlocked her mana body? Amazing. Not even the super guilds have any members with a fully unlocked mana body yet. It seems my trip here wasn't in vain. I'll get to watch an expert with a fully unlocked mana body in battle. Everyone in the spectator stands began to talk about Silent Wonder. Their opinions of her had all changed. Rather than seeing her as just another member of Azure's younger generation, they saw her as a true powerhouse. Ha ha! Good. Wonderful. We might actually have a chance of claiming one of the top 3 positions now. Long Wushang, who sat among the audience, laughed joyously as he watched Silent Wonder. After failing to contact Silk Moon, the Long family had given up any hope of securing one of the top 3 positions in this competition. Now that they knew Silent Wonder had unlocked her mana body's full potential. However, securing one of those spots was almost certain. There's a massive strength difference between an expert with a fully unlocked mana body and one without. Tier 3 experts with fully unlocked mana bodies were almost half a tier stronger than ordinary Tier 3 experts. Every participant in this competition, excluding Solitary Frost, had, at most, reached the Void Realm. Although Silent Wonder had only reached the half-step Void Realm standard, she could easily defeat Void Realm experts with this advantage. Not even Xianxia, who was only a step away from the Void Realm, would be a match for her. You've fully unlocked your mana body. Solitary Frost's fighting spirit flared, a passionate flame dancing in his eyes, when he looked at Silent Wonder behind the ice walls. It's no wonder why you were bold enough to challenge me. I've never fought an expert with a fully unlocked mana body, so show me how powerful it truly is. The Berserker raised his greatsword and leaped into the air, aiming for the one area where Silent Wonder didn't have an ice wall's protection. Advanced combat technique, 7 consecutive flashes. The greatsword transformed into 7 streaks of light, covering the entire area within the ice walls and leaving Silent Wonder no room to dodge. In response, Silent Wonder used Blink, immediately appearing 30 yards away and evading Solitary Frost's attack. With a wave of her staff, she then summoned over a dozen magical arrays around her opponent. The arrays released a barrage of flame spears, each with enough power to rival a Grand Lord of the same level. As if Solitary Frost had anticipated this move, he tightened his grip on his great sword and twisted in the air. Tier 3 skill Berserk Dance. Solitary Frost rapidly rotated in the air, his greatsword leaving arcs of crimson light in its wake that blocked the incoming flame spears. He executed Berserk Dance with over a 90% completion rate, even from that position. Is he a monster? Shocked, Burning Owl stared at the crimson sword lights surrounding Solitary Frost. While Tier 3 skills were quite powerful, achieving a high completion rate with them was very difficult. Even as a Void Realm expert, Burning Owl could only execute the Tier 3 Berserk Dance with around an 85% completion rate, and that was only with optimal conditions. Despite activating the skill in midair, however, Solitary Frost's completion rate was over 90%. Meanwhile, just as Solitary Frost was about to land, earthen spikes shot up from the ground below him. A 2-pronged assault? That might be useful against peak experts, but it will do nothing against Solitary Frost, the female assassin standing on the nearby stage said, sneering at the magical attack. A domain realm expert could perceive everything within their surroundings. Even a perfectly timed ambush would be useless against such an expert. The instant they took action, the targeted domain realm expert would discover the attack. Still calm, the berserker brandished his greatsword and shattered the first round of earthen spikes. He then used his momentum to evade the second wave of spikes. Landing, Solitary Frost used Flame Charge, dashing towards Silent Wonder. Rather than make a beeline for his target, however, he combined a complex footwork technique with his charge. The berserker split into 6 afterimages, rushing towards Silent Wonder from different directions. Advanced footwork, Mirage Steps. His execution was flawless, and the afterimages were impossible to tell apart. In a fraction of a second, he was within 15 yards of the Elementalist. It's over. Your mana body might have tremendously increased your casting speed and power, but you lack control of your surroundings. You still can't use your advantage to its fullest. Solitary Frost roared as he moved within 10 yards of Silent Wonder. He then swung his greatsword. Tier 3 Taboo Skill, Triple Flame Scythe. 3 flaming crescents threatened to devour Silent Wonder with even more power than that of a Grand Lord of the same level. But just before the attack landed, a gigantic, crimson magic array appeared beneath Silent Wonder's and Solitary Frost's feet. The instant the array completed, a towering pillar of fire exploded forth. Not only did the flames swallow the 3 flaming crescents, but it devoured Solitary Frost and Silent Wonder as well. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU what? A 3-pronged attack. She actually hid a red lotus of fire beneath her. Xianxia could not believe her eyes as she stared at the raging pillar of fire before her. Xianxia had assumed her rival had only prepared a 2-pronged attack. She had never dreamed that Silent Wonder would use herself as bait to lure Solitary Frost into the red lotus of fire, a Tier 3 curse. After 3 seconds, the flaming pillar subsided, revealing Solitary Frost's charred corpse on the stage. Although Silent Wonder hadn't emerged from her own attack unscathed, she still had 1/3 of her HP remaining due casting Flame Shield earlier. I might not have a good grasp on my surroundings, but when it comes to power and technique, I'm much stronger than you. Silent Wonder told the berserker's motionless corpse. From above the stage, a bell rang, signifying the end of the match. At the same time, the system announced Silent Wonder as the victory, momentarily silencing the stunned crowd. Chapter 2605, Spiritualization Realm appears once more, Solitary Frost lost? This is a joke, right? He even rivals Wild Fighter. A player can become so strong after fully unlocking their mana body. Silent Wonder's victory flabbergasted everyone. There were quite a few peak experts in the audience, as well as some domain realm experts. Hence, they hadn't had any trouble seeing and understanding what had happened in the battle between Solitary Frost and Silent Wonder. They were certain that Silent Wonder hadn't reached the Void Realm, and there was a massive difference between her and Solitary Frost. Even if her casting speed and spell power had greatly improved, thanks to unlocking her mana body's full potential, logically, Solitary Frost should have been able to bridge the gap by relying on his superior combat standards when their basic attributes were on the same level. In fact, despite not being a match for the Elementalist head-on, Solitary Frost had evaded all of her attacks and targeted Silent Wonder's weak points during the first half of the match. In the end, however, Solitary Frost had still lost. How were they supposed to wrap their minds around this? Second Sister won, just like that. Burning Owl was just as stunned as the players in the audience. He had thought that even if Silent Wonder was no match for Solitary Frost, no one else among Azure's younger generation could take on his second eldest sister. With her here, the Long family was practically guaranteed to retain its ruling rights in the Azure Chamber of Commerce. But he hadn't actually expected Silent Wonder to defeat Solitary Frost. Now, the other shareholder families had lost any excuse to threaten the Long family's position. Not even the Zeus Corporation would be able to complain about the family. Excellent. Magnificently done. Long Wushang was elated to see Silent Wonder still standing on the first ag, never dreamed that she'd be capable of launching a three-pronged attack against Solitary Frost. Not even his third eldest brother, Long Xianglong, would have the leeway to execute such a complex tactic against a domain realm expert. Long Wushang had assumed Silent Wonder would lose the match. He had never expected such a pleasant surprise. With this victory, Silent Wonder was now the strongest member of Azure's younger generation. Even if the Long family lost the Zeus Corporation support, this achievement would ensure that the family wouldn't have to worry about its position in the Azure Chamber of Commerce. Now, the family's position was stronger than ever before. Just how did she manage to pinpoint her environment and opponent's behavior? Xianxia muttered, staring at Silent Wonder. As a magical class player herself, Xianxia knew Silent Wonder hadn't relied on luck to win the match. She had planned every move before the match had even begun. Although magical class players typically predicted their battle's progression beforehand, she had never seen anyone assess their opponent to such an extent. Silent Wonder's final move had been especially eye-opening since she had taken into account how much damage her Tier 3 course would deal to her and her opponent. It was as if she had orchestrated the entire battle. Silent Wonder looked like a completely different person to Xianxia right now. Her rival certainly hadn't shown such abilities during the alchemy competition. While everyone grumbled about their confusion and dissatisfaction over Silent Wonder's marvelous performance, Sinful Flame gazed up at the girl from below the stage, excitement flashing in his eyes. "Is something wrong, Elder Flame?" A Tier 3 guild elder, who acted as the deputy referee for this competition, asked when he saw Sinful Flame's elation. Sinful Flame had seemed bored when he had been tasked to host the family competition this year. He actually found the responsibility annoying, yet he now seemed excited and interested in a younger member of the guild. It was unbelievable. Sinful Flame had been unfazed when he learned that Solitary Frost had reached the domain realm. Silent Wonder, on the other hand, hadn't even gotten that far. Although she had unlocked her mana body's full potential, she shouldn't be impressive enough to attract someone like Sinful Flame's interest. While unlocking one's mana body was a difficult endeavor for ordinary Tier 3 experts, it was only a matter of time for an expert of Sinful Flame's caliber. He was actually quite close to unlocking 100% and would likely succeed in another 2 weeks or so. Hence, he shouldn't consider fully unlocking one's mana body that much of an achievement. The Spiritualization realm. She's reached the Spiritualization realm, and she's made considerable progress in it. Sinful Flame declared, "It seems the younger generation is full of exceptional geniuses." The Spiritualization realm? The Tier 3 elder was confused. He had no idea what Sinful Flame was going on about. Before the elder could ask, however, Sinful Flame jumped onto the stage and approached Silent Wonder. "Isn't the match over already? What's Elder Flame trying to do? Was there a problem with the match?" The spectators were even more confused to see Sinful Flame on the stage. Normally, the system decided a match's outcome. Its judgment was far more accurate than players. After all, if both opponents died by the end of the match, the system could determine whether they had died at the same time, or if there had even been a millisecond between their deaths. No player could do the same. This was why players relied on the main God system to judge all matches in God's domain, barring special circumstances. However, the results of Solitary Frost and Silent Wonder's match was clear. There was no chance either of them could have cheated since players weren't allowed to use berserk skills or tools on the stage. Players weren't even allowed to use the additional active skills they gained from their weapons and equipment. Hence, there shouldn't be any dispute over the outcome. However, the crowd began to doubt the fact as they watched the famous Sinful Flame take the stage. He would be able to spot far more details than they could, after all. Sinful Flame doesn't intend to deny the match's result, does he? The situation began to make Long Wushang nervous. We're talking about the system's judgment. Silent Wonder's performance had involved many surprising aspects. If Sinful Flame had seen some peculiarity, his celebration would have been premature. Could she have actually cheated? In contrast, Duan Hanshan was overjoyed to see Sinful Flame interfere. He had thought his hopes of dethroning the Long family were lost, but it seemed that might not have been the case. While everyone discussed the matter in hushed whispers, Sinful Heart turned away from Silent Wonder and addressed the audience. Everyone, you have seen a match's outcome for yourselves, so you all know just how powerful Solitary Frost was. Without a doubt, he is the participant in this competition, Sinful Flame said. Now that Silent Wonder has defeated him, I'm sure you all realize who will win first place. Hence, I have a suggestion. Rather than waste time with the rest of the qualifying matches, why don't we host a more meaningful competition? Indeed, it doesn't make much sense to continue the qualifying matches. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Going straight into the main event isn't a bad idea. It's a pity that the first match was the most interesting. My seat isn't even warm, yet the competition is already over. Every player in the crowd nodded, agreeing to Sinful Flame's suggestion. Since Silent Wonder had proven herself stronger than Solitary Frost, the top 8 positions were as good as decided. Continuing the qualifying matches would be pointless. It would be much more interesting to proceed to the Peak Experts matches. Since Silent Wonder is the undisputed first-place winner of this competition, according to our regulations, I will face her later. How would you all feel about watching that match? Sinful Flame asked the crowd once the audience had agreed to his first suggestion. Chapter 2606. There are many who are stronger than me. Sinful Flame's question shocked every member of the audience. What? Sinful Flame is actually eager to fight Silent Wonder? He hadn't seemed very interested in when he had expected to face Solitary Frost. Yet he looks like he's looking forward to the fight with Silent Wonder. Just how strong is she to get a reaction like this from him? Could Sinful Flame intend to learn more about his mana body by fighting Silent Wonder? The man's sudden suggestion took everyone by surprise. Although Silent Wonder's combat power had been astonishing, her combat standards were significantly weaker than Solitary Frost's, not to mention Sinful Flame. The only advantage she had was her fully unlocked mana body. That advantage was also the only reason anyone could think of that would pull such a reaction from Sinful Flame. Even now, no one knew how many experts with fully unlocked mana bodies the various superpowers had, if any. Most of the superpowers Tier 3 experts hadn't even begun to unlock their mana bodies. Of course, one might make some progress if they fought a player who had unlocked their mana body's full potential. What is Sinful Flame thinking? He's challenging a junior. Duan Hanzhan could only glare at Sinful Flame, furious over the man's spontaneous act. Silent Wonder's victory over Solitary Frost had already boosted the Long family's prestige. The outcome practically ensured the family would retain its right to rule over Azure. By challenging Silent Wonder, Sinful Flame would only elevate the Long family's reputation further. This would definitely drive many of the guild's neutral elders and grand elders to the Long family side. Meanwhile, Xianxia stared from a nearby stage, similarly stunned. How did things turn out like this? When it combat, Xianxia had always been more talented than Silent Wonder. After training with Violet Sword, she had even grown beyond seeing Silent Wonder as a serious opponent. However, it turned out that she had been seriously overestimating her abilities. Not only was Silent Wonder much stronger than her, but one of Azure's old legendary individuals also wanted to challenge the Elementalist. This won't do. I must stop him. Otherwise, the Long family will become unstoppable in Azure. Duan Hanzhan snarled, quickly contacting the competition's deputy referee. Just as the deputy referee, an elder working under the Duan family, was about to interfere, the spectators broke into cheers. You have my support, Sinful Flame. Stop wasting time and get this started. While I wouldn't have minded watching Solitary Frost face Sinful Flame, seeing the old man fight an expert with a fully unlocked mana body will be awesome. This is beyond awesome. This will go down in God's Domain's history as a classic match. We'll get to see them pit power against technique. After their momentary shock over Sinful Flame's proposal, the various spectating powers members fervently voiced their support for his decision. Many people even began to shout, demanding Sinful Flame begin his match against Silent Wonder immediately. Good. Since the audience approves, What of our various elders? Sinful Flame asked, turning to address the various shareholder families' elders and grand elders, who were in the midst of trying to stop him. The audience followed his gaze, staring at the elders and grand elders, silencing them into complacency. If they dared to refuse Sinful Flame, they'd have to answer to everyone in the arena. Damn it, Sinful Flame is insane. Duan Han turned ashen when he heard Sinful Flame's nonchalant question. Forget it. Let them fight, a white-haired old man in black robes said as he approached Duan Han. This isn't necessarily a bad thing, in any case. Sinful Flame might have raised that little girl standing, but if he kills her instantly, all of the glory the Long family just gained will be forgotten. Realizing the old man was right, Duan Han and the various families' grand elders stopped trying to object. Since Elder Flame and the audience are so eager, this will be simple, Duan Han said, after calming down. He then looked at Sinful Flame and said, however, we need Wonder's agreement first. She just finished a match, and I'm afraid fighting a senior such as yourself so soon after. Sinful Flame nodded in response. His goal was very simple. He wanted to fight Silent Wonder. Some things could only be experienced firsthand. After all, he wanted to face the girl at her peak. However, before Sinful Flame could speak up, a crisp voice interrupted him. I'm fine. Besides, I'd actually enjoy a proper fight against Elder Flame to test the extent of my development, Silent Wonder said. Long Wushang, who watched from the stands, began to grow nervous. Why is this girl so foolish? That old ice demon is clearly provoking her. Anxiously, Long Wushang said, this won't do. I need to warn her. Even if the elders gave Silent Wonder some time to recuperate, it wouldn't be long, and even if she recovered all of the stamina and mana she had used during the prior match, her concentration couldn't recover that quickly. In a battle between high-caliber experts, concentration was more important than anything. Without her full concentration, this match might end as quickly as it began. If that happened, the glory Silent Wonder had earned for her family with her last victory would vanish. Long Wushang didn't have enough time to contact Silent Wonder before Sinful Flame returned his attention to the young woman. However, girl, while your fight with Solitary Frost was short, you expended a considerable amount of your concentration. I wish to fight you at your peak. I don't want to fight just for the sake of winning. I won't fight you in such a state. You best take some time to rest, Sinful Flame calmly said. Please, rest assured, Elder Flame. My match with Solitary Frost hadn't cost much effort. I don't need to rest, Silent Wonder definitively replied. Meanwhile, Solitary Frost, who had just resurrected below the stage, nearly fainted from rage. How arrogant! Silent Wonder was far too cocky. Even the spectating crowd seemed displeased with Silent Wonder's comment. While her match with Solitary Frost hadn't lasted long, it had been a soul-stirring battle, yet Silent Wonder spoke as if she hadn't given it her all. While it's good to be confident, Wonder, I don't want to hear any excuses when you lose too quickly, Duan Han warned her softly. You worry too much, Elder Han. A loss is a loss. I won't offer any excuses. Moreover, I haven't had enough training. There are many people in the guild who are stronger than me, even though we're the same age, so defeat wouldn't be unusual for me, Silent Wonder said. With her statement hanging in the air, the entire arena fell silent. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, Silent Wonder is so already strong, yet she's saying that Zero Wing has members that are even stronger and around the same age. A boast. She must be boasting. The various super guilds don't even have many players that can rival Solitary Frost, much less Silent Wonder. That's right. Zero Wing might be quite famous in the East, but it shouldn't be able to nurture talents as well as super guilds. Azure's various shareholder families refused to believe Silent Wonder's claim, glaring contemptuously at her. Since that is the case, I have a suggestion. Seeing as Wonder's concentration hasn't fully recovered, why don't we send one of Zero Wing's young talents in her place? I'm sure Elder Flame will still benefit, and didn't she just say that her guild has plenty of youngsters that are even stronger than her? Duan Han suggested, sneering at Silent Wonder. Chapter 2607, Zero Wing's Young Talent. When Duan Han finished speaking, the arena fell silent again. None of them had ever dreamed that he'd suggest such a thing. Vicious. Truly vicious. It'll be very hard for Silent Wonder to take back her claim now. It's her own fault for boasting. She actually gave Old Ice Demon a chance to strike. I wonder if she'll stick by what she said. Zero Wing must be freaking out right about now. Azure's various shareholder families snickered at the young woman on the first stage. They acknowledged that she had become much stronger than they were, but excessive bragging was annoying. The family's younger members found it particularly obnoxious. These younger members hadn't had anything against Silent Wonder, but now that she had insulted them, they were eager to watch her make a fool of herself. Meanwhile, excitement shot through the audience like lightning. They couldn't wait to see how Silent Wonder would get herself out of this predicament. This is interesting. Zero Wing is the guild that arrived aboard a flying ship, right? I wonder if Zero Wing is as strong as Silent Wonder claims? If it is, this upcoming match will be quite a spectacle. It's definitely just an empty boast. Silent Wonder will likely fumble as she tries to take back her words. I doubt we'll see a match between Zero Wing and Sinful Flame. Sinful Flame is a legend in the Azure Chamber of Commerce. The fact that he's willing to face one of Azure's up-and-coming talents is already a miracle. He'll likely refuse to fight an outsider. Curious, the audience turned to Sinful Flame. Sinful Flame was quite famous in the virtual gaming world, but he rarely fought other players. The challenge he had issued Silent Wonder was already an incredibly rare opportunity. Trying to convince him to fight an unknown outsider would likely be a major challenge. As everyone expected Sinful Flame to refuse, he turned to Silent Wonder and asked in earnest, "Are you telling the truth?" The crowd turned their gaze to Silent Wonder. This was her chance to retract her previous statement. If she claimed it had been a joke, she could get away with just a little embarrassment, but if she insisted, her prestige would go down the drain. MHM, it's true. If Elder Flame doesn't mind you, can challenge one of them, Silent Wonder said, nodding. Everyone shook their heads in disapproval. Sinful Flame had given her an opportunity to save herself, yet she chose to stick with her claim to elevate Zero Wing's reputation. Ha ha! Xianxia, Silent Wonder must really be insane. Does she think Zero Wing is God? Does she think that just any random young talent can fight Elder Flame? The female, Tier 3 assassin said, laughing. However, Yin Xiaoqian, who stood on the stage next to the female assassins, did not respond. She knew that Zero Wing indeed possessed a monster capable of fighting Sinful Flame. That person was Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. Black Flame was an individual that even Adolf, the light saint of Divine Tribe, had to treat prudently. If Black Flame wished to salvage Zero Wing's reputation, he might actually face Sinful Flame. While Silent Wonder's reply surprised the crowd, Sinful Flame's eyes glowed with excitement. He then turned his gaze toward Zero Wing's members and asked, "May I know if anyone from Zero Wing is willing to take Wonder's place?" Sinful Flame's question hadn't been loud, but every word was laced with determination and power. He was obviously serious, and there was even a hint of anticipation in his tone. What? They're really going to fight? This is interesting. I wonder who Zero Wing will send. I've heard that Zero Wing's guild leader is extremely powerful, despite being relatively young. He is also one of the top 30 experts on the God's Domain experts list. It would be awesome if these two fought each other. The audience was beside itself, all too eager to watch the upcoming match. Everyone looked up to the top 30 experts on the God's Domain experts list. However, most players didn't get the chance to meet these experts, let alone watch a match between two of them. God's Domain was incredibly large, and barring special circumstances, the top 30 experts rarely crossed paths. The various major powers in the spectator stands weren't the only ones curious to see who Zero Wing would send to face Sinful Flame. Duan Han was just as interested. In Duan Hanshan's opinion, the only person Zero Wing could send was Black Flame. During the alchemy competition, Black Flame had shocked everyone with his identity as a Tier 3 Sword King. Even the Long family's Long Xianglong had been forced to admit defeat. Since he had reached Tier 3 far sooner than anyone else, he was incredibly powerful. Based on appearances, Black Flame shouldn't be much older than Silent Wonder. Normally, as Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame wouldn't casually take action, but he might accept Sinful Flame's challenge to protect his guild's reputation. He was, after all, the only member of Zero Wing who could put up a fight. During the time the Long family and Duan family wondered if Black Flame would make a move, Feng turned to the lithe figure beside him. "Violet, go fight him." "Understood." After a brief conversation, the woman beside Feng bounced down from the spectator stands and onto the stage. She radiated the sacred aura unique to clerics. Is Zero Wing looking down on Sinful Flame? They're sending a cleric to fight? Everyone was shocked as they watched Violet Cloud make her way to join Sinful Flame on the stage. They never thought that Zero Wing would pull such a move. Even Azure's various shareholder families were astonished. Zero Wing was insane. While the cleric class played a role in combat, battle wasn't the class's priority. Sending a cleric against Sinful Flame, Azure's publicly acknowledged strongest member, was a mockery. Although Violet Cloud hid her statistics with a black cloak, she didn't bother to conceal her appearance. Everyone could clearly see that she was much younger than Silent Wonder, still a teenager. Not only had Zero Wing sent a cleric to face Sinful Flame, but she was also just a young girl. This was a blatant insult. Zero Wing is dead for sure now. Even if Silent Wonder's boast is true, does the guild have to send such a young lady to fight? Elder Flame must be furious. The female, Tier 3 assassin covered her eyes with a hand. She could bear to watch what would happen next. Sinful Flame had always been a serious fighter, and to improve his skills, he pushed himself so hard that others thought him a lunatic. One could easily imagine how enraged Sinful Flame must be with Zero Wing mocking his strength. The man would definitely vent his anger out on Violet Cloud with a good beating. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Sinful Flame chose this moment to release his aura, which burst from him, spreading to his surroundings like a powerful tsunami and threatening to devour all in its path. Even Solitary Frost, who stood below the stage, felt suffocated as he bathed in Sinful Flame's aura. So, this is our guild's strongest expert. Solitary Frost could not help his grin when he sensed the Elder Man's killing intent. Solitary Frost had assumed that he could put up a good fight, even if he couldn't defeat Sinful Flame. In this competition's matches, the fighter's basic attributes were equalized. After all, it would be a match purely involving combat techniques. However, looking at the man now, it seemed he had merely been dreaming. He'd be lucky if he survived a few moves against Sinful Flame, much less put up a good fight. However, despite sensing Sinful Flame's unrestrained aura, Violet Cloud leisurely walked toward the center of the stage, stopping before Sinful Flame. "Shall we begin?" Violet Cloud asked sweetly. Chapter 26:08. Match between monsters. The entire arena momentarily fell silent at Violet Cloud's words as everyone stared at the cleric girl in astonishment. Is she tired of living? Sinful Flame had already made his dissatisfaction with this upcoming match very clear through his behavior. If not for him serving as the host of this important competition, everyone was certain he would have slaughtered her already. While this was only a fighting competition without any death penalty, Sinful Flame could kill his opponent any way he wanted. Meanwhile, there were plenty of methods he could employ to humiliate Zero Wing. What is Black Flame trying to do? That's Sinful Flame. We'll lose the Independent Elders and Grand Elders' support if we anger him. Without them, how is Wonder supposed to negotiate with the Zeus Corporation? Long Wushang grew nervous as he glanced at Feng, who remained seated calmly in the spectator stands. Silent Wonder's progress up to this point had astounded Long Wushang. However, if they wished to change the Zeus Corporation's mind, they definitely could not do so without the support of Azure's Independent Elders and Grand Elders. Meanwhile, Sinful Flame could be said to be the representative of these Independent Elders and Grand Elders. By sending a cleric to fight Sinful Flame, Zero Wing would not only suffer a humiliating defeat at Sinful Flame's hands, but also thoroughly offend a man. This was the height of foolishness. At this moment, let alone Long Wushang, even the members of the other shareholder families were at a loss for words at this situation. While it might seem a little shameful, Black Flame clearly could have stepped up to fight. In that case, Sinful Flame would enjoy himself thoroughly and more or less support Silent Wonder. However, as if thinking that it hadn't been arrogant enough, Zero Wing had actually sent a young cleric out. The guild had to be tired of living. Meanwhile, as everyone was saying a silent prayer for Violet Cloud, Sinful Flame put some distance between himself and the young cleric. You attack first. I'll give you only one chance. Let me see whether you are as strong as Wonder said. If you turn out to be a sham, I'll let you have a taste of hell. Sinful Flame said coldly as he looked at Violet Cloud. I can attack first? Violet Cloud asked strangely. That's right. If your performance doesn't meet my expectations, I'll make you regret ever standing on this stage. Sinful Flame confirmed, nodding. Then, I'll really attack now, Violet Cloud said tentatively, seeking confirmation once more. Stop with all the nonsense. I already said I'll let you attack first, so do it. This is your only apportu. After Violet Cloud repeatedly sought confirmation, Sinful Flame very nearly lost what little patience he had left. However, before Sinful Flame could finish his words, Violet Cloud suddenly took out her staff and started chanting an incantation. Immediately, with Violet Cloud as the center, a silvery gray, twofold magic array appeared on the stage and sucked in a massive amount of mana from the arena. After this phenomenon continued for 3 seconds, the ambient mana inside the venue had become distinctly thinner. Before anyone could react to this drastic change, 22 shadow blades appeared around Violet Cloud, rotating around her and making her look like the goddess of darkness incarnate. The cleric also released a frightening aura rivaling that of mythic monsters of the same level. Everyone inside the arena could sense their basic attributes decreasing rapidly. Is she a monster? What kind of domain skill is this? Aside from my basic attributes, I can also feel my physique getting heavily suppressed. It's as if this entire space is rejecting my existence. Everyone was stunned by this situation. After all, Violet Cloud looked nothing like a sacred cleric now, but more like the embodiment of darkness. Moreover, everyone could clearly sense that the space within the entire arena currently centered around her. It was as if she could decide the life and death of everything inside the venue with just a thought. Before everyone could properly react to this situation, Violet Cloud looked at Sinful Flame 40 yards away from her and said, I'll start now. After saying so, she lightly waved her staff. The 22 shadow blades immediately transformed into a black hole that shot towards Sinful Flame. Bronze combat technique, spatial smash. In the next moment, everything in the wake of this black hole was reduced into nothingness. The black hole's destructive power was something not even a mythic monster of the same level could receive. A bronze combat technique. How is this possible? When Duan Hanzhan saw this scene, he gaped in shock. It was simply impossible for players to exhibit power at the Tier 4 standard just by relying on an ordinary Tier 3 spell. The only explanation for this situation was that Violet Cloud had executed a bronze combat technique. As to why Duan Hanzhan assumed the combat technique she used was at the bronze rank instead of the advanced rank, it was because only bronze combat techniques could grant players the power to transcend tiers. However, mastering a bronze combat technique was simply too difficult. In fact, most domain realm experts in the game still hadn't managed to do so. Now, however, a little girl who was only at the Void Realm had actually executed a bronze combat technique successfully. This was simply incredible. At this moment, Solitary Frost was also astonished by this scene. A bronze combat technique. Even until now, he still hadn't managed to master a single bronze combat technique, yet a little girl much younger than himself had. Moreover, Violet Cloud had even executed her bronze combat technique so perfectly. Now, Sinful Flame's only option was to receive her attack directly. There was simply no way he could dodge that attack of hers. Splendid. When Sinful Flame first saw the approaching black hole, surprise flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, though, excitement replaced that surprise. He swiftly unsheathed the two long swords he carried on his back and merged them into a great sword. He then swung the great sword at the empty space before him. Tier 3 Taboo Skill, Space Tearing Blade. Advanced Combat Technique, Quadruple Phantoms. In the next moment, a frightening amount of mana burst out of the great sword. As Sinful Flame swung the great sword, the weapon split into 4 copies of itself before merging once more, the merged weapon cutting apart even space itself. Boom! When sword and black hole collided, a powerful explosion shook the entire arena. For a moment, a violent quake rocked the venue, the intense shockwave sending the players standing below the stage, stumbling several steps back. A 30-yard wide crater also appeared on the mana or stage. To everyone's surprise, though, both Sinful Flame and Violet Cloud emerged unscathed from the clash. Crap! Who is she? She actually stopped a full-powered attack from Elder Flame. Wonder was telling the truth. The members of Azure's various shareholder families goggled in shock when they saw Violet Cloud unharmed. The battle no longer looked like a contest between players. It was practically a battle between two giant monsters. Every one of their actions could shatter space and transform the terrain around them. Impossible. What kind of guild is this Zero Wing? When Duan Hans Han saw Violet Cloud continuously using her shadow blades against Sinful Flame, preventing the latter from approaching her, immense shock filled his heart. Previously, Duan Hans Han viewed Zero Wing merely as a guild seeking to gain the Azure Chamber of Commerce's support. However, Silent Wonder and Violet Cloud were now monstrously strong, despite neither of them having very high combat standards. One wouldn't be able to find such powerful youngsters even in super guilds. This was especially true for Violet Cloud. By relentlessly attacking with her shadow blades, she kept Sinful Flame at least 10 yards away at all times. This was a feat that was impossible even for Duan Hans Han, yet Violet Cloud, who was only one of Zero Wing's young talents, managed. However, as the fight on the stage intensified, the concentration both sides consumed also grew. This was especially true for Violet Cloud. Her control over her shadow blades started to decline. What a pity. Your understanding of the spiritualization realm is clearly leagues above mine. You have even given me plenty of inspiration. Unfortunately, your mental perception is still too weak. You are incapable of properly taking advantage of your superior understanding and maximizing your combat power. You are also incapable of minimizing your concentration consumption. At this rate, you'll last for at most another dozen seconds or so before being incapacitated, Sinful Flame commented while blocking Violet Cloud's relentless onslaught. This isn't an outcome I wish to see, either. Originally, I intended to save this trump card for my rematch against those two people, but I'll give you a taste ahead of time. After saying so, Sinful Flame changed his footwork, his body suddenly splitting into 12 copies of itself. Bronze footwork, Shadow Prey. In the next moment, Sinful Flame's 12 doppelgangers continuously flickered, rendering all of Violet Cloud's attacks ineffective. In the end, she could only watch as he closed in on her. However, as Sinful Flame moved increasingly closer to Violet Cloud, the shadow blades surrounding her suddenly disappeared. From an outsider's perspective, it looked as if she had given up on resisting and was waiting quietly for his arrival. What's going on? Did she give up? That's reasonable. Who could possibly stop such an attack? The fact that she lasted until now already makes her one of the top-ranking existences among the younger generation in God's domain. When a spectating crowd saw Violet Cloud apparently abandoning her struggle, none of them jeered or blamed her for doing so. It was very normal for Violet Cloud to suffer defeat. After all, even among the older generation of gamers, very few people could win against Sinful Flame. When Sinful Flame got within 15 yards of Violet Cloud, the cleric suddenly sighed and stabbed her staff into the ground. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Ew. Indeed, just like the guild leader said, I am no match for you when it comes to combat standards. I am also incapable of bridging the gap, even with my mana body's potential fully unlocked. It seems I have no choice but to go all out. This is a trump card that even my guild leader isn't aware of. Violet Cloud's body started radiating much denser mana than before, her mana now many times stronger than Silent Wonder's. At the same time, the suppression effect of the cleric's domain became even more frightening, so powerful that the phantom's Sinful heart had summoned had decreased from 12 to 8. This sudden turn of events flabbergasted everyone inside the arena. Didn't she fully unlock her mana body already? Why is the density of her mana still increasing? Wasn't she using her mana body to fight before? Chapter 2609. Breaking through the limits upon sensing the powerful torrent of mana spilling forth from Violet Cloud's body, let alone the peanut gallery, even Feng, who had been sitting calmly in the spectator stands all this time, revealed a look of astonishment on his face. Mana burst? Violet actually broke through the limit so quickly. Feng muttered to himself in shock as he gazed at Violet Cloud, his shock much greater than what anyone else present in the arena felt. Breakthrough? Guild leader, what did Violet break through? Aqua Rose, who had overheard Feng's mutterings, could not help asking. From Feng's reaction, she deduced that he knew what Violet Cloud had done to become so powerful. At this moment, Aqua Rose wasn't the only person curious about this situation. The other Zero Wing members also turned to Feng with eyes wide with interest. They all wished to know what Violet Cloud had done to boost the density of her mana to such an extent, surpassing even that of ordinary Tier 4 NPCs. Violet broke through the shackles of the mana body, surpassing the 100% limit and entering a new realm. Feng explained when he saw the looks of anticipation everyone was giving him. Breaking through the limits of the mana body was something he longed to accomplish. It would improve his chances of completing his Tier 4 promotion quest and the Divine Dragon's Trial. However, he never thought that Violet Cloud would actually beat him to it. He also had to admit that Violet Cloud was truly talented. Her reaching Tier 6 in the past had definitely not been a fluke. She was far more talented than the expert players who had reached Tier 6 with the help of a guild. Guild leader, doesn't the mana body reach perfection after hitting 100% potential? How can it go beyond 100%? Fire Dance asked in astonishment. After her mana body reached 100% potential, Fire Dance had gotten a sense of perfection from it. When she manipulated her mana body and used skills and spells with it, she felt that there was no longer any room for improvement. Hence, she found it truly hard to imagine that she could break through such a state. At this moment, aside from Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, Alluring Summer, Shadow Sword, Cola, and the others were also puzzled. Their mana bodies should have achieved perfection after reaching 100% potential. Even if the mana bodies could still improve, that should only happen after they had broken through the Tier 3 bottleneck and reached Tier 4. I believe some of you have achieved a completion rate beyond 100% when using skills and spells. Similarly, 100% potential is not the end for the mana body, but a new beginning. Only, the difficulty of unlocking a mana body past the 100% threshold is much greater. You can say that not even one player out of 10,000 Tier 3 experts is capable of it. Feng explained as he gazed at Violet Cloud with some yearning. Although I don't know how far beyond the limit Violet managed to go, it seems this fight is over. Over? Can Violet win this match? Aqua Rose asked. When she heard Feng saying so, she returned her attention to the stage Violet Cloud and Sinful Flame stood on. At this moment, the suppression for Violet Cloud's domain skill had reduced the number of phantoms Sinful Flame created from 12 to 8. This meant a 30% decline in Sinful Flame's combat power, at the very least. Even so, Violet Cloud's chances of winning still weren't good. After all, she still had to deal with a considerable number of phantoms. She might be able to slow down Sinful Flame's approach, but she wouldn't be able to stop him from reaching her. Meanwhile, so long as a magical class allowed a melee class to get within attacking range of them, the battle would be as good as over. It might be a different story if Violet Cloud's opponent weren't a melee player, but a magical class player instead. In that case, victory would definitely be possible. After all, the mana Violet Cloud currently exuded was incredibly frightening. With such mana, she could exert a powerful influence over the ambient mana around her, making it difficult for nearby magical class players to wield the ambient mana. She would have an overwhelming advantage over her opponent. Unfortunately, not only was Sinful Flame a melee player, but his class was the peak hidden class, Shadow Knight. The Shadow Knight class was like a fusion of the Assassin, Berserker, and Guardian Knight classes. It possessed the agility of Assassins, the strength of Berserkers, and the defense of Guardian Knights. To top it all off, Sinful Flame also had incredibly high combat standards. These were the reasons why Sinful Flame was publicly acknowledged as the strongest player in the Azure Chamber of Commerce. With such an opponent, Aqua Rose found it inconceivable that Violet Cloud could win. After all, stronger mana simply made Violet Cloud's skills and spells more powerful. However, skills and spells that couldn't land on their targets were useless. At this moment, Aqua Rose wasn't the only person with such thoughts. Everyone spectating this fight shared similar thoughts. After all, this was common sense in God's domain. While having powerful mana was indeed helpful to players, this advantage came into play mainly when dealing with monsters. Amazing! You are actually capable of elevating your combat power that much. With just this move, you can confidently seat yourself among the top 3 of God's domain's younger generation. Sinful Flame praised when he saw the eruption of mana from Violet Cloud. However, he did not stop his actions in the slightest. On the contrary, he further sharpened them instead. When Sinful Flame got within 10 yards of Violet Cloud, he split his greatsword into 2 long swords again and brandished them to create over 24 phantom snakes. Not only was every phantom snake incredibly nimble, but they also accurately struck at Violet Cloud's blind spots and vital points, leaving her no room to dodge or block at all. Tier 3 Skill, Shadow Assault. Advanced Combat Technique, Phantom Snakes. Sinful Flame had perfectly integrated his Tier 3 skill with his Advanced Combat Technique, his attack making it seem as if more than 24 Grand Lords were attacking Violet Cloud simultaneously. Upon seeing this, everyone could not help but gasp. Is he still human? He's actually capable of launching over 24 attacks, rivaling the power of a Grand Lord simultaneously. Who could possibly stop that? So, this is Sinful Flame's trademark move, technique integration. If I could learn even a portion of this technique, I would be unbeatable in a kingdom. But that girl from Zero Wing really is amazing. She's forced Sinful Flame to reveal his trademark move time after time. Even if she loses, she'll still rank at the top among God's domain's younger players. Although the members of the various spectating powers were in awe of Sinful Flame's techniques, they also felt admiration and envy for Violet Cloud. After all, despite her youth, Violet Cloud was pressuring a legendary individual like Sinful Flame. With such talent, Violet Cloud's future would definitely be dazzlingly bright. Given a few more years, she might become a legendary individual herself in the virtual gaming world. Meanwhile, when the 24 or so phantom snakes arrived within 1 yard of Violet Cloud, the cleric finally made a move. Disappear, Violet Cloud commanded in a low tone. Every phantom snake trying to attack her instantly vanished. Before anyone could react to the situation, the dense mana surrounding Violet Cloud transformed into shadow blades once more. This time, however, Violet Cloud had summoned 36 shadow blades. Moreover, every shadow blade left behind a pitch-black wake as they rotated around Violet Cloud. Spatial tears. Impossible. Everyone was stunned at the sight of the shadow blades rotating around Violet Cloud. The power of the shadow blades Violet Cloud summoned previously had merely rivaled that of Grand Lords. Only when she executed a bronze combat technique using the shadow blades had she exhibited power at the Tier 4 standard. However, executing bronze combat techniques consumed a lot of concentration. Hence, Violet Cloud couldn't execute Tier 4 attacks anytime she wanted. She had to wait for an opportunity to land a decisive blow. Now, however, every one of her shadow blades carried power at the Tier 4 standard. The increase to her combat power was simply unfathomable. In other words, even without resorting to a combat technique, Violet Cloud could casually unleash attacks at the Tier 4 standard. Moreover, she now had 36 shadow blades under her command. At this moment, let alone the spectating audience, even Sinful Flame himself could not help being stunned by this situation. During the brief instant Sinful Flame was dazed, the 36 shadow blades surrounded him and stopped just an inch away from him. Now, any strange movement on his part would bring his body into contact with the shadow blades, subjecting him to a Tier 4 attack. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, however, Violet Cloud did not do anything more. She simply restrained Sinful Flame at his current position and looked at him quietly. You really hid your strength deeply, little girl. All right, I admit defeat. Sinful Flame sighed when he saw that sneaking out of the Shadow Blade's encirclement was impossible. Previously, Violet Cloud could execute only one Tier 4 attack at a time, so he could still put up a fight. Now, however, the young lady controlled 36 Shadow Blades carrying power at the Tier 4 standard. Moreover, judging by the girl's complexion, controlling the blades apparently did not require much concentration. With this, he really had no way to continue fighting. As soon as Sinful Flame admitted defeat, the stage bell rang, signifying the end of the match. Violet Cloud's name was displayed above the stage, along with the word winner. The entire arena fell silent as everyone stared at Violet Cloud. Chapter 2610, Frightening Zero Wing. I'm dreaming, right? Sinful Flame actually lost? This is too absurd. Are you sure that girl's not an old monster in disguise? That shouldn't be the case. I feel that she might be a disguised NPC of Zero Wings. Otherwise, how could a measly Tier 3 player control 36 blades with power at the Tier 4 standard? It took a long time for the match's results to sink in. However, when everyone snapped out of their daze, they could not help but question this match, feeling that Violet Cloud wasn't human. Sinful Flame's strength was deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Nobody present had believed that Violet Cloud could defeat him. In fact, they had initially doubted that she could even get him to take her seriously. However, Violet Cloud had not only gotten Sinful Flame to use his full strength, but even defeated the man. Moreover, she had achieved such an overwhelming victory that Sinful Flame couldn't retaliate and had no choice but to concede the battle. The spectators couldn't wrap their heads around the thought of such a huge disparity in combat power between Violet Cloud and Sinful Flame. Sinful Flame represented the very apex of players in God's domain. Yet a little girl in her teens just surpassed this apex, and had even done so in a situation where both sides possessed equal basic attributes. Violet Cloud's achievement defied common sense. While everyone present had seen geniuses before, even those geniuses had their limits. Violet Cloud could no longer be considered just a genius. After all, her achievements were simply impossible for current players. At this moment, let alone the various spectating powers, even the members of Azure found this situation unbelievable. This was especially true for Solitary Frost and Duan Hans Han, who stood below the stage. Wonder wasn't bluffing. When Solitary Frost thought back to the words Silent Wonder said before, he was stunned. What kind of guild is this Zero Wing? When Silent Wonder declared that there were much younger and stronger people than herself in Zero Wing, Solitary Frost had felt that she was only trying to advertise an uplifter guild. Back when he was undergoing training of Violet Sword, he had sparred with many of Violet Sword's young talents. However, less than a handful of them managed to put up a fight against him, much less defeat him. The fact that Silent Wonder surpassed him was already a miracle. Moreover, even on the Eastern continent, Zero Wing was only a pseudo-superpower. How could such a guild nurture a youngster that was stronger than Silent Wonder? Now, however, it was proven that not only had Zero Wing produced a youngster that was much stronger than Solitary Frost, but the youngster in question was even stronger than the legendary Sinful Flame. How can a little girl from Zero Wing become that strong? Could this be why the Long family insists on letting Silent Wonder remain in Zero Wing? Duan Hanzhan suddenly felt enlightened as he looked at Violet Cloud before turning his gaze to Long Wushang and the other members of the Long family. Duan Hanzhan was well aware of Silent Wonder's combat talent. Let alone the Long family's Silk Moon, Silent Wonder was inferior to even Yin Xiaoqian in this regard. Needless to say, she was even more inferior to the combat maniac Solitary Frost. Previously, when Silent Wonder defeated Solitary Frost, Duan Hanzhan could still dismiss the feat as a result of Silent Wonder having an epiphany. After all, while Silent Wonder's talents were inferior to those of the other prodigies of Azure, she was still undoubtedly a prodigy herself. It wouldn't be strange for her to raise her combat power by a large margin after gaining fresh insight. However, Violet Cloud's performance forced Duan Hanzhan to conclude that Silent Wonder's sudden growth shouldn't have anything to do with gaining enlightenment at all. Instead, Zero Wing was most likely the cause. After thinking up to this point, Duan Hanzhan started pondering on new plans. For Azure's various shareholder families, the younger generation represented their future. The members of the younger generation would also serve as the guild's representatives in the future. Hence, nurturing the younger generation in Azure was of paramount importance. In virtual reality games, so long as one had sufficient strength, there wouldn't be a need to worry about lacking a path. This was especially true in God's domain, which functioned as a second world for humans. God's domain could even extend the lifespan people could experience by a large margin. For people with strength, God's domain's appearance represented the start of a golden era. This was also the reason why Azure's various shareholder families were desperately trying to retain the Zeus Corporation support. In God's domain, strength was the foundation of everything. Without strength, one would be nothing. However, while Duan Hanzhan was having such thoughts, Long Wushang, who stood some distance away from him, remained in a daze. At this moment, complicated feelings roiled Long Wushang's heart. He simply did not know whether to cry or laugh. Not only had Silent Wonder won against Solitary Frost and shone brightly in the family competition, but she had even received a challenge from Sinful Flame, which boosted the opinion of Azure's independent elders and grand elders of her. Now, Violet Cloud had even beaten Sinful Flame, a feat nobody had ever dreamed of accomplishing. Zero Wing's ability to nurture talents truly surpassed Long Wushang's imagination. With Zero Wing's help, the Long family might really be able to do without the Zeus Corporation support. After all, the Long family had funds aplenty. What they needed were only the Zeus Corporation's various resources and connections. When Long Wushang thought back to how he was planning to negotiate with Zero Wing to have it stop hindering Silent Wonder's future, he found his thoughts laughable. Meanwhile, as everyone was expressing doubt and astonishment over this match, Sinful Flame walked up to Violet Cloud. "I don't care what others say. I am sincerely convinced of my loss," Sinful Flame said earnestly as he looked at Violet Cloud. "Only, may I ask you a question?" "What is it?" Violet Cloud asked. Since Sinful Flame was so open-minded about his defeat, she did not refuse his question. Upon hearing Violet Cloud's response, Sinful Flame quickly asked, "How did you manage to elevate the density of your mana to such an extent just now? Didn't you fully unlock your mana body already?" He was filled with curiosity about Violet Cloud's sudden transformation. At the start of the fight, he had already sensed the mana Violet Cloud's body radiated, which made him absolutely certain she had fully unlocked her mana body already. The spell she used later on only served to confirm his conjecture. However, at the end of the match, the density of the mana she radiated and the power of her spells had further increased by a large margin. He simply couldn't understand how she had accomplished this feat. "It's nothing. I just managed to break through the 100% limit of my mana body. Hence, I was able to release much stronger mana," Violet Cloud explained calmly. The fact that the mana body could be unlocked past the 100% threshold wasn't much of a secret. In her opinion, it was only a matter of time before an expert like Sinful Flame accomplished this feat as well. After all, if even she could break through the 100% limit, there was no way Sinful Heart who boasted much higher combat standards than she did, could not. She had managed to do so much sooner than Sinful Flame only because of the many resources Zero Wing had provided. You can actually unlock the mana body past the 100% threshold? Sinful Flame exclaimed in surprise. Currently, he was already close to unlocking 100% of his mana body's potential. In his opinion, 100% should mean perfection. Moreover, the system should have set it to be so as well. It never occurred to him that the mana body could be unlocked beyond 100%. Violet Cloud's words opened the doors to a whole new world for him. Then, is there anyone else in your guild that has managed to exceed 100%? Sinful Flame asked. Having experienced the strength players would gain from having a mana body unlocked beyond the 100% threshold, he knew that such players wouldn't be capable of truly fighting against Tier 4 existences. However, they would still be dose to rivaling Tier 4 existences and were on a completely different level from ordinary Tier 3 existences. I don't know, but there are a few other people who are roughly equal in strength with me. There are also quite a few people stronger than me, Violet Cloud replied after giving the matter some thought. There are still a few others that are stronger than you? Sinful Flame reflexively turned to look assure Feng and the other Zero Wing members seated in the spectator stands when he heard Violet Cloud's words. He suddenly felt as if his worldview was collapsing. Violet Cloud was already inhumanly strong, yet Zero Wing actually had a few more experts that were stronger than her. Just what kind of guild was Zero Wing? Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, however, the discussions did not continue for long before Azure's family competition resumed. Only, the subsequent matches paled in comparison to the first 2 matches of this competition. And to everyone's disappointment, nothing surprising occurred. In the end, Silent Wonder won first place in the competition. Solitary Frost came in second, with Xianxia in third and Burning Owl in fourth. The Long family thoroughly occupied the spotlight for the competition this time. Many of Azure's independent elders and grand elders even started engaging Silent Wonder in small talk, the scene rendering the members of the other shareholder family speechless. Some families were even wondering if they should approach the Long family. Solitary, what should we do? How do we explain this to the instructor? Xianxia asked Solitary Frost, who was standing quietly beside her, when she saw Silent Wonder surrounded by Azure's independent elders and grand elders. What else can we do but tell the truth? Solitary Frost sighed. If you are afraid of telling him, I'll do it. Following which, Solitary Frost contacted Violet Sword's instructor Tori and braced himself to report everything that had happened in the family competition. Chapter 2611. The Flame Bearer Holy Flame City, Violet Sword's residence. Inside an ancient castle made out of meteorite, over 50 level 100-plus players were currently sparring and training various combat techniques. Not only did these players possess very high combat standards, with even the weakest person being at the Refinement Realm standard and the majority being at the Flowing Water Realm standard, but every one of them could also smoothly integrate their skills or spells with their combat techniques. Their level of skill was far superior to ordinary Refinement Realm experts. All of you work harder. Activating the Ancient Star Castle costs a lot of mana stones, and only a limited number of people can train inside it each time. If you can't pass this week's integration test, then the others waiting in line will replace you. A dark gray armored, middle-aged man with a knife scar on his face shouted as he monitored the players training inside the castle. Instructor Wildfighter, your requirements are too high. Not everybody is like Solitary Frost, able to perfectly integrate advanced combat techniques into our spells in just 1 week. A red-headed woman in blue mage robes, standing beside the middle-aged man, said while shaking her head. I have already lowered my requirements significantly. They only need to gain a basic foundation in integrating advanced combat techniques with skills or spells in 10 days. If it were Solitary Frost, I would have given him 3 days maximum. However, even though they have spent more than half of their given time, these newcomers are still stuck integrating basic combat techniques. It seems the guild's new recruits are becoming weaker with each passing generation, Wildfighter said in dissatisfaction as he eyed the group of players training before him. They are far inferior to our generation. Our generation? The red-headed woman revealed a bitter smile at Wildfighter's words. The commander was the only monster that came out of our generation. I don't think that everyone else in our generation was much better than these newcomers. Why are you being humble? Your talent is not the slightest bit inferior to Solitary Frost's. It's just that you were made to learn too many things at once. In contrast, Solitary Frost training is very specific. Otherwise, you would have become the commander of the guild's second trump card legion by now, Wildfighter said, rolling his eyes at the red-headed woman. The redhead's name was Crimson Star. She was someone the secret pavilion had nicknamed the Thousand-Hand Witch. At the same time, she was one of the vice commanders of Violet Sword's strongest trump card legion. In terms of combat standards, she was not the slightest bit weaker than Wildfighter. In fact, if the two of them were to have a duel, his chances of winning would be below 30%. Regardless, it seems you think very highly of Solitary Frost. You even held back during the previous match and let him finish with a draw to boost his confidence and pride, Crimson Star said. Don't say anything about this matter. I might have held back that time, but only my trump card. Solitary Frost is still very young, with plenty of room for growth. It is only a matter of time before I lose to him, Wildfighter said, smiling. Moreover, isn't it because of that battle that Instructor Tori became willing to teach him? That's true. I never thought that Instructor Tori would still be willing to teach someone. I was quite surprised when I heard about it. It's a pity that the guild lacks master lifestyle players, and producing that item takes too much time. Otherwise, Solitary Frost could enter the ancient secret land and receive Instructor Tori's personal guidance. If that happened, he'd definitely be able to beat you once he came out of the secret land, Crimson Star said, nodding in agreement with Wildfighter's words. I believe it won't be long before that changes. Now that Solitary Frost Group have returned to participate in Azure's family competition, the Long family's fate is sealed. If the Long family still wishes to retain its ruling rights over Azure, they will have to listen obediently and produce that item for us. Otherwise, the Zeus Corporation will hand Azure's ruling rights to another family, Wildfighter said in a definitive tone. I heard that the Long family has a very powerful genius called Silkmoon. Her strength has always been second to only Solitary Frost. If Silkmoon secures second place in the competition, the Long family might not submit to us, Crimson Star commented. Rest assured, Instructor Tori personally provided Xianxia with guidance and helped raise her strength considerably. So long as Silkmoon hasn't reached the domain realm yet, she'll be no match for Xianxia, Wildfighter stated confidently. Solitary Frost might be an exceptional genius, but Xianxia wasn't much inferior to him, either. Only, she devoted much of her time to alchemy, so she couldn't capitalize on her talent in combat. However, after receiving guidance from Tori, her strength had definitely reached the peak of Void Realm experts. I don't know whether Silkmoon has reached the domain realm or not, but I stumbled across a rumor stating that the Flame Bearer is instructing Silkmoon. While I still haven't confirmed the specifics of this information, the friend I got it from says the source is reliable, so there's a 90% chance that it's true, Crimson Star warned. What? Silkmoon actually caught the eye of the Flame Bearer? How is that possible? Even when Instructor Tori personally requested the Flame Bearer to guide the commander, the Flame Bearer still rejected his request. How could that little girl catch the Flame Bearer's eye? Wildfighter was surprised at the information Crimson Star revealed. The Flame Bearer was a legend of sorts in the virtual gaming world. Nobody knew the Flame Bearer's identity. Nobody even knew the Flame Bearer's age. However, there was no doubt about the Flame Bearer's existence, as the Flame Bearer was responsible for nurturing quite a few of the virtual gaming world's shining stars. According to rumors, even Mythology's guild leader had received guidance from the Flame Bearer, which enabled him to surpass his peers and develop Mythology into one of the 5 great super guilds. Now, however, a little girl from the Azure Chamber of Commerce was rumored to be receiving guidance from the same Flame Bearer as well. In terms of talent, Silkmoon was much worse than Solitary Frost and the current commander of Violet Sword's strongest trump card legion, yet the Flame Bearer had actually chosen to guide her. Wildfighter couldn't bring himself to believe this. I don't know. But rumor has it that the Flame Bearer has a unique way of selecting people to nurture. Maybe Silk Moon has some special qualities of her own, Crimson Star said, shaking her head. In reality, she was also curious as to why the Flame Bearer would choose Silk Moon. If Silk Moon really is receiving guidance from the Flame Bearer, then Xianxia is in danger, Wildfighter said worriedly. Wildfighter did not doubt that Solitary Frost would secure first place in Azure's family competition, even if Silk Moon received guidance from the Flame Bearer. After all, there is a qualitative difference between the Domain Realm and the Void Realm, preventing players from jumping from the Void Realm to the Domain Realm within a short period. Otherwise, Domain Realm experts wouldn't be so rare. However, while securing first place wasn't a problem for Solitary Frost Group, securing second place would. After all, Xianxia still hadn't reached the Domain Realm yet. While Wildfighter and Crimson Star were having their quiet discussion, a white-haired old man entered the training hall. Upon noticing this old man, Wildfighter and Crimson Star promptly went up to greet him. This was because this old man was none other than Instructor Tori, a legendary figure in Violet Sword. However, as soon as Tori arrived, a chilly aura filled the training hall. Even Wildfighter and Crimson Star shuddered involuntarily upon sensing this aura. Instructor Tori, didn't you send Solitary Frost Group to take part in Azure's family competition? Did something happen? Wildfighter asked, curious. Judging by the chilling aura Tori released, he could tell that something was amiss. I went but had to leave for some business. However, as soon as I was done with my work, I received a message from Solitary Frost stating that they lost in Azure's family competition. Someone from the Long family secured first place. Tori snarled. They lost. Solitary Frost lost? How is that possible? Wildfighter was stunned by Tori's words. He promptly asked, could it be the Long family's Silk Moon? No. I heard that it's the Long family's second young lady, Silent Wonder, Tori replied, shaking his head. It's not Silk Moon. Wildfighter's eyes widened in shock at this revelation. For a moment, he suspected that Tori was lying to him. Isn't Silent Wonder an alchemy expert? Moreover, according to previous reports, she's only at the Flowing Water Realm. How could she possibly win against Solitary Frost? In a competition where only combat standards mattered, how could a Flowing Water Realm expert defeat a Domain Realm expert? Now that the Long family has secured first place, doesn't that mean they will have a stable hold on Azure's ruling rights? Crimson Star asked, frowning. Master Lifestyle players were crucial for Violet Sword's development, especially Master Alchemists. Meanwhile, Silent Wonder, who is only half a step from becoming a Grandmaster Alchemist, was someone Violet Sword urgently needed. You don't need to worry about that. I believe the Zeus Corporation will deal with this matter. When the time comes, the Long family will have to submit, even if they don't want to, Tori said coldly. However, Solitary Frost Group has truly disappointed me. They actually lost to a little girl who hasn't even reached the Domain Realm yet. It seems I've been too lenient toward them. After they return, tell them that they don't have to meet me. Have them properly reflect on themselves. He had never once worried about Violet Sword's plan failing. Moreover, he never imagined that the group would lose to someone with significantly inferior combat standards despite him providing Solitary Frost and the others with direct guidance. This was simply humiliating. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Wildfighter was shocked when he heard Tori's words. Hurriedly, he tried to persuade Tori, saying, Instructor Tori, isn't this a little? However, before Wildfighter could say anything more, a Tier 3 assassin rushed toward them. Reporting. Someone calling themselves Zero Wings guild leader has arrived outside our residence and wishes to negotiate with our guild's upper echelon regarding the Azure Chamber of Commerce's matters. Do you wish to meet him? The Tier 3 assassin said respectfully. Zero Wing? Isn't that the guild's Silent Wonder has been staying at all this time? Wildfighter commented, his curiosity piqued. What are they here for? Could they be here to convince us to change our plans for Azure? An unknown guild wants to meet us? What kind of guild do they take Violet Sword for? Glaring at the Tier 3 assassin, Tori ordered coldly, tell them to get lost. Chapter 26:12. Negotiation qualifications. Tori's harsh rejection drove a chill down everyone's spines. The players in the hall felt an intense pressure bear down on them, and some of the refinement realm trainees could barely even move. Instinctual fear welled within the Tier 3 assassin that had reported Zero Wing's arrival. If he hadn't been certain that he wasn't Tori's target, he would have likely turned and fled. Instructor Tori has such high hopes for Solitary Frost Group? Crimson Star was surprised to see the frosty look on Tori's face. Tori had stopped teaching people over a decade ago. She and the current commander of Violet Sword's strongest trump card legion had been a part of his last student group. The commander had been Tori's favorite pupil. Tori had even gone to great lengths to seek the Flame Bearer's help in training the commander. Hence, Violet Sword's upper echelons had been stunned when Tori had agreed to train Solitary Frost Group. Crimson Star assumed Tori had only agreed out of respect for the Zeus Corporation, but seeing his reaction now, it seemed he had honestly wanted to help Solitary Frost Group grow stronger. If he hadn't been so invested, he wouldn't have been so furious about their defeat. I'm afraid that sending them away isn't wise, Instructor Tori. Zero Wing might not have much power on the Western continent, but it can compete with many superpowers on the Eastern continent. It even has control over the Dark World's teleportation gate. Since Zero Wing's guild leader has paid us a personal visit, others will criticize the guild if we turn him away at the door, Wildfighter tried to persuade Tori. Violet Sword was a veteran super guild. While Zero Wing wasn't based in the West, Violet Sword's intel network had investigated this smaller guild. They weren't entirely unaware of Zero Wing's background. Even if they hadn't researched the guild, it was difficult to avoid the name Zero Wing. The guild had become incredibly famous in the East, after all, and many superpowers were talking about Zero Wing. Did Zero Wing's guild leader come alone? Crimson Star asked the Tier 3 assassin. No, he came with a group of a dozen or so people. The Long family's Long Wushang is with them, as well, the assassin replied. The Long family? They certainly didn't waste any time. Wildfighter could not help but frown. After learning that the Long family's second young miss had won Azure's competition this year, Wildfighter knew it would be difficult making the family obey. Now, Azure's strongest younger member was from the Long family, and after all was said and done, the Zeus Corporation was merely one of the chamber shareholders. It wasn't the largest shareholder. Once the rest of the shareholders saw the Long family's potential, they would offer it their support. Threatening the Long family's dominance in Azure would become incredibly difficult. Because of this, the Long family now qualified to negotiate with Violet Sword, and it had only been a matter of time before the family sent a representative. However, Wildfighter hadn't expected the Long family to act almost as soon as Azure's family competition had ended. It seems the Long family has found its confidence. Otherwise, they wouldn't have shown up so soon, Crimson Star said. It's probably because of Zero Wing. The guild has an alliance with Netherworld Empire, after all. In addition, Zero Wing is responsible for helping Silent Wonder win the competition. Obviously, Zero Wing is quite capable when it comes to nurturing talented players. The Long family must think it'll do fine on its own, without support from Violet Sword or the Zeus Corporation, Wildfighter assumed. The most important developmental aspects for any guild were talented experts and resources. While Azure did not lack experts, it didn't have nearly as many resources as a veteran super guild like Violet Sword. If Azure wished to continue its development, it would have to ally with the super guild. This was exactly what Azure's various shareholder families and Grand Elders were pushing for. However, if Azure no longer had to worry about nurturing its talented members, neither the Long family nor the chamber itself would bother to ally with Violet Sword. Violet Sword was already demanding a high price for this alliance, and the partnership would basically transform Azure into one of Violet Sword's vassals. None of Azure's shareholders wanted this, but they had to agree due to the immense pressure the Zeus Corporation placed on them to agree. This is interesting. Show them to the reception room and make them wait for a while, Tori decided. I'm interested to see what ability Zero Wing has to make the Long family so confident. Understood. The Tier 3 assassin breathed a sigh of relief as Tori calmed down. He then ran back to the residence's entrance. Meanwhile, a crowd had formed outside of Violet Sword's residence, embroiled in a heated discussion regarding Zero Wings members. The group of players was just too eye-catching. Two gigantic flying mounts stood behind Zero Wings members, an eagle with arcs of electricity dancing across its body, and a skeletal dragon, radiating bursts of cold. Both flying mounts had auras on par with Grand Lords of the same level, and when they stood side by side, they were impossible to ignore. Crap, who are these people? They actually have two mounts that rival Violet Sword's Netherflame Eagle. What an amazing guild! Violet Sword only has two extraordinary flying mounts, yet these people have two as well. At this stage of the game, flying mounts were still unattainable for most of God's Domain's players. Even the various large guilds only had a few flying mounts, and most of those were common. Even so, it was enough to allow them to flaunt their strength. Meanwhile, the various super guilds would go crazy for extraordinary flying mounts, which could hold their own against Grand Lords of the same level. Not everyone could say the same. Even most Tier 3 experts would have to flee from such a monster. Only with a team of Tier 3 experts could take down Grand Lords of the same level. However, not only could a guild easily hunt Grand Lord-ranked field bosses with an extraordinary flying mount, but they could also broaden their sphere of activity, visiting far more dangerous locations in search of resources. While passers-by quietly discussed Zero Wing's two flying mounts, Long Wushang, who waited at the entrance to Violet Sword's residence, began to grow nervous. He had never thought Feng would go through with his claim and travel to Violet Sword as soon as Azure's family competition ended. The swordsman hadn't even given Violet Sword any time to calm down after learning of its defeat. The competition's outcome had as good as ruined the Zeus Corporation and Violet Sword's plans to take control of the Azure Chamber of Commerce. Needless to say, they'd be furious, and they'd definitely blame Zero Wing, the guild that had played a major role in foiling their plans. Although the Long family and Zero Wing now qualified to negotiate with Zeus and Violet Sword, they shouldn't push for negotiations while the other side was still fuming. Not only would they fail to change the corporation and super guild minds, but they might make the situation worse. Wonder, can you persuade your guild leader? I know he wants to negotiate with Violet Sword, but he shouldn't do so during such a precarious time. Long Wushang whispered to Silent Wonder. At this rate, not only will negotiations fail, but Violet Sword might end up hating us. We'll lose our advantage in Azure. Azure's elders and grand elders did not particularly mind whether Azure partnered with Violet Sword or not, but becoming enemies would be a different story. If that happened, everything would be over for the Long family. Too many of Azure's key resource areas were located within Violet Sword's territories, among others. If Violet Sword decided that it no longer cared about those resource areas, the other super guilds wouldn't hesitate to fight to claim the areas. I'll try my best, Silent Wonder said. She agreed with her elder's sentiments. Zero Wing had barely any power in the West, while Violet Sword could easily deal a major blow to the Azure Chamber of Commerce. Furthermore, Zero Wing couldn't avoid Violet Sword if it wished to develop on the Western continent. She did not wish to see her guild face Violet Sword's wrath over her. However, just as Silent Wonder was about to approach Feng, a Tier 3 assassin emerged from Violet Sword's residence and walked up to Feng, apologizing. Sorry for the long wait, Guild Leader Black Flame. Please follow me. All right, Feng replied, putting away his Thunder Eagle. He then followed the assassin into the residence, giving Silent Wonder no chance to intervene. Upon entering the Super Guild's residence, both Long Wushang and Silent Wonder were stunned. Not only were the Violet Sword members in the residence very high-leveled, but quite a few of them were also Tier 3 experts. Moreover, they spotted over 100 Refinement Realm experts with a glance. When they reached the castle that acted as the residence's core, they were even more stunned as they felt such dense mana that it had condensed into a white fog. The entire castle felt ancient. All of the Super Guild's members who entered and left the castle radiated astonishingly powerful auras, while quite a few were even stronger than Azure's young geniuses. So this is Violet Sword. Silent Wonder was amazed as she watched the dozen or so young Tier 3 experts walk into the castle. Even a random group of players had so many Refinement Realm and Flowing Water Realm experts. Furthermore, this was only one of Violet Sword's many residences, and the guild had several training grounds. If Violet Sword gathered all of the new recruits, the sight would be awe-inspiring. "Please, come in," the Tier 3 assassin leading the way said as he gestured to the guild hall before him. When he noticed Long Wushang's and Silent Wonder's astonishment, he felt pleased and proud. Overall, Violet Sword might not be as powerful as the 5 great super guilds, but it was just as capable of nurturing talented players, which the guild was quite proud of. No ordinary super guild could compare. After a moment, the Tier 3 assassin led Feng and his companions into the top-floor reception room in the guild hall. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU3 players, Tori, Wildfighter, and Crimson Star, already waited in the room. However, none of them bothered to conceal their auras, and the combined energy felt stifling. They were obviously trying to intimidate Zero Wing's representatives. Sure enough, Long Wushang could not help but shake his head when he saw the 3 people. He knew these negotiations wouldn't end well. There wasn't even a point in continuing this facade. The pressure of their combined auras was simply too powerful. Even peak experts would struggle to breathe in the reception room, much less weaker players. In Long Wushang's opinion, aside from Feng, Silent Wonder, and Violet Cloud, withstanding these aggressive auras would be troublesome for their party. Meanwhile, the Tier 3 assassin from Violet Sword sneered at this sight. Zero Wing might be a pseudo-superpower, but Violet Sword was no ordinary super guild, and Zero Wing had no place trying to instigate negotiations on a whim. "This room is really stuffy. Aqua, why don't you guys remove your cloaks? It'll be cooler for you that way," Feng calmly suggested, never taking his eyes off of Tori and his 2 comrades. Chapter 26:13. Astonishing Statistics. Zero Wing's potential hearing Feng's suggestion. The Tier 3 assassin continued to sneer at the group. Do they think they can withstand the instructor's auras just by removing their black cloaks? The black cloak merely concealed some of the player's statistics, but couldn't hide a player's aura. Everyone in God's domain knew this. Of course, there are tools that could conceal a player's aura, but those tools were extremely expensive and not practical. Furthermore, expert players could conceal their auras with their own skills. They didn't have to rely on such tools. Even Long Wushang gave Feng a strange look. He couldn't understand what the man was trying to do. By removing their black cloaks, Aqua Rose and the others would only expose their statistics. That wouldn't help them withstand these 3 monsters' auras. Tori, Wildfighter, and Crimson Star were all instructors in Violet Sword. Anyone that could become a Super Guild's instructor would also be a Grand Elder, absolute upper echelons in the guild. Super Guilds also acquired top-tier weapons and equipment each day. A veteran Super Guild like Violet Sword had likely seen every kind of weapon and equipment piece the game had to offer. Now, that Violet Sword was in a fit of rage and intent on striking fear into their group to chase them away. Not even full sets of top-tier weapons and equipment would be enough to change these 3 instructors' minds. During the time the Tier 3 assassin and Long Wushang wondered what Feng intended, Aqua Rose and the others removed their black cloaks. When they saw these players' statistics, the assassin and Long Wushang nearly fainted from shock. Level 117. The moment the black cloaks were gone, these players' auras burst forth like erupting volcanoes. The ambient mana rapidly gathered around them, creating a mana vortex that thinned the rest of the mana in the room. When the Tier 3 assassin and Long Wushang realized that these auras rivaled that of mythic monsters, they instinctively stepped back to a tolerable distance. Meanwhile, Tori's group stared in astonishment when they saw Aqua Rose's and her companions' levels. Level 117. How is this possible? Even our guild's leveling maniac has only reached level 114. How did they get so powerful? Wildfighter exclaimed in the team chat, overwhelmed with shock as he stared at Zero Wing's players. Their levels weren't the highest in the guild since they normally train Violet Sword's new recruits. They didn't have time to devote themselves to grinding for levels. Even so, these three had never fallen behind the frontline players. The foreign energies in level 100-plus maps were a burden, steadily corroding players' bodies and preventing them from grinding for long. Thus, as instructors, Tori and his comrades had to maintain their levels. Meanwhile, these three usually trained recruits while recuperating, and as a result, their levels weren't too far behind, even if their leveling speed wasn't the greatest. All three were currently level 112, which most peak experts hadn't reached yet. And yet, the players before them had 5 levels on them. How did they manage that? Moreover, Zero Wing didn't have just 1 or 2 players at that level. All 8 members who had removed their black cloaks had reached level 117. No, I can sense that all of these people have fully unlocked their mana bodies. They shouldn't have used any special grinding methods to achieve such a high level, Crimson Star said, shaking her head. In God's domain, the only way to level up quickly was to grind monsters. The stronger the monsters players fought, the more EXP they'd gain. If players tried to grind monsters that were 3 levels lower than they wouldn't even earn 50% of what they did when defeating monsters of the same level. If they tried grinding monsters 6 levels lower than they wouldn't get any EXP at all. While questing was also a reliable way to earn EXP, Quest's main objective was to provide coins, weapons, equipment, and special tools. The only way to level rapidly was to face powerful monsters of the same or higher level. Because of this, no player with a high level in God's domain was considered weak. In fact, most ordinary players saw a player's level as a direct representation of their strength. Still shocked, the 3 instructors didn't realize Feng had walked up to them. It had felt as if he had stood in the middle of the room all this time. "Can we talk now?" Feng asked, looking at each instructor in turn. Only then did Wildfighter and Crimson Star realize that Feng stood before them. "Out with it. Why do you come to Violet Sword?" Tori asked, giving Feng a serious look. He no longer displayed any rage or belittlement. If Zero Wing had had only 1 player at level 117, he would have, at most, been surprised and acknowledged the expert's strength. But not only did a whole group of level 117 players stand before him, but they had also unlocked their mana body's full potential. This achievement couldn't just be the result of personal strength. Rather, it was a representation of the guild's foundation and power. Since Zero Wing had so many high-leveled experts with fully unlocked mana bodies, the guild earned his basic respect. After seeing Silent Wonder and the others himself, Tori also understood why Silent Wonder had defeated Solitary Frost. There wasn't much of a difference between the basic attributes of a player with a fully unlocked mana body and one without, but there was a colossal difference between their combat power. It was almost the difference of half a tier, which wasn't a gap that could be shortened with combat standards and techniques. Although Solitary Frost was a domain realm expert, he was still quite young. He did not have much experience fighting opponents with more raw power. Hence, suffering defeat wasn't all that strange. "You're surprisingly frank, Instructor Tori. In that case, I'll just come out with it," Feng said, smiling at Tori, who had paid close attention to him since the moment he entered the room. "I'm here to discuss Silent Wonder's situation. Guild Leader Black Flame, if you wish to insist that she's a member of Zero Wing, not Azure, and thus doesn't need to develop in Violet Sword, don't bother. I will suggest that my superiors leave Silent Wonder alone," Wildfighter said. Zero Wing didn't have much power on the Western continent, but its potential was incredible. Becoming this pseudo-superpower's enemy over Silent Wonder would be truly unwise. Besides, Violet Sword could still follow through with its plans, even without a half-step Grandmaster Alchemist like Silent Wonder. At worst, their plans might take more time to complete. Moreover, the Zeus Corporation was the main reason that Violet Sword had insisted on obtaining Silent Wonder, and the corporation had simply made the demand because the Long family had refused to cooperate fully with Zeus's plan to unify the powers under its command. The Zeus Corporation only wanted to make an example out of the Long family, and was using Violet Sword to do so. Long Wushang was stunned to hear Wildfighter give in so quickly. The matter had been dealt with just like that? The Long family had negotiated with the Zeus Corporation and Violet Sword many times, yet the two had refused to concede. They had even gone as far as to use Azure's ruling rights to threaten the family. And yet, Feng had just visited Violet Sword's residence for the first time, briefly mentioned Silent Wonder, and Wildfighter had agreed to part with her. Long Wushang felt as if he stood in the wrong guild's residence. Even Silent Wonder's mouth hung open in shock. She had never expected these negotiations to progress so smoothly. Just as everyone assumed the negotiations were over, however, Feng shook his head, saying, "No, I believe you've misunderstood something. I'm not here to talk about that." "What do you wish to discuss, then?" Wildfighter asked, confused. Hadn't Zero Wing come to dissuade Violet Sword from its plans? Zero Wing would like to partner with Violet Sword. "I know your guild has uncovered an ancient secret land, which requires special tools to enter. I suggest our guilds work together. Zero Wing only wants 100 entry slots in exchange," Feng said. The fact that Violet Sword had relied on an ancient secret land to boost its development speed on the Western continent hadn't been a secret in the past. The moment Long Wushang had shown up in Zero Wing's residence, Feng had remembered this secret land. This ancient secret land held the key to completing the Tier 4 promotion quest. It was the very reason that Violet Sword had nurtured plenty of Tier 4 experts in Feng's past life. In fact, this guild had commanded nearly twice as many Tier 4 experts as ordinary super guilds. Guild leader Blackflame, are you insane? Do you know how many slots the secret land has in total? You're asking for half of the slots we have right now. Crimson Star interjected. The ancient secret land was a huge opportunity for Violet Sword to rise to prominence. Hence, every entry slot was incredibly precious, yet Zero Wing wanted half of them. Despite her conservative personality, Crimson Star accused Feng of madness. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Feng was merely offering the help of an advanced master alchemist. It wasn't as if Violet Sword didn't have any of its own. What if I promise that I can help you capture the ancient secret land? Feng unhurriedly said, chuckling. Capture it? What kind of place do you think it is? Are you going to capture an ancient secret land with just 10 experts with fully unlocked mana bodies? Crimson Star mocked, smirking. Experts with fully unlocked mana bodies were indeed precious right now, but Violet Sword could nurture quite a few with another 2 weeks. Many of the Super Guild's experts had already made considerable progress, and the Violet Sword was more than capable of capturing the ancient secret land without Zero Wing's experts. At most, doing so might take another 2 weeks. What if I offer the help of 100 Tier 3 experts with fully unlocked mana bodies? Feng asked, flashing Crimson Star's smug smile. Chapter 2614, Ancient Secret Land. Priority pick? 100 experts with fully unlocked mana bodies. Silence dominated the room after Feng's question. Even Tori's gaze sharpened in an attempt to detect the swordsman's lie. Are you telling the truth? Tori asked. The various superpowers urgently needed experts with fully unlocked mana bodies. Only these experts could cope with the environments and monsters within level 100+, super large-scale team dungeons, and hostile secret lands. Unfortunately, a handful, even just a dozen, experts with fully unlocked mana bodies would be useless during raids. A team of 100 of these experts would be a different story, however. With a full 100-man team, raiding these locations would be possible, and such a team would be invaluable to Violet Sword, which had located an immensely important ancient secret land. Meanwhile, Long Wushang gaped at Feng from the reception room's entrance. He had never dreamed that Zero Wing's foundations were so frighteningly sturdy. 100 experts with fully unlocked mana bodies. With these 100 experts, no superpower would dare provoke Zero Wing, even if it didn't have much power in the West. If these 100 experts decided to retaliate in the fields or cause a scene in a guild city, the targeted superpower would definitely suffer. Of course, I wouldn't have come all the way here otherwise, Feng confirmed, nodding. Although Zero Wing only had a little over 24 experts with fully unlocked mana bodies right now, Many of the guild's Tier 3 refinement realm experts had already reached 85% or higher thanks to the Lost Town's special environment. At most, Zero Wing would need 3 more days to gather a full 100-man team. The raid on the ancient secret land wouldn't begin immediately. Violet's sword would need some time to prepare. Without the necessary tools, players wouldn't survive in the secret land, and by the time those tools were ready, Zero Wing should have all the experts it promised. Hence, Feng didn't consider his statement to be a lie. Tori and the other 2 instructors fell silent after hearing Feng's reply. Are we actually going to agree to his offer, Instructor Tori? This ancient secret land is likely unique in God's domain. You already know how astounding the environment is for training. Black Flame is too greedy. We have already split half the entry slots with mythology. If we give another 100 entry slots to Zero Wing, we'll have less authority there than mythology, even if we retain a spot, Wildfighter asked Tori in the team chat. The ancient secret land had a strict entry limit. It was more like an ancient city isolated from the outside world than a true secret land. As long as players defeated the trial boss, they'd become ordinary citizens in the city, enjoying the city's various benefits. To monopolize this secret land, Violet Sword had partnered with mythology, and both guilds had dispatched large armies to barricade the entrance, preventing other powers from entering. Each guild would then occupy half of the available entry slots. Violet Sword had gone to great lengths to secure 200 entry slots, yet Zero Wing wanted 100 for helping the Super Guild defeat the trial boss. No matter how one looked at it, this didn't seem like a worthwhile transaction. Given another 2 weeks, Violet Sword would be more than capable of taking the trial boss down by itself. The Super Guild didn't need any of Zero Wing's help. Crimson Star nodded in agreement to Wildfighter's comment. Guild leader Black Flame, while your proposal is tempting, you demand too much. I can offer a maximum of 10 entry slots, not 1 more, Tori said after giving the matter some thought. Even without your help, we will capture the secret land. It only may take us a few days longer. You might be right, but as far as I know, Violet Sword isn't the only power in control of the ancient secret land. Just 1 day could make a massive difference. I'm sure you're aware of this, Instructor Tori. Moreover, I don't just want 100 entry slots. I also want priority over one of the items the trial boss drops, Feng coolly declared, nodding. Long Wushang could only stare at the swordsman, utterly flabbergasted. How is this supposed to be a partnership negotiation? Violet Sword had clearly stated that it would succeed, with or without Zero Wing, but instead of reducing his demands, Feng had asked for even more, setting his sights on the trial boss's loot. He was simply insane. You're correct. We're not the only guild in control of the ancient secret land right now, but you can't ally with the other guild, can you? Zero Wing has offended mythology often in the past, Wildfighter countered with a grin. Violet Sword is Zero Wing's only prospect for an alliance. We're already being quite generous by offering 10 entry slots. If you don't like it, you'll have to find another way to enter the secret land. Zero Wing's conflict with mythology was no longer fresh news. If mythology hadn't been the only other guild to control the ancient secret land, Violet Sword might have conceded to Feng's demands. There was no way mythology and Zero Wing would work together at this point. Feng was dreaming if he thought he could claim 100 entry slots and priority over the trial boss's loot. Convinced Feng was a madman, Long Wushang couldn't help but shake his head. Zero Wing was immensely powerful in the East. In fact, it was so powerful that not even several superpowers could take it down. However, Zero Wing's strength was limited to the Eastern continent. Even if the guild brought 100 experts with fully unlocked mana bodies to the West, it could, at most, annoy the various superpowers. Zero Wing couldn't reach the various superpowers' roots, let alone those of a veteran super guild like Violet Sword. What if we enter the secret land by ourselves? Feng asked, smiling. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU enter the secret land yourselves? Crimson Star Parrot, smirking. She then continued, Guild Leader Black Flame, I don't mean to belittle you, but do you know how large of a force our 2 guilds have stationed at the entrance? Not even 1,000 experts with fully unlocked mana bodies could dream of setting foot in the ancient secret land without our approval. To secure their hold, Violet Sword and Mythology had established a guild city around the ancient secret land's entrance. Without being able to destroy the city, no one would enter the secret land. Silently, Long Wushang nodded his agreement with Crimson Star's statement. He had visited this guild city when the Azure Chamber of Commerce had sent its lifestyle players to Violet Sword. That guild city's defenses were no weaker than the various super guilds' main headquarters. Is that so? Leisurely, Feng asked, but what if I have him? With that, Feng retrieved a summon guard scroll and called forth Versailles. Chapter 2615, Tier 4 Secret Silver Guard. Life transition. When Feng summoned Versailles into the reception room, the room's mana transformed. So dense, so heavy. The mana inside the reception room didn't feel like mana at all. Everyone in the room felt as if they had been submerged in water and were drowning. A Tier 4 personal guard? How is this possible? Long Wushang and the Tier 3 assassin were stunned when they saw Versailles. They had seen level 120 personal guards before. After all, every superpower in the game had a few by now, but those had only been Tier 3 personal guards. They had never seen a level 120 Tier 4 personal guard before. They hadn't even thought one existed at this stage of the game. Reaching Tier 4 was an immensely difficult feat, even for personal guards. Most player and power-owned guards couldn't even reach Tier 4. Fine Gold guards had a relatively high chance of completing their Tier 4 promotion quests, but reaching that milestone required a lot of preparation and a lot of time. Even the various superpowers personal guards had just recently reached level 120. Thus, logically, getting one's hands on a Tier 4 personal guard at this stage should be impossible, yet Zero Wing had one. Tier 4 NPCs were the true big shots of God's domain. They qualified to rule major NPC cities and were beyond current players' reach. A Tier 4 personal guard? It seems the Eastern continent's superpowers have grossly underestimated Zero Wing. Their assumption that your guild is powerless outside of Cold Spring Forest is severely flawed, Tori commented as he gazed at Versailles. Even after seeing the Tier 4 personal guard, he still appeared quite calm. Even so, I do not think that a level 120 Tier 4 Secret Silver Guard can break into our 2-guild city. Although the guild city in question was only basic rank, it was protected by an incredibly powerful defensive magic array. The magic array could endure Tier 4 attacks without any trouble. Otherwise, the city wouldn't have withstood the demonic creature army's invasion. The Western continent was far more dangerous than the East. Towns and cities faced frequent demonic creature assaults. These armies especially loved to target guild towns and cities. It wasn't odd to find 3 to 5 mythic monsters among each demonic creature army, in addition to hundreds of thousands of weaker demonic creatures. Trying to rely on a measly Tier 4 NPC to threaten a guild city jointly operated by 2 super guilds was laughable. Of course, a Tier 4 NPC, particularly a Tier 4 Great Wizard, could destroy an ordinary guild city, but trying to destroy a superpowers guild city with a single Tier 4 NPC was ridiculous. Every guild city a superpower established would have some means of fending off or exterminating Tier 4 beings. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any difference between superpowers and ordinary powers. That's right. A Tier 4 Secret Silver Guard would be invincible in the fields. Unfortunately, it is not enough to threaten a superpowers guild city, Crimson Star said after snapping of her days. From near the reception room's doors, Long Wushang nodded in agreement. The strength Zero Wing had just revealed was astonishing. If Zero Wing were dealing with a weaker superpower, that power might concede to Zero Wing's demands. Unfortunately, Zero Wing was dealing with Violet Sword, a veteran super guild that was almost as powerful as the 5 great super guilds. Not even 2 or 3 Tier 4 Secret Silver Guards would be enough to change Violet Sword's mind. Indeed, a Tier 4 Secret Silver Guard would take forever just to blast open a guild city's defensive magic array. Feng agreed. Smiling, he asked, but what if I have a Tier 4 Fine Gold ranked Great Wizard? Impossible. Just having one Tier 4 personal guard is a miracle. How could you have another one? Crimson Star instinctively opposed Feng's calm question. A Tier 4 Secret Silver Guard wasn't strong enough to break a guild city's defensive magic array, but would be a different story for a Tier 4 Fine Gold Guard. Generally, Fine Gold Guards possessed taboo skills and curses that allowed them to exhibit power beyond their tier. With the power of a Tier 4 taboo skill or curse, even shattering a city's defensive barrier with a single hit would be possible. However, rising from Tier 3 to Tier 4 was a major feat for personal guards. Even personal guards with extremely high growth potential would need to prepare extensively before challenging their Tier 4 promotion quest. Moreover, they still had a high chance of failing, and sending a large number of personal guards to challenge their Tier 4 promotion quest with the hope that some would succeed wasn't feasible for current guilds. When a Tier 3 personal guard wished to challenge their Tier 4 promotion quest, they needed a large number of magic cores, and not just any would do. These magic cores had to come from level 100 plus mythic monsters. Unfortunately, level 100 plus mythic monsters didn't even have a 5% drop rate for magic cores, and only demonic creatures would drop them at all. As a result, even the various super guilds could, at most, afford to send one personal guard to challenge their Tier 4 promotion quest. Even if zero-wing hunted monsters with a Tier 3 Knight division, there were only so many mythic-ranked demonic creatures in Cold Spring Forest. The fact that Zero Wing had nurtured a single Tier 4 personal guard was a miracle, but having two was simply impossible. I might have only one Tier 4 personal guard, but that doesn't mean that I can't increase his growth potential, Feng said before revealing a translucent, multicolored fruit. Everyone in the reception room felt physically and mentally restless the moment Feng retrieved the colorful fruit from his bag. Their instincts screamed at them to devour the fruit. The fruit of life. Who are you? Crimson Star demanded, staring at the colorful fruit in shock. Feng's Tier 4 personal guard had been surprising enough. Yet this man also had the incomparably precious fruit of life. This was unbelievable. The fruit of life was legendary throughout God's domain. People had even called it the holy fruit. Not only could the fruit of life resurrect the dead, but it could also help living creatures recover to their peak and elevate their potential. There were even rumors that players could boost their life ratings significantly by consuming it. If they spotted a fruit of life, even high-tiered NPCs would do everything in their power to claim it, not to mention players. In Crimson Star's opinion, though, this legendary fruit was just that, a legend. It was beyond the reach of players. The only known way to obtain the fruit of life was to harvest it from the elven race's tree of life. However, elves consider these fruits holy. They would never trade or sell the fruit to outsiders. If players wanted their own fruit of life, they could only obtain one by attacking a location that housed a tree of life. However, the elves' trees of life were so heavily guarded that not even Tier 6 gods could reach them. Moreover, most of the various kingdoms and empires' great and grand wizards had learned from elven great and grand wizards. Anyone that dared attack the elves' main headquarters would only make an enemy of these kingdoms and empires. No one under the heavens would be able to save them. Even Tori stared at the fruit in Feng's hand in astonishment. The fruit of life. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. The various superpowers have been desperately searching for the item after learning about it. Based on what they had learned, there was only one way, other than raiding an elven city, to procure a fruit of life. While the elves refused to trade or sell these fruits, they sometimes offered them as gifts to players who had significantly helped their race. Hence, there were quite a few fruits lying around. Only, most of these fruits of life had been given away decades, maybe centuries ago, so no one knew their current whereabouts. Even with the superpowers' powerful information networks, no one had found the slightest clue leading to these gifted fruits of life. And yet, Feng held one in his palm. "Eat it," Feng said, passing the colorful fruit to Versailles. Versailles did not hesitate, excitedly and fanatically taking the fruit. His changed attitude made the room's mana restless. After a deep, sincere bow of gratitude to Feng. Versailles ate the fruit of life as the players in the reception room watched. Chapter 26:16 Potential Skyrockets, World Creation. You. Crimson Stars and Wildfighter's eyes went wide as they watched Feng give the fruit of life to his personal guard with no hesitation. What a waste. The fruit of life was an incredibly rare and valuable item, far more valuable than a Tier 4 Fine Gold Guard. That fruit could permanently increase a player's life rating or upgrade a Fine Gold Guard to Dark Gold rank, drastically increasing the personal guard's chance of reaching Tier 5. Versailles was only a Tier 4 Secret Silver Guard. Even if the fruit of life upgraded him to Fine Gold rank, and his combat power drastically increased, he wouldn't become much more valuable. Fine Gold Guards had almost no chance of reaching Tier 5. Meanwhile, players could challenge their Tier 4 promotion quest once they reached level 120, which would significantly decrease a Tier 4 personal guard value. Using the Fruit of Life to help a player or personal guard reach Tier 5 would be far more beneficial than using it to boost a Tier 4 NPC's combat power. Not many in God's domain would reach Tier 5. That much was clear after seeing how few players completed their Tier 3 promotion quests. While Crimson Star and Wildfighter mourned the fact that Feng had wasted the fruit, a visible layer of life energy formed around Versailles. Initially, the Tier 4 Great Wizard had been old and decrepit. His aura had been frightening, but it hadn't been able to hide his fading life aura. Now, however, Versailles regained his youthful vigor at a visible rate. Not only was his life aura growing stronger, but he also began to appear younger. After 5 seconds, Versailles had gone from looking like someone in his 70s to someone in his 50s. As soon as the process ended, the mana density in the room skyrocketed. Space started to isolate the room from the outside world, with Versailles as its commander. World creation? How is this possible? Crimson Star's jaw dropped. Instructor Tori could only stare at the Tier 4 personal guard, dumbfounded. Once God's domain's NPCs reached Tier 4, they almost always gained a personal domain. These domains are the reason that Tier 4 NPCs were so powerful. The domains NPCs gained weren't a result of a skill or spell, but naturally formed. They also weren't limited like domain skills. Not only could Tier 4 NPCs easily suppress their enemies with their natural domains, but they could also elevate their own combat power. These domains were also the reason that Tier 4 NPCs could effortlessly take on a large group of Tier 3 NPCs of the same level. If players tried to challenge a Tier 4 NPC without a Tier 4 combatant, it wouldn't matter how many Tier 3 players they had. They'd all die. This was also why Tier 4 NPCs qualified to serve as magistrates in major NPC cities, while Tier 3 NPCs did not. If players tried to attack a major NPC city without strong enough fighters, they'd accomplish nothing, regardless of how many combatants they had. NPCs weren't like monsters. Tier 4 monsters were only powerful due to their basic attributes, while players relied on skills, spells, and numbers to make up the attribute differences. Even Tier 2 players could defeat Tier 4 monsters with a large enough team. NPCs, however, had an overwhelming advantage with their mana control. A Tier 4 NPC could use their mana to suppress every enemy within range. If players couldn't break free from the mana's bindings, they wouldn't even be able to put up a fight. However, Versailles had gone past obtaining a natural domain, now able to use world creation. Versailles had mastered his mana control before, but now he ruled over it. With his will alone, he could manipulate mana, bending it to his rules, as if creating a new world around himself. Normally, however, only Tier 5 NPCs could command world creation. Even Feng was astonished. He had never realized how amazing Versailles was. While the Fruit of Life could increase an NPC's growth potential, it wouldn't immediately alter the NPC's basic attributes or combat standards unless the NPC had some lingering injuries that weakened them. Any Tier 4 NPC with world creation was a true big shot, only one step away from reaching Tier 5. They were far stronger than ordinary Tier 4 NPCs. The difference between a Tier 4 NPC with world creation and one without was like the difference between a Tier 3 player with a fully unlocked mana body and a player that had yet to accomplish the feat. There was at least half a tier between the two. Elated, Feng immediately inspected Versailles' statistics. Versailles, Yifeng's personal guard, gender, male age, 76 loyalty, 93 growth potential, 90 level 120 class, Tier 4 Great Wizard crap. His growth potential is just 1 point away from the Dark Gold rank. When Feng saw Versailles' growth potential, realization dawned on him. Now, Feng was absolutely certain that Versailles' original growth potential hadn't been Secret Silver rank, but Fine Gold rank. Moreover, he should have been a Tier 4 big shot on the cusp of reaching Tier 5. The Fruit of Life simply wasn't capable of providing such a huge growth potential increase. They were talking about a whopping 16 points. Even a Fruit of Life, known as the Holy Fruit, couldn't boost an NPC's growth potential so massively. The only explanation was that Versailles hadn't fully recovered after drinking the Water of Life and had failed to recover to his full growth potential. Feng didn't know what had left Versailles in such a state, but he was overjoyed and ecstatic. He was even happier than when he had obtained a fragmented legendary item. He had already known that Versailles was an amazing Tier 4 NPC, but now he learned that this personal guard even had world creation. With this, he could accomplish more than ever, including visiting many of the locations he couldn't reach during his previous life. After players reached Tier 3 and fully unlocked their mana bodies, no land in God's domain was beyond their reach. While they could even visit the most dangerous maps, however, returning would be another matter altogether. After all, level 100+ maps made up the majority of the vast continent of God's domain. The human kingdoms and empires only occupied lands suitable for their residents, which only included a small fraction of the main continent. There were far more maps that were too dangerous for humans. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Tier 3 players were still limited to relatively safe locations. They'd only be attempting suicide if they tried to explore the truly dangerous areas on the continent. They might even have an encounter that would force them to restart their account. Now that Feng had a Tier 4 world creation NPC by his side, however, he could visit the game's truly lethal maps. These dangerous locations generally served as the venues for Tier 4 promotion quests and contained many ancient inheritances. When the various superpowers experts had reached Tier 4 and beyond in the past, they had spent much of their time in these areas, rarely returning. They could only continue to grow stronger by exploring these maps. Realizing how much time he had spent gazing at his personal guard stats, Feng quickly suppressed his excitement and returned his attention to Tori and his two companions. May I know if Zero Wing now qualifies to negotiate a partnership with your guild? Feng asked Tori. Chapter 26:17, Secret of the Ancient Secret Land. Even after a long moment, Tori and his comrades couldn't find a proper response to Feng's question. Feng was simply too ruthless. To ensure that he'd be able to enter the Ancient Secret Land, Feng had wasted a Fruit of Life to upgrade his personal guard to Fine Gold rank. Not even they would dare behave so lavishly. However, they had to admit that this swordsman was extremely fortunate to upgrade his personal guard to a Tier 4 world creation NPC. With this single NPC, Feng could blast through a basic city's defensive magic array. Versailles could cause a huge scene inside the city, allowing Feng and his team to pass into the Ancient Secret Land unhindered. Instructor Tori, Black Flame, must be dreaming, Wild Fighter said in the team chat. Even if he can break into the city and enter the Ancient Secret Land, he'll only be able to do so a handful of times, at most. I refuse to believe he can come and go from our city as he pleases forever. Moreover, Mythology will have to bear half of the entry slots we lose because of Zero Wing, significantly reducing our losses. When our two guilds gain Tier 4 experts, his personal guard will be useless, and our guild will still have 200 entry slots. The Ancient Secret Land contained an ancient city independent from God's domain's two main continents. Even if players defeated the trial boss and became citizens, they would need to remain within the city for some time to enjoy its benefits. Players wouldn't gain access to all of the city's benefits when they first reached the city. However, while Zero Wing could get into the ancient secret land, the amount of time its players could stay in the city would be limited. Players could only extend their stay with a special tool. 1 week. Even with this special tool, players could only reside in the ancient secret land for a maximum of 7 natural days. If they did not leave on time, they'd starve to death. The special tool in question also had a 10-day cooldown. In other words, Feng would have to break into Violet Sword and Mythology's Guild City repeatedly to continue enjoying the secret land's benefits. Not only were the various superpowers searching for an easier way to unlock their experts' mana bodies, however, but they were also preparing for the Tier 4 promotion quests. This meant that Zero Wing had very little time left to take advantage of the secret land. Crimson Star nodded in agreement with Wildfighter's claim. There was no way their 2 guilds could form an alliance. After all, Zero Wing couldn't offer enough benefits to warrant 100 entry slots. Tori didn't immediately reply to Wildfighter's proposal. Instead, he closed his eyes and fell deep into thought. After some time, the man's eyes opened, and he looked at Feng, saying, "Guild leader Black Flame, a partnership between our guilds isn't exactly out of the question." Instructor Tori, both Wildfighter and Crimson Star were surprised to hear Tori's response. Violet Sword didn't need to agree to Feng's demands, and their guild leader and grand elders would never agree to such laughable conditions. "What are your conditions?" Feng calmly asked. Feng admitted that he had demanded quite a bit, but he had no choice. This was all for the sake of helping Zero Wing's members reach Tier 4. With the guild's current resources, he could only guarantee that a few select individuals would complete their promotion quests. Everyone else's chances were minute, at best. If Zero Wing couldn't nurture enough Tier 4 experts, it would struggle to defend its current resources and territory. Too many superpowers targeted his guild, and they were only powerless against Zero Wing now, due to the Night Division and its guild city's formidable defenses. However, once the era of Tier 4 dawned, destroying guild cities wouldn't just become possible. It had become common. When God's Domain had reached the Tier 4 era in the past, it had been the craziest chapter of the game's history. The various superpowers had fought like madmen, destroying countless guild cities. Many had even been annihilated. This was also one of the reasons that Feng was so desperate to reach Tier 4. Although he could rely on Versailles to force his way into the ancient secret land, that wasn't a long-term plan. Allying with Violet Sword was his best option. He'd only resort to force if the Super Guild refused to work with him. "I only require that you assist us with one thing," Guild leader Black Flame, Tori said. "So long as you complete this task, we will agree to all of your conditions." "What is it?" Tori's statement piqued Feng's curiosity. He hadn't expected this man to agree to his conditions so easily. "It's quite simple. I just need you to clear the ancient secret land's hero trial," Tori declared. "Once you clear it, we'll agree to your demands, but if you fail, we'll ask you to leave. When the time comes, our guilds will rely on their own strength to enter the ancient secret land." The hero trial? Feng was a little confused. As far as he could remember, the ancient secret land's trial only had 2 difficulties, and neither was called hero. The hero trial? Instructor Tori, that's too risky. We only have one opportunity. We will not get another chance if we fail. How can Zero Wing's people possibly complete it? Wildfighter anxiously complained. The ancient secret land's trial only had 2 difficulties on the surface, normal and elite. However, as a bonus for activating the ancient secret land, they had the opportunity to face an even harder trial, the hero trial. As long as players cleared the normal trial, they become official citizens in the ancient city, enjoying the various benefits the city had to offer. However, based on Violet Sword's research, clearing the hero trial would instantly grant the players noble status. There was a huge difference between the benefits a noble had access to and those of an ordinary citizen. While players could improve their rank, Rising to noble status would require a ridiculous amount of time and effort. Unfortunately, Violet Sword only had one chance to attempt the hero trial. They had originally intended to wait until the hero trial's time limit was up, which was in roughly 30 days. That way, they'd have the best possible chance of clearing the trial. However, not only had Tori just suggested they face the hero trial sooner than planned, but he also requested Zero Wings members clear it. While Zero Wings members had fully unlocked their mana bodies, their combat standards were far from satisfactory. Asking Zero Wings members to clear the hero trial would be a huge waste. If you fail the hero trial, I'd like Zero Wing to refrain from targeting the ancient secret land for 10 days. Are you willing to accept this challenge, Guild Leader Black Flame? Tori asked Feng. As Tori finished his question, realization dawned on Wildfighter and Crimson Star. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. While using the hero trial to gain a 10-day buffer was somewhat extravagant, it would give Violet Sword more than enough time to prepare for the normal trial. Once Violet Sword completed the trial, and its members became ordinary citizens in the ancient city, Zero Wing wouldn't be able to affect the guild's development overmuch, even if they made it into the ancient secret land. In fact, Zero Wing might not be allowed in the city as a result. Of course, Feng had to agree to the challenge first. Guild Leader Black Flame, do you dare to accept this challenge? Violet Sword has spent an enormous amount of resources to secure this ancient secret land. We can't simply hand over half of our available slots for nothing. You at least need to prove that Zero Wing can earn these slots. Crimson Star prodded, faintly smiling at Feng. Deal. I agree to your conditions, Feng replied after giving the matter some thought. However, I have an additional requirement. If you can agree to it, we will sign the contract immediately. Otherwise, as Instructor Tori has said, we will have to rely on our own strength to get into the secret land. What's this requirement? Wildfighter asked, curious. Chapter 26:18, Ancient Legacy. Earlier, I stated that I want the first pick of the trial boss's loot. That condition still stands, but I'm sure you're aware of how difficult the hero trial is. 100 Zero Wing members won't be enough to clear it, Feng calmly stated. Hence, I need your full cooperation. I repeat, your full cooperation. I will choose the 200 raid team members from among my people. Of course, you can send a few dozen players as well. Once we clear the trial, we'll each take half of the given entry slots. I'm sure that's a fitting trade-off, don't you think? By the time Feng finished speaking, Wildfighter and Crimson Star were stunned. Neither of them had expected Feng to make such an outrageous demand. They had thought this swordsman would propose a more excessive condition, such as requiring Violet Sword's members to serve as cannon fodder. They had mentally prepared to watch their members die several times. However, they had never dreamed that Feng wouldn't demand an even higher price, but offer to include more of his guild members in the raid. Even Aqua Rose, Long Wushang, and the others near the reception room's door were flabbergasted. Feng's last condition meant Zero Wing would do all the work for Violet Sword. It was insane. That won't be a problem. As long as you clear the hero trial, select any raid members you want. In fact, we won't even impose a penalty if our guild members die in a raid, Tori said. Although he was similarly surprised by Feng's proposal, he nodded in agreement. However, our people will ignore your orders if they think the raid is impossible, and you ask them to throw their lives away. Violet Sword had already prepared for multiple team wipes if it meant clearing the hero trial. Since Feng's condition would reduce the number of casualties their guild suffered, Tori was more than willing to agree. If that's the case, I agree, Feng said, nodding. Give me 3 days. I'll lead my men to the ancient secret land in 3 days. Meanwhile, Silent Wonder will remain here to help you. 3 days should be enough time for you to prepare the necessary tools. 3 days? Wildfighter frowned slightly. He hadn't thought Feng would want to act so soon. He had assumed they'd have around 5 days to prepare. Including the agreed-upon 10-day buffer, Violet Sword might have been able to gather enough experts to complete the elite trial. That won't be a problem. You may enter Violet Light City in 3 days. We will be waiting for you there, Tori said. Following which, Feng and Tori signed a contract. If Zero Wing cleared the hero trial, Violet Sword would surrender 100 entry slots to the ancient secret land. If Zero Wing failed, the guild would be prohibited from setting foot in the secret land for 10 days. With the contract signed, Feng promptly left Holy Flame City. Guild leader, 3 days isn't enough time. We can't even transfer 100 players to the Western continent within 3 days. And why did you offer to bring even more of our people into this raid? Aqua Rose asked from behind Feng on the Thunder Eagle. Exploring secret lands always had a high casualty rate. While a team could reap plenty of benefits, Zero Wing would only receive a fraction of what this secret land had to offer. Violet Sword would gain the most benefit. Zero Wing didn't need to sacrifice so many members just to help this super guild gain access. Long Wushang found Feng's decision a bit odd, as well. But since he wasn't a member of Zero Wing, he was in no position to question the swordsman. If this were an ordinary secret land, I wouldn't have offered to contribute so much manpower, but we're talking about a secret land that has survived since ancient times. Moreover, we're going to challenge this land's trial, Feng said, smiling. What do you think a trial is? Isn't it a test of strength that grants bountiful rewards when cleared? Aqua Rose replied, confused by her guild leader's question. That much was common knowledge in God's domain. You're only half correct, Feng said, shaking his head. Half? Aqua Rose's confusion grew. What do you mean? A trail is also an excellent training opportunity, Feng explained. It is true that God's domain's trails test players' strength, but a larger part of the reason for their existence is to help players grow even stronger. This is especially true with the trials from ancient times. The rewards are only a bonus for clearing these ancient trials. The trial itself is far more valuable. These trials contain complete legacies from ancient times. Even breaking past the mana body's 100% limit could be possible if we can comprehend a fraction of these legacies. Why else would there only be one opportunity to challenge the ancient secret land's hero trial? Before players had reached Tier 4 and began to explore the game's truly dangerous locations in the past, everyone had regarded trials like dungeons, nothing more. However, once players had reached Tier 4 and begun exploring these areas, they had found one ancient trial after another. As these Tier 4 experts continued to clear the ancient trials, they continued to grow stronger. Everyone realized how important God's domain's trials were after this discovery, especially those that had survived intact since ancient times. Every ancient trial was a golden opportunity. Since Violet Sword had offered to abandon the chance to challenge the ancient secret land's hero trial, Feng had to take advantage of this opportunity. He had even almost failed to contain his excitement and expose the hero trial's secrets when Tori had stated the condition. If possible, Feng wanted to monopolize all 200 raid slots, but Violet Sword would need a representative to claim the ancient city's entry slots, so it would have to send a few players, regardless of its desires. Guild leader, are you saying that we can use this trial to unlock more of our members' mana bodies? Excitement flashed in Aqua Rose's eyes. If this were true, they had just hit the jackpot. She had experienced ancient times training systems personally. The best example was the Extraordinary Tower. Her training was many times more efficient in that tower than anywhere else she had been in God's domain. It was also thanks to the Extraordinary Tower that she could fight domain realm experts, despite only having reached the Void Realm. If she and Zero Wing's other members could improve their combat standards and mana control, they'd have a much easier time with their Tier 4 promotion quests. Why would it be that easy? We only have one opportunity to face the trial. Whether you gain anything from it will depend on you, Feng replied, rolling his eyes. Not even 1 in 10,000 Tier 3 experts would cross the mana body's 100% threshold. How could all of Zero Wing's members make a breakthrough after facing a single trial? Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. This was just like with the Extraordinary Tower. Despite the tower's exceptional training mechanisms regarding the realms of truth, many Zero Wing core members had yet to reach the truth realm. Even so, this is an excellent opportunity. At least we have a chance to grow stronger. Some among us might even make a breakthrough like Violet. If we're lucky, Aqua Rose said, smiling. Long Wushang, who sat nearby, was tempted as he eavesdropped on the conversation. He had never realized that ancient trials offered such a benefit, either. He had seen the strength one gained when they unlocked more than 100% of their mana body. Violet Cloud hadn't even reached the domain realm, yet she had defeated Sinful Flame. In the end, Long Wushang couldn't contain himself and asked Feng, guild leader Black Flame, "May I know if you'd be willing to sell some of the entry slots to Azure? Of course, we will pay a sufficient price. You may state any demands you wish." Chapter 26:19 Unfathomable Zero Wing. Long Wushang's request surprised Aqua Rose and the others a little. They had never expected the man to suggest a partnership with Zero Wing. Long Wushang was an extremely prideful man. Even after Zero Wing had put on an outstanding display of strength during Azure's family competition, his attitude toward them and their guild had only improved from indifferent to normal. Rather, he merely saw Zero Wing as an equal now. The Azure Chamber of Commerce rivaled super guilds, after all, and while it might not be a match for Zero Wing and Violet Sword's gift for nurturing talented players, the Chamber's influence, resources, and manpower were far beyond that of Zero Wing. Moreover, Azure's family competition this year had only involved the younger members from the 5 main shareholder families. Not all of Azure's young talents had participated. Most of the Chamber's younger experts weren't even from the 5 main shareholder families, and some of them were even stronger than Xianxia. However, they didn't have the necessary qualifications to participate in the family competitions. Since Azure is willing to cooperate, I don't mind selling a few slots, but how many do you want, Elder Long? Feng asked, not surprised in the least by Long Wushang's request. Aqua Rose and the others, on the other hand, didn't realize how important the younger generation was to the various superpowers. To the various superpowers, the younger members were their future. Take the Azure Chamber of Commerce, for example. A large part of the reason for the guild's current achievements was the value it placed on nurturing young talents. In contrast, some first-rate guilds never rose beyond that, despite their many decades of experience, because they didn't value their younger members. Unless first-rate guilds recruited an astonishing genius, they remained first-rate for the rest of their existences. Since Feng had exposed the fact that players could potentially grow stronger through the ancient Secret Lands hero trial, he had expected Long Wushang to instantly consider a partnership with Zero Wing, regardless of the man's pride. Long Wushang's instincts as one of Azure's Grand Elders was also why Feng had fearlessly informed Aqua Rose of the hero trial's peculiarities. If he hadn't wanted anything, he would have had the discussion away from Long Wushang. Allying with Azure was of the utmost importance since Zero Wing didn't have any power on the Western continent, aside from the Starlight Fortress. If Zero Wing wanted to secure a stable foothold in the West, it needed to ally itself with the local superpowers. While Divine Tribe was a powerful ally, the guild's commercial abilities couldn't compare to Azure's. Divine Tribe couldn't offer Zero Wing any assistance with intercontinental travel, either. Moreover, Zero Wing already had a dialogue with Azure due to Silent Wonder. Partnering with Azure would be a safer and more reliable option. Purchasing 30 or 40 slots would be fantastic, but if that's not possible, we'll be happy with 10 as well. Guild leader Black Flame, Long Wushang hesitantly ventured after giving the matter some thought. The Azure Chamber of Commerce was a massive organization. The guild needed to nurture all of its young talents, including those from the shareholder families and those who weren't. With enough slots, he could help the rest of the guild's younger experts. Of course, if Feng refused, he at least had to purchase enough for the 5 main shareholder families. 40. After giving the matter some thought, Feng said, "That's fine, but you will have to agree to 3 conditions." "That's fine." Long Wushang's eyes lit up. Eagerly, he continued, "Please state your conditions, guild leader Black Flame. We'll even agree to 4 or 5 demands. 40 entry slots would be more than enough for the 5 main families' young talents, but he'd also be able to include the outside experts. If this negotiation succeeded, the guild's neutral elders and grand elders would definitely side with the Long family. First, I want Azure's help with the matter. I need to transport some of Zero Wing's members to the western continent in 3 days. We'll need 100 or so, Feng said. That won't be a problem. 3 days is more than enough time. When the time comes, just have them gather in the Ten Saints Empire. Long Wuxiang agreed without hesitation. Intercontinental travel might be difficult for other superpowers, but that was no problem for Azure. Not even transporting 200 players would be a problem. At most, they'd have to spend more magic crystals. For my second condition, I want a medium shipyard and a plot of golden land in the Silver Moon Empire's Ocean Tide City, Feng continued. Trade between the two main continents would rely on naval transportation in the future. Meanwhile, Ocean Tide City was the largest port city in the Silver Moon Empire. As long as Zero Wing had roots in this city, doing business between the two continents would be easy. This won't be a problem, either. I'll notify my eldest brother later. You can start conducting business there as soon as the handover procedures are complete, Long Wuxiang said, not at all surprised by Feng's second condition. Zero Wing had barely any territory in the West. If it wished to acquire the Western continent's resources, the quickest way would be establishing itself in the West's port cities. That way, it could travel between the continents more often and transport far more cargo. After all, players could only transport a limited amount of items via teleportation. With contact between the two continents still being so difficult, one could resell merchandise from either area for a high price. However, those prices would fall as more powers gained the ability to travel between the East and West. Zero Wing would need to increase its sales volume to maintain a sizable income. Thus, securing a port city in the West was a must for the guild. My third requirement is the most important. I need Azure's complete Void Realm legacy, Feng earnestly declared, glancing at Long Wuxiang. Zero Wing still didn't have a complete Void Realm legacy, and because of that, it wasn't as well equipped for nurturing talented players as the various superpowers. If Zero Wing could acquire a complete Void Realm legacy, the guild's strength would reach a whole new level, becoming a true superpower. That Long Wuxiang hesitated. The complete Void Realm legacy is one of the guild's core secrets. We've spent decades refining it. I'm afraid I don't have the authority to agree to that condition. While the 40 entry slots were precious, this was only an opportunity. Trading the secrets the guild had relied on to survive for one chance was absurd. Not even the guild's other elders and grand elders would agree to such an unfair demand. I know it's excessive, but this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You won't get a second chance. Moreover, we're talking about a legacy that has survived since ancient times. I guarantee it will contain secrets regarding the Tier 4 promotion quests, Feng unhurriedly explained. If that reason isn't enough, I can offer an additional benefit. What benefit? Long Wuxiang asked curiously. Azure's complete Void Realm legacy was one of the guild's most precious secrets. Sharing this secret with another guild would be the equivalent of weakening its foundation. A minor benefit wasn't enough of an incentive. I can help 3 of Azure's experts surpass 100% of their mana body's potential. Of course, the 3 individuals will have to be exceptionally talented. Ordinary experts won't do. What do you think? Feng asked, smiling. You're saying you'll help them grow as powerful as Violet Cloud, transcending tiers? Feng's offer astonished Long Wuxiang, and for a moment, he doubted the swordsman's claim. Anyone that had watched Violet Cloud's match against Sinful Flame would likely never forget her strength. She was simply too formidable. Violet Cloud's strength was no longer just a result of combat techniques or standards. She had pure power. Even with the same basic attributes as Sinful Flame, she had emerged victorious. If she had even slightly higher basic attributes, her victory would have been even more outstanding. Yet, Feng now informed him that Zero Wing could nurture such monsters. That's right, Feng said, nodding. To prove it, I'll even help these 3 players unlock their mana body's full potential in a day. Are you willing to accept my offer, Elder Long? Wait a minute, please. I need a moment to process this. I'll have to discuss the offer with my guild's grand elders first as well, Long Wushang said. He could have viewed Feng's offer as nonsense, but now, he couldn't afford to brush it read latest chapters at Wuxia World. If Azure could really have 3 young monsters like Violet Cloud, it wouldn't have to worry about its future. That won't be a problem, Feng said. Take your time, but I will need an answer within 2 days. Please wait a moment, Guild Leader Black Flame. I will contact my third brother now and push the Grand Elders to make a decision as soon as possible, Long Wushang said, nodding. He then contacted Long Xianglong and appraised him of the situation. When Long Xianglong heard about Feng's offer in Azure's residence, he, too, was astonished. What did you say? Zero Wing can help us nurture 3 monsters on par with Violet Cloud? How is that possible? Chapter 2620, Crazed Azure Chamber of Commerce's residence. Meeting room. Normally, it was very difficult to find Azure's Grand Elders gathered in a single location. Yet nearly every one of them had convened in the top-floor meeting room, and they all looked impatient. Xianglong, why did you call us here so urgently? You know how busy we are right now. All of the various superpowers are frantically searching for ways to unlock their experts' mana bodies. If we fall behind now, we'll suffer later, a woman in exquisite white mage robes complained. That's right. If this isn't something important, you'll have to pay for our losses, a robust, middle-aged man with crimson eyes and covered in glowing runes agreed, nodding. Despite such rude questioning, Long Xianglong didn't explode in a fit of rage. He tolerated these two not only because they were Grand Elders in Azure, but because their strength was second only to Sinful flames as well. They were even stronger than Long Xianglong, the Long family's most formidable expert. Along with Triumphant Howl, they were Azure's 3 monsters, and each represented Azure's non-family members. Why isn't Triumphant Howl here yet? Long Xianglong asked, glancing at the empty seat beside the two. You know him. Unless the guild is going to war or is at risk of destruction, he doesn't care about anything besides leveling, the crimson-eyed man said. Forget about him. Why did you call for us here? All right, then. With 80% of the guild's Grand Elders present, we should have enough people to make a decision, Long Xianglong said, sighing. While Azure's 3 monsters were incredibly powerful, they were also free spirits. They hated restrictions and rarely listened to the ruling family's representatives. What exactly has happened, Lunatic Long? You actually used a Grand Elder mobilization order. Has something gone wrong with Violet Sword over Silent Wonder? Duan Han demanded, smirking at Long Xianglong. Duan Han had already learned about Feng taking Silent Wonder to Violet Sword's residence the moment Azure's family competition had ended in hopes of settling the dispute between the Long family and the Super Guild. However, he doubted the issue would be so easily resolved. The Zeus Corporation's reputation was at stake, and if the Long family refused to cooperate, it would set a bad example for the other powers under the corporation's command. Even if Silent Wonder were of little significance to the Zeus Corporation's plans, it wouldn't let the matter rest so easily. Meanwhile, Zero Wing didn't have enough power in the West to convince Violet Sword to budge. If the negotiation didn't go well, Violet Sword might even move against the Long family and Zero Wing directly. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, Old Ice Demon. The matter regarding Wonder has already been dealt with, Long Xianglong shot back. As a matter of fact, I've gathered you all here today to discuss good news. This matter might even affect Azure's future. Something that can actually influence Azure's development? Long Wushang left with Zero Wing to visit Violet Sword. Have we secured a partnership with the Super Guild over the ancient secret land? The white-clad woman asked, a hint of anticipation flashing in her eyes. The only thing she could think of that might affect Azure's future was the ability to nurture experts. Based on the information Azure had obtained, Violet Sword had discovered an ancient secret land that included an ancient training ground. If Azure's young experts could use this training ground, they could grow significant happy face. You're half correct, Long Xianglong replied, chuckling. Half? Have we not negotiated an alliance with Violet Sword? Duan Han asked, confused. Correct. We're cooperating with Zero Wing, Long Xianglong said, nodding. Black Flame is willing to sell us 40 entry slots into the ancient secret land, but in exchange, Black Flame wants our complete Void Realm legacy. Is Black Flame insane? You're talking about our guild's foundation, yet he wants it for 40 measly slots? Only a fool would agree to such a partnership. Have you really gone mad, lunatic Long? Duan Hanzan said, sneering. What a joke. Azure's Void Realm legacy was the fruit of several decades of hard labor. They'd be crazy to share it with Zero Wing for a few training slots. This data was enough to help an ordinary power become a superpower in just a few short years. In fact, a large part of the reason most guilds didn't become superpowers was that they lacked effective training methods. However, as long as a guild had enough time, money, and this data, it could easily grow into a superpower. This was why the various super first-rate and super guilds rarely sold their research into the realms of refinement. Xianglong, if you've called us here to tell us this, I think it's time the Long family found a new representative. The crimson-eyed man coldly criticized. Everyone in the room gave Long, Xianglong frosty looks. The Azure Chamber of Commerce did not belong to one family. It was the result of the 5 main shareholder families and a large number of non-family grand elders' exhausting work. It was unacceptable for any one member to sell the guild's secrets. I know, Long Xianglong said, not surprised by everyone's attitude in the least. He simply smiled back at them and continued. What I'm going to say next is the important part. What could possibly be so important that you felt the need to waste our time? Don't tell me Zero Wing can nurture a group of monsters? The white-clad woman said disdainfully. You've hit the nail right on the head, Belle, Long Xianglong replied, nodding at the white-clad woman named Butterfly Belle. Black Flame has promised that he can help us nurture 3 monsters that can unlock more than 100% of their mana body's potential. He's even promised that he'll help the 3 selected players reach 100% within a day. Cross the 100% threshold? Isn't that what the little girl from Zero Wing accomplished? Duan Hanzan exclaimed. Everyone that had watched the family competition had learned of how frightening Violet Cloud's combat power was. Not even a legendary expert like Sinful Flame had been her match. She was inhuman. Most ordinary powers thought unlocking 100% of the mana body could be accomplished given time, but anyone that had tried knew that the closer they got to 100%, the better their mana body performed. Unlocking 100% of one's mana body should be the maximum. However, Violet Cloud, who had broken past 100%, was definitely an extremely talented genius, and anyone that tried to replicate the feat would only be met with failure. Yet, Zero Wing declared that it could nurture inhuman experts like Violet Cloud. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Ew, I heard the girl talk about it before. It seems she's not unique in Zero Wing. She even mentioned stronger members of the guild. Sinful Flame suddenly spoke up. Based on her expression at the time, I doubt she was lying. Zero Wing should have more monsters that have crossed the 100% threshold. Everyone fell silent after listening to Sinful Flame's interruption. These elders and grand elders were already impressed that Zero Wing had nurtured a monster like Violet Cloud, but she had to be an exception. That fact would be, more or less, acceptable, but they had just been told that Zero Wing had more monsters like the girl. How could they possibly believe this? Regardless of how unbelievable it was, however, Sinful Flame was a reliable source. This is why I've gathered you all here. What is everyone's opinion of this? Do we accept the offer or not? Long Xianglong asked after sweeping his gaze across the crowded reception room. Chapter 26-21. 3 slots, everyone in the meeting room remained silent, a fanatic light flashing in their eyes after listening to Long Xianglong's declaration. If Black Flame is telling the truth, and he can help 3 of our experts break past the 100% threshold, I think the matter should be negotiable, the crimson-eyed man said. That kind of strength would be extremely helpful during future promotion quests. If we can introduce a few Tier 4 players before the other superpowers, we'll have a head start when raiding mythic field bosses and forbidden lands that have gone untouched. We might even be able to occupy ancient ruins before anyone else has a chance. I concur. While our core secrets are essential, we'll need stronger combatants than we have now if we wish to further Azure's development. If we have a group of Tier 4 experts early on, the other superpowers won't dare target our key resource spots, Butterfly Bell said, nodding. In God's domain, the strong were revered. A strong individual might not benefit a guild when it came to resources, but they were a powerful deterrent for potential enemies, especially if those players were Tier 4 powerhouses. At this stage of the game, no one would dare think of attacking a guild city if it housed a Tier 4 powerhouse. Numbers wouldn't be nearly enough to bridge the gap between a Tier 3 expert strength and that of a Tier 4 player. With 3 Tier 4 experts, specifically experts with extraordinary combat power for their level and tier, Azure would have an effective deterrent. Even without Violet Sword, Azure could safeguard its current resource areas. The Chamber might even be able to secure more. On the other hand, keeping a tight hold on the guild's Void Realm legacy would only ensure that Azure's foundations remain steady. It wouldn't help the guild grow. Upon hearing the Crimson-Eyed Man's and Butterfly Bell's words, the independent Grand Elders promptly nodded in agreement. One couldn't make an omelet without breaking eggs. Now that their potential gains were clearly greater than their potential losses, they had no reason to refuse Zero Wing's offer. I have no arguments against accepting Black Flame's offer, but how do we choose which 3 members to send? Duan Hanshan asked Long Xianglong. Interested to hear his answer, the Grand Elders turned toward the Long family's representative. Long Xianglong had summoned them here to discuss this topic, and Silent Wonder was a member of Zero Wing. The Long family was in the best position to negotiate this deal. These 3 training slots were incredibly valuable. If these 3 players broke past their mana body's 100% threshold, they'd rise to the apex of God's domain, even if they were merely Void Realm experts. Whatever faction these experts belonged to would gain quite a bit more authority within the Azure Chamber of Commerce. In fact, the slots distribution might cause a massive authoritarian shift in the guild. I realize what you're all thinking, Long Xianglong said, chuckling as everyone gave him serious looks. Rest assured, the Long family won't try to claim one of the slots for an unworthy candidate. Black Flame has already informed us that no random player will do. The 3 selected individuals must have incredible potential to make a breakthrough. As usual, the 5 families will have priority in selecting 2 players, and if one of their selections isn't a match for the Independent's reserve member, that player will take their place. What does everyone think? Taking the initiative, Butterfly Bell said, "In that case, I nominate Boss Flame. We all know his strength and potential. I'm sure everyone can imagine how helpful he'd be to the guild if Boss Flame grows even stronger. As for the younger generation, Solitary Frost is unmatched, and we don't have anyone who can surpass Silk Moon's talent. What are your thoughts?" The independent Grand Elders silently nodded their agreement to the suggestion. Normally, such opportunities were reserved for the younger generation, but Sinful Flame was Azure's strongest expert. If he could increase his strength, not only would he become a better deterrent for Azure, but he could also solidify the independent Grand Elders' authority. They didn't mind giving up a training slot for this. Duan Hanshan said nothing to oppose the idea. Rather, he was strongly in favor of the suggestion. Earlier, he had worried that the Long family would unfairly try to claim one of the 3 slots. That would leave Solitary Frost competing for the remaining slot reserved for the 5 families. While the young player had almost no chance of losing, nobody could say for certain that the independent faction of the guild didn't have something hidden up their sleeves. Now that Solitary Frost had been selected for one of the 3 slots, however, he had no issues with the arrangement. "I'm afraid Silk Moon won't do. We still haven't been able to reach her," Long Xianglong said, shaking his head. "Although Black Flame has given us a 2-day time limit, we should make our decision as soon as possible, just in case. I suggest we give the 3rd slot to Yin Xiaoqian. She's almost as talented as Silk Moon. What does everyone think?" Everyone in the room stared at Long Xianglong, astonished. Even Duan Hanshan's jaw almost dropped. These training slots were invaluable, yet Long Xianglong wanted to give all 3 away. Moreover, he had just suggested the Duan family claim one. The Long family and Duan family had a ceaseless feud. Now, however, Long Xianglong had just suggested one of his rival's younger members take the third slot. It was unbelievable. Inwardly, Long Xianglong could only smile bitterly as he watched shock and confusion sweep through the room. He did not wish to give this slot away, either, but unfortunately, with Silkmoon absent, the Long family's only other suitable candidate would be Long Xianglong himself. Due to his rocky relationship with Zero Wing, however, he definitely couldn't go. His pride wouldn't let him. While he could have suggested they send Burning Owl, trying to convince the other Grand Elders of the boy's potential would be difficult. Azure had quite a few stronger players that were Burning Owl's age, after all. Since the Long family was going to lose its slot no matter what, he might as well do the Duan family a favor. In any case, the Long family still had Silent Wonder, and because of her, it would have plenty of chances to benefit off of Zero Wing. Moreover, sending Yin Xiaoqian instead of Burning Owl would allow Azure to fulfill Feng's requirements and make training easier. Her potential had already been acknowledged as only second to Solitary Frost's. Lunatic Long, we have no problems with this arrangement if you don't, Butterfly Bell calmly said. None of the other Grand Elders objected to Long Xianglong's proposal. Yin Xiaoqian was quite talented and only half a step away from the domain realm. She was undoubtedly the best candidate after Silkmoon. That settles it then. I'll contact Black Flame after this, Long Xianglong announced, concluding the meeting. He then turned to Duan Han and continued, Old Ice Demon, please prepare Solitary Frost and Yin Xiaoqian. Once we sign the contract with Zero Wing, send them to the Starlight Fortress. It will be taken care of. Once the contract has been signed, I'll take them there myself, Duan Han said, nodding. Following which, everyone proceeded to discuss who they would send to Violet Sword's ancient secret land. As soon as they reached a conclusion, the Grand Elders were dismissed, leaving to prepare for the raid. An hour after the meeting had ended, Long Wushang represented the Azure Chamber of Commerce in signing a cooperative contract with Feng. In no time at all, not only had Feng gained the rights to one of Ocean Tide City's medium shipyards and Golden Lands, but he had also received a small warehouse in the city as a gift. Meanwhile, in Azure City's teleportation hall, are we really going to train with Zero Wing, Uncle Han? Yin Xiaoqian asked Duan Han, who wore a serious expression. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to rejoin Violet Sword's training if we do. Instructor Tori might just give up on us. Although she and Solitary Frost were members of the Azure Chamber of Commerce, and where they trained it was none of Violet Sword's business, these two were considered Tori's disciples. Training with Zero Wing would be a slap in the face to Tori, as if they were declaring that Zero Wing's training was more valuable. While Violet Sword training is amazingly effective, this is a unique opportunity. Do you think securing these slots was easy? I doubt you'll get a chance like this in the future. Moreover, only Zero Wing can provide this kind of training right now, Duan Han informed her coldly. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Ew. Uncle Han, I agree with Xiaoqian. It is only a matter of time before we unlock our mana body's full potential, but opportunities to improve our combat standards and techniques are difficult to come by. We went to great lengths to earn Instructor Tori's guidance. If he finds out that we left to train with Zero Wing, I doubt he'll agree to train us anymore, Solitary Frost said. While he admitted that Zero Wing was quite capable when it came to helping players unlock their mana body's potential, passing up a chance to improve their combat standards and technique for a chance to unlock their mana bodies a few days sooner was a waste. The only reason he had lost to Silent Wonder, in his opinion, was that he had yet to unlock his mana body fully. If he had, defeating her would have been a piece of cake. With enough time, anyone could unlock their mana body's full potential. Hence, he firmly believed that improving his combat standards and techniques was the true path to power. You're only going to Zero Wing to unlock your mana body. You're not there to learn techniques. It doesn't clash with Instructor Tori's training. I'm sure he won't have an issue with this, Duan Han replied. It's getting late. We should hurry to the Starlight Fortress. We shouldn't make Zero Wing wait too long. With that said, Duan Han led Solitary Frost, Yin Xiaoqian, and a few dozen Azure members through the teleportation array and to the closest NPC town to the Starlight Fortress. Chapter 26-22 Changes to the Starlight Fortress Star Valley, Starlight Fortress. A long line of players, including tens of thousands, waited to enter the magnificent, ancient fortress. There were also quite a few Tier 3 players among them, creating a spectacular, stunning scene for first-time visitors. Azure's 40-man team stood at the front of the line, gazing at the Starlight Fortress in curiosity. There are so many Tier 3 experts here, one of Azure's Tier 3 players exclaimed, glancing at the line of players behind him. Tier 3 players were still incredibly rare, and even the various major powers considered their Tier 3 experts mainstays in the guild. However, Tier 3 experts were a common sight in the Starlight Fortress. Almost 1 out of every 10 players was a Tier 3 expert. It was amazing. I've heard that quite a few experts have come to the Starlight Fortress for the Demon God's legacy, but aren't there a little too many here? A level 110, Tier 3 male Guardian Knight, another Azure member, commented. He could sense that many of the Tier 3 experts he saw were Refinement Realm experts. Some had even reached the Flowing Water Realm as he had. The mana here feels different too. It's very calming, and it somehow feels complete. Standing here, it's easier to sense mana than elsewhere, a level 109, Tier 3 female elementalist said. If I could rest and train here, my mana control would improve far quicker than training in the outside world. While Azure's young talents chatted amongst themselves, Solitary Frost and Xianxia stared at the fortress, just as surprised by its mana as everyone else. So, this is 3 supreme elements mana? It really is extraordinary, Xianxia muttered as she sensed the flow of mana around her. At the same time, realization also dawned. It's no wonder why so many of Zero Wings members have fully unlocked their mana bodies. If they live in such an environment, their mana control will only grow stronger with time. They'll also have a much easier time unlocking their mana body's potential. The Starlight Fortress's mana, which contained the 3 supreme elements, was no longer a secret to the various superpowers. Only, none of the superpowers had bothered to expose this secret to the public. Naturally, independent players with keen senses had kept their mouths shut, as well, since they wanted to take full advantage of the fortress's benefits. After all, the Starlight Fortress could only house a limited number of player residents. This environment is only a close match for that of ancient times. Solitary Frost wondered, shocked as he bathed in the fortress's mana. He hadn't thought the fortress's environment, which supposedly rivaled that of ancient times, was overly important. It was only close, not the real deal. How could any location in God's domain still have the same environment as before the Great Destruction? In his opinion, the past had only had so many more powerhouses than the present because of how many complete legacies had been available during ancient times. There was no way it could have been because of some ancient environment. Of course, the environment during ancient times had been incredibly mana-dense, but all of the various superpowers had their own special training grounds with high mana density. Some of those training grounds even had mana that was far denser than during ancient times. After reaching the Starlight Fortress and experiencing its mana firsthand, however, Solitary Frost realized how sorely mistaken he had been. Even as a melee player, he could feel his mana affinity growing. Although his affinity didn't increase much, only 10% to 20% at most, this had already significantly improved his mana control. At his standards, as long as he found a good place to train within the Starlight Fortress, he'd likely unlock his mana body's full potential within just 10 days. It was no wonder how Zero Wing had nurtured so many experts with fully unlocked mana bodies. The Starlight Fortress's environment even astounded Duan Hans Han. Damn it, this isn't what I was told. According to the Intelligence Department's report, the mana here should only help players with sharp perception of mana unlock their mana bodies, not ordinary Tier 3 experts. When Duan Hanzhan glanced back at the players waiting to enter the fortress, he couldn't help the urge to pummel Azure's Intelligence Department. Duan Hanzhan didn't realize that Azure's intelligence reports had been, for the most part, accurate regarding the fortress's environment when it had first opened, But as time had passed, and the Starlight Fortress's magic array had continued to absorb more of the three supreme elements mana from its surroundings, the fortress's mana had steadily improved. Now, even Tier 3 experts who barely noticed mana could reap immense benefits from the Starlight Fortress's environment. As Azure's members fell into a heated discussion over the fortress's mana, a crimson-eyed, blonde woman in silver light armor and carrying a runic greatsword emerged from the fortress. The players in line fell silent the moment they noticed this woman. She was none other than Phythalia, the Starlight Fortress's manager. Phythalia had taken care of many Tier 3 experts and teams that had tried to cause trouble outside of the Starlight Fortress. Just 2 days ago, she had single-handedly annihilated a Superpowers 100-man Tier 3 team. After her terrifying display of strength, some players, who had still considered causing trouble, abandoned the notion. Phythalia's inhuman strength was a direct result of unlocking her mana body's full potential, and now, not even ordinary domain realm experts could be her match. Greetings. You must from the Azure Chamber of Commerce. Guild leader Black Flame is currently preoccupied, so I will lead you to the Fortress Lord's mansion, Phythalia gently announced. How is this possible? Solitary Frost's eyes twitched when he saw Phythalia approach to welcome their group. He and Phythalia were old acquaintances. He had constantly tried to challenge her, and they had clashed several dozen times. Unfortunately, he had lost every match. He had hoped to challenge Phythalia again after his training with Violet Sword. However, he had never dreamed that she'd be responsible for helping Zero Wing welcome them to the Starlight Fortress. This was the commander of Divine Tribe's Divinum Legion they were talking about. Commander Phythalia, I didn't expect to find you here. I thought you'd have gone to the Demon God Shrine like every other expert, Duan Han said, similarly surprised to see Phythalia. The Demon God Shrine in Star Valley had become a main training ground for domain realm experts due to the few special secret lands that were connected to the shrine. Not only could players acquire treasures in these secret lands, but they could also use the areas to grow stronger. Of course, only domain realm experts and incredibly strong peak experts could take advantage of these benefits. Due to the powerful monsters and traps within the secret lands, even ordinary peak experts would meet a swift end if they tried to explore them. Moreover, entering the Demon God's Shrine wasn't an easy task. One would need a lot of manpower to secure enough entry passes, and to make matters worse, each pass was a single-use item. Generally, only superpowers near Star Valley chose to send their experts to the Demon God's Shrine. However, Phythalia was different. Divine Tribe had the only temporary residence within the Starlight Fortress. Entering the Demon God's Shrine should be a piece of cake for her. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. While the Demon God's Shrine is useful, training in the Fortress Lord's Mansion's battlefield is far better. It's a pity that the battlefield can only accommodate a limited number of people, or I'd use it constantly, Phythalia said, a bitter smile forming as she shook her head. At the same time, she flashed Azure's members an envious look. Due to the recent partnership between Azure and Zero Wing, Feng had decided to allow these young talents to train in the Fortress Lord's Mansion's large battlefield for free for a few days. They're a better place than the Demon God's Shrine. The news astonished Solitary Frost. For experts of his and Phythalia's caliber, growing stronger by training was incredibly difficult. The fact that the Demon God's Shrine could help domain realm experts was amazing. If not for the problem of distance and manpower, Azure's domain realm experts would have long since made their way to the shrine. And yet, Phythalia insisted that training in the Starlight Fortress's Fortress Lord's mana was even more effective than training in the Demon God's Shrine. How could he possibly believe such an outlandish claim? Let's pause our conversation for a moment. Our time is limited. We should head to the mansion immediately, Phythalia said, ignoring the confused looks Azure's members gave her and leading these players straight to the Fortress Lord's Mansion. Chapter 26-23 Zero Wing's True Foundation. Starlight Fortress, Fortress Lord's Mansion. As the heart of the Starlight Fortress, the mana within the Fortress Lord's Mansion had changed significantly. From the outside, It looked as if the mansion and its surroundings were encased in a layer of crystals, and the breathtaking sight attracted every passerby's attention. Amazing. The mana here is at least 50% denser than in the outside world. It's no wonder why you deem this to be an excellent training ground, Commander Phythalia, Duan Hanshan praised as he marveled at the glittering castle before him. The Starlight Fortress's mana density had already been extraordinary. It had been so high that it had even rivaled, possibly surpassed, the various superpowers' special training grounds. However, the Fortress Lord's mansion had even denser mana. One would be hard-pressed to find another location on the Western continent with such dense mana. If players could train in such rich, special mana, their efficiency would skyrocket. Even domain realm experts like Duan Hanshan could likely benefit from an environment with such abundant mana. However, Phythalia merely chuckled in response. Without comment, she led Azure's group into the heavily guarded Fortress Lord's mansion. When they stepped into the mansion grounds, Duan Hanshan and his entourage from Azure were utterly stupefied. Aside from the multitude of Zero Wings experts, over 50 personal guards stood guard around the courtyard. Even the weakest of these NPCs was a secret silver guard, and there were as many as 8 fine gold guards present. These NPCs could even annihilate a 1,000-man team of Tier 3 experts. Once their surprise subsided, Azure's members realized how refreshed and light they felt, as if newer, better bodies had replaced their old ones. What's going on? Why do I feel like I have so much more physical control? Solitary Frost exclaimed as he sensed the changes. Dense mana shouldn't have such an effect. It's not just our physical control. I can feel my mana control significantly improving as well, Xianxia said in the team chat. It's no wonder why Guild Leader Black Flame is so confident that he can help us fully unlock our mana bodies quickly and cross the 100% threshold. They had experienced plenty of mana-rich environments before, including places with denser mana than the Fortress Lord's mansion. Yet none of those places had affected them in this way. They hadn't moved past the mansion's front courtyard, yet Xianxia sensed a tremendous increase to her combat power. If she could train here for a while, she was confident that she'd reach the domain realm in no time. Her mana control would reach a whole new level as well. Sensing the changes, Duan Hanshan turned to Phythalia and asked, Commander Phythalia, didn't our agreement with Guild Leader Black Flame only entail 3 training slots? Has there been some mistake? According to Azure's agreement with Feng, Azure would receive 40 entry slots into Violet Sword's ancient secret land. As a bonus, Zero Wing would also help 3 of Azure's members unlock their mana bodies' full potential and break past the 100% threshold. Aside from Sinful Flame, Solitary Frost, and Xianxia, Azure's members had only come to the Starlight Fortress to prepare for the trip to the ancient secret land and undergo some simple training beforehand. However, Phythalia had led their entire team to this sacred training ground. There must have been some misunderstanding. There's no mistake. All of you will train here for the next few days. As for the 3 slots, those trainees will go somewhere else. Unfortunately, I don't qualify to go with them, Phythalia said, chuckling. The Fortress Lord's mansion was a one-of-a-kind training environment, so it wasn't unexpected that Duan Hanshan would misunderstand. If possible, Divine Tribe would negotiate for a long-term alliance with Zero Wing to train in the Fortress Lord's mansion, but it had a limited number of combat rooms. To ensure its own members could continue their development, Zero Wing could only afford to lease a few of these rooms. The only reason that Zero Wing was willing to splurge and lend 40 combat rooms to Azure's members was the high price the chamber had paid. What? The 3 candidates won't be trained here? Duan Hanshan was a little shocked. He still had his doubts that Feng could help Sinful Flame, Solitary Frost, and Xianxia unlock their mana bodies' full potential in a single day, much less help them cross the 100% threshold. However, after witnessing the Fortress Lord's mansion, Duan Hanshan wondered if the feat were actually possible. After all, this environment drastically improved players' physical and mana control. Azure certainly had nothing like this. Not even Violet Sword had such a wondrous training environment. However, Phythalia had just clearly stated that this precious area wasn't the three candidates trade, carrot going somewhere, even better. How could Duan Hanzhan possibly accept such a concept as truth? Even Solitary Frost and Yin Xiaoqian wondered if the commander were playing some trick, using this as an opportunity to boost Zero Wing's reputation. After giving the matter some thought, however, they quickly dismissed these assumptions. Phythalia had no reason to lie to them. Not only was she the commander of Divine Tribe's second strongest trump card legion, but she was also a famous expert in the West. Why would she lie about such a trivial matter? You're finally here. Our guild leader has been waiting for you for quite some time. The 3 people selected for training, please follow me. Everyone else, please wait outside. While Azure's members were dazed, a man wearing Zero Wing's guild emblem approached from the castle. However, neither Duan Hanzhan nor his team had noticed his presence. It felt as if this man didn't actually exist. Yin Tianxing? How is he so strong? Aren't his combat techniques basically a match for those 3 monsters? Duan Hanzhan gave the man before him a suspicious look. According to the report he received on Zero Wing, Yin Tianxing was only an ordinary domain realm expert, yet he had obviously made considerable progress in the domain realm. Yin Tianxing was now entirely capable of standing toe-to-toe with Butterfly Belle and her comrades. Uncle Hanzhan, should we go? Yin Xiaoqian asked. Go on. Make sure you listen to Elder Flame later, understand? Duan Hanzhan said, nodding. He had only seen Zero Wing as a guild with no foundation, relying entirely on its guild leader for its success. In fact, most superpowers assumed Zero Wing's overall combat power was only on par with ordinary superpowers. However, when it came to other aspects, such as nurturing talented players, Zero Wing couldn't even compare. The guild would need a miracle to become an ordinary superpower in the future. However, Duan Hanzhan realized how wrong he and the various superpowers had been after entering Starlight Fortress's Fortress Lord's mansion. Understood, Yin Xiaoqian and Solitary Frost replied, standing at attention. Please lead the way. Sinful Flame turned to Yin Tianxing once Duan Hanzhan had finished instructing the 2 youngsters. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, follow me. Yin Tianxing responded with a nod. Yin Tianxing then led Sinful Flame's 3 into the mansion's lobby and to the Legacy Room, which was located in the heart of the mansion. 2 level 122, Tier 3, Fine Gold guards stood before the Legacy Room. Not even Sinful Flame would dare make a rash move before these 2 personal guards. When the doors parted, Sinful Flame and the 2 young experts noticed a man standing in the Legacy Room. He was manipulating the room's magic array, and all of the elemental mana within flowed around him. As the man continued his work, the mana around him grew astonishingly dense, eventually condensing into a white mist. Elemental control? Mana mist? How was this possible? Yin Xiaoqian stared with wide eyes, shocked at the man within the room. Chapter 26-24. Astonishing Legacy Room. The term elemental control was foreign to ordinary players and most expert players. Normally, players would only understand what elemental control was after they had reached Tier 3 and started attempting to unlock their mana bodies. To achieve elemental control was to exert precision control over every type of mana. To accomplish that, one had to understand the properties of the different types of mana in existence. At the very least, one had to grasp the principles behind driving the 4 major elements. At this stage of the game, however, let alone gaining precision control over the various types of mana, the superpowers were still clueless about the operating principles of the 4 major elements. Hence, even domain realm magical class players were incapable of elemental control. Yet, to Yin Xiaoqian's surprise, the man standing inside the Legacy Room was controlling the ambient mana within the room as if it were a part of his own body and was even using it to strengthen the room's magic array. This was an ability all magical class players in God's domain sought. However, what truly surprised her was the identity of this man. Black Flame. After all, melee classes were inherently less attuned to mana than magical classes. In addition, Melee players used mana much less frequently in battle than magical class players, so they should be less familiar with mana than magical class players. Yet, despite being a Tier 3 Sword King, Feng had actually achieved elemental control. "You're here," Feng said, and promptly accelerated the operation of the Legacy Room's magic array. He then continued, "The room's magic array is nearly fully operational. The three of you will be learning how to unlock your mana bodies here. In a while, each of you will have 5 minutes to experience what it feels like to have a fully unlocked mana body. What you need to do during this time is memorize the feeling of how the mana inside your body flows. Afterward, you'll have to think of ways to replicate this feeling. Remember, each of you has only one opportunity. Experience a fully unlocked mana body for 5 minutes." Xianxia was surprised at Feng's words. Although the experience lasted only 5 short minutes, if she knew what her fully unlocked mana body would feel like, she would have a much easier time unlocking it afterward. Moreover, she wouldn't have to worry about going astray and taking a long detour. She could simply head straight to her goal. So, this is the secret behind Zero Wing's strength? Solitary Frost similarly gazed at Feng in astonishment. Currently, the various superpowers of God's domain were already struggling to find a location that could help players improve their mana control. Zero Wing, however, could allow players to experience how it felt to have a fully unlocked mana body for 5 minutes. The guild was standing on a completely different playing field from the various superpowers. It's no wonder Zero Wing has so many experts with fully unlocked mana bodies. If the other superpowers were to find out about this, they'd most likely die of envy. Sinful Flame took a closer look at the Legacy Room upon hearing Feng's explanation. While players could fully unlock their mana bodies given enough time, the sooner a player did so, the sooner they could venture into locations that remained forbidden to ordinary Tier 3 players and obtain opportunities there. They would also have more time for other things. After all, exploring the mana body took up a lot of time and energy. Hence, shortening this exploratory period was also something the various superpowers were currently working on. After fully activating the Legacy Room's magic array, Feng turned his gaze to Sinful Flame and the others and asked, "All right, who's first?" "I'll go first. Solitary Frost and Xianxia will enter after me," Sinful Flame said. Both Solitary Frost and Xianxia nodded in agreement, neither of them dissatisfied by Sinful Flame's decision, as they understood that the first person to experience the Legacy Room would benefit the least. After all, none of them knew what it felt like to possess a fully unlocked mana body, so they didn't know what they should do to maximize the benefits from the Legacy Room. By going in later, they would have Sinful Flame's opinions and suggestions for getting a better experience. "Very well. Elder Flame, please," Feng said as he walked out of the Legacy Room and gestured for Sinful Flame to enter. Once Sinful Flame entered the Legacy Room, its doors promptly shut. Silence then fell over the antechamber. Solitary Frost and Xianxia could not help growing nervous and curious as they eyed the closed doors. Even now, they remained dubious of being able to fully unlock their mana bodies within a day. After all, the further one unlocked one's mana body, the more difficult additional progress became. This wasn't a feat that could be accomplished just by briefly experiencing having a fully unlocked mana body. Trial and error required a lot of time. Meanwhile, as Solitary Frost and Xianxia were entertaining such thoughts, 5 minutes flew by. In the next moment, the doors to the Legacy Room slowly opened, and dense mana poured out the doorway. Both Solitary Frost and Xianxia were stunned when they saw a Sinful Flame walk out. They could tell that the dense mana coming from the room actually belonged to Sinful Flame. Moreover, the aura Sinful Flame radiated was suffocatingly strong. "Elder Flame, did you fully unlock your mana body?" Xianxia exclaimed in disbelief. She knew that, previously, Sinful Flame had unlocked his mana body's potential to only a little over 80%, so reaching 100% should still take him quite some time. Now, just 5 minutes after entering the Legacy Room, he had already fully unlocked his mana body. How could she believe this? At this moment, let alone Xianxia. Even Feng was surprised by this situation. Originally, he had intended to use the remaining 3 slots to the legacy room on Zero Wings experts that had good potential. However, in order to obtain Azure's trust and its Void Realm legacy, he had no choice but to give them to Azure. Even so, Azure's 3 candidates should still emerge from the legacy room a little way off from fully unlocking their mana bodies. After all, unlike Fire Dance and the others, Sinful Flames 3 did not get to experience the trial inside the Legacy Gate and gain a significant amount of knowledge relating to the mana body. Hence, Feng had been prepared to give them 3 of the ancient potions he had obtained from Poison City. Coupled with the effects of the Fortress Lord's Mansion's combat rooms, those should make it possible for Azure's 3 candidates to fully unlock their mana bodies within 1 day. Feng never thought that Sinful Flame's talent would be this high. Sinful Flame had actually succeeded in fully unlocking his mana body after just 1 trip into the legacy room. His talents were terrifying. During the brief moment Feng was in shock, Sinful Flame turned to look at Solitary Frost and Xianxia and advised, once you 2 are inside, don't use the methods you previously used to operate your mana body to experience your fully unlocked mana body. Instead, just focus on sensing how the mana inside your mana body flows. There are many mistakes in the methods we researched. If you insist on using your previous notions to experience your fully unlocked mana body, you'll have a difficult time gaining any improvements. Moreover, while inside, I sense that reaching 100% potential isn't the end for the mana body, but a new beginning. Even though I have fully unlocked my mana body now, I can feel that it is still inferior to the mana body I had inside the room. However, my talents are limited, so I only manage this much for now. Just like Guild Leader Black Flame said, give everything you have into memorizing the sensations you feel while inside the room, and don't think of anything unnecessary. Only by doing so will you be able to gain a greater harvest. You might even cross the 100% threshold through this opportunity. Upon hearing Sinful Flame's words, Xianxia, who stood to one side, nodded his head thoughtfully. As for Solitary Frost and Xianxia, they glanced reflexively at Feng in embarrassment. Previously, they hadn't placed much importance on Feng's words, treating them as mere chatter. They had failed to realize that Feng was actually giving them pointers. In reality, even Feng was startled by Sinful Flame's words. After all, he hadn't been giving any serious advice before, just stating the basic method for utilizing the legacy room. Of course, Feng did not show his surprise on his face, simply nodded silently at Sinful Flame's words. Following which, Solitary Frost and Xianxia also entered the legacy room one after another. Time flowed like running water, and 3 days went by quickly. In an ancient forest in the faraway Silver Moon Empire, Violet Light City stood on a mountaintop, overlooking the entire forest. The city teemed with mythologies and Violet Sword's members. Instructor Tori and the others from Violet Sword had arrived quite some time ago and were currently standing above the city's front gate. Instructor Tori, everyone's ready. Now, we're just waiting for Zero Wings members, Crimson Star reported as she approached Tori. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, I heard that Mythology partnered with several superpowers. Their raid team attempted the elite trial yesterday. The 200-man raid team consisted entirely of bona fide Void Realm experts, some of whom even have fully unlocked mana bodies. However, I heard that even a fully unlocked mana body was of limited help inside the trial. In the end, Mythology's raid team failed to defeat the trial boss. Although Zero Wing had a lot of experts with fully unlocked mana bodies, they hardly have any Void Realm experts in the guild. I wonder if they can even reach the Hero Trial's trial boss. Wildfighter said, smirking, I'm afraid that's going to be difficult. I really don't know what Black Flame was thinking back then to suggest filling the majority of the raid team with Zero Wings members. If he finds out about Mythology's failure, he'll most likely die of regret, Crimson Star said, smiling. Once they team wipe a few times, I bet he'll come asking us for reinforcements. The Ancient Secret Lands Elite Trial already reduced the advantages of a fully unlocked mana body by a large margin. If not for Mythology's raid members having extremely high combat standards, they wouldn't even have reached the Elite Trial's trial boss, much less get the chance to fight it. If even the Elite Trial placed such a heavy suppression on the mana body, the suppression in the Hero Trial would naturally be much greater. In that case, the chances of Zero Wing's raid team, which barely had any peak experts in it, meeting the Hero Trial's trial boss were practically zero. While Wildfighter and Crimson Star were conversing, a steel behemoth and several gigantic flying mounts approached Violet Light City, their arrival causing a commotion throughout Violet Light City. Chapter 26-25, Foolish Azure, they're finally here. When Wildfighter saw the approaching Crimson Dragon flying ship and flying mounts, he revealed a faint smile on his face as he commented, "What a grand entrance. It's a pity that they don't know just how much suppression the Ancient Secret Lands trial places on the mana bodies of players. In the end, they'll just be wasting their time and energy. Too bad we have to waste our chance to challenge the Hero Trial as well," Crimson Star said, sighing. Although Violet Sword had managed to produce the necessary tools for prolonging players' survival inside the Ancient Secret Land ahead of schedule, thanks to Silent Wonder's help, and caught up to Mythology's production speed, Violet Sword had also lost an opportunity to surpass Mythology. Based on their understanding of the Ancient Secret Lands Elite Trial, they were bound to conquer it if given another 10 days or so. However, the privileges players would obtain from the Elite Trial were far inferior to those of the Hero Trial. This matter is no longer relevant. Although we will be losing our opportunity to challenge the Hero Trial, Mythology won't necessarily be able to clear it, either. In the end, our guilds will end up even, Tori said calmly. Looking at the Crimson Dragon flying ship slowly descending from the sky, he continued, "Rather than us, Zero Wing will be the one in great trouble if it fails to conquer the Hero Trial." That's right. Zero Wing has most likely made the worst possible decision this time, Wildfighter said, nodding in agreement with Tori's words. Zero Wing had dispatched over 100 experts with fully unlocked mana bodies to challenge the Ancient Secret Land this time. While this would indeed increase Zero Wing's reputation, it would also attract plenty of hidden dangers to the guild. In the current God's domain, the competition between the various superpowers was intensifying. If a guild capable of threatening the livelihoods of the superpowers were to appear, the fate of this guild would go without saying. After today, quite a few superpowers would probably join hands to exterminate this rising threat. Of course, if Zero Wing overcame the Hero Trial, then it would have a much easier time dealing with those future problems. Conversely, failure would mean a nightmare for the guild. According to the report we received, Zero Wing has come to an agreement with Azure. In exchange for borrowing Azure's strength, Zero Wing has agreed to nurture some of Azure's young talents. If, on top of Azure's help, Zero Wing asks us to send in a large number of peak experts, Zero Wing might actually have a fighting chance of defeating the trial boss, Crimson Star said. The only question now is whether Zero Wing will make this request or not. Azure's leaders have gone insane. While Zero Wing's top combatants are indeed exceedingly strong, how could Zero Wing possibly be a match for Violet Sword in nurturing talents? Because of this matter, many in the guild's upper echelon are very dissatisfied with Azure, Wildfighter said in exasperation. The guild leader also declared that we are to stop nurturing Azure's young talents from now on. With this, Azure has basically severed Solitary Frost's and Xianxia's futures. Tori revealed an ugly expression at the mention of this matter. As for Crimson Star, she shook her head and sighed when she thought about the futures of those two talents. Setting aside Azure's other members, Solitary Frost and Xianxia were people capable of catching Tori's eye. They had the potential to become legendary figures in Azure. This was just like the commander of Violet Sword's strongest trump card legion. Back then, the commander had similarly caught Tori's eye. Now, he had already become a legendary figure in Violet Sword, his strength rivaling even the 5 great super guilds' old monsters. Such experts could bring prosperity to an entire guild. Moreover, Solitary Frost and Yin Xiaoqian's youth meant they could guarantee stability for Azure for the next 2 or 3 decades. Now, however, Azure had personally severed the futures of these two people. During the time Wildfighter and the others were conversing with each other, the Crimson Dragon flying ship and the flying mounts landed before Violet Light City's main gate. A short moment later, cloaked players could be seen alighting from the Crimson Dragon flying ship and flying mounts. These players had used their black cloaks to conceal only their statistics. They did not bother covering up their appearances and guild emblems, so it was very easy to discern their identities. It seems Azure is taking its partnership with Zero Wing quite seriously. It actually sent Sinful Flame along on this expedition. Crimson Star exclaimed when she saw Sinful Flame jumping off one of the flying mounts. Sinful Flame was well known throughout the Western continent. His combat standards and combat power were extraordinary, and even in Violet Sword, one would be hard-pressed to find an expert who could match him. Normally, legendary figures like Sinful Flame would have a high degree of freedom in their guilds. Only when the guild encountered truly troublesome matters would they take action. Sure enough, Solitary Frost has come as well. If he finds out that Floating Light gained an opportunity to receive special training in the ancient secret land because of Azure's actions, he'll most likely die of envy. Wildfighter sighed when he noticed Solitary Frost among the Azure members present. Aside from the trial challenges, the ancient secret land also housed a few special locations offering incredible training environments. Only the price to enter these special locations was stupendous. Originally, out of respect for the Zeus Corporation and instructor Tori, Violet Sword had been hesitant to assign the last 2 entry slots it held. However, due to Azure's recent actions, Violet Sword's upper echelon decided to grant one of the slots to one of its young talents, Floating Light. In terms of talent, Floating Light was inferior to Solitary Frost. However, because he had received Tori's personal guidance while training inside the ancient secret land special environment, his combat standards had undergone a qualitative transformation. Now he could partially integrate bronze combat techniques with his Tier 3 skills. Had Solitary Frost, who possessed superior talents, received the same training as well, his combat power would similarly skyrocket. At that time, Wildfighter might no longer be able to hold back when fighting him. Unfortunately, Solitary Frost missed out on this opportunity. Instructor Tori, how is the preparation of the special tools coming along? Feng asked as he arrived before Tori. They're all ready, Tori assured. Glancing at the group of nearly 200 players standing behind Feng, he asked, "How many people do you wish us to send? Guild Leader Blackflame? What do you think of 30? Feng replied. After all was said and done, this was a partnership between Zero Wing and Violet Sword. Hence, after giving the matter some thought, he decided to have Violet Sword send 30 players to join the raid team, a number that was neither too high nor too low. With this, when the raid succeeded, Violet Sword wouldn't seem completely unrelated. The Super Guild should also have no problem dispatching this number of peak experts. 30? That's fine with us, Tori said while stroking his white beard. He then turned to Wildfighter and Crimson Star and said, "Afterward, you two will personally lead the team and provide your full support to Guild Leader Blackflame." Understood. Wildfighter and Crimson Star responded simultaneously. However, when Violet Sword's experts heard Tori commanding Wildfighter and Crimson Star to participate in the raid, they were baffled. In their opinion, it was already a big deal for Tori to have Vice Commander Floating Light, a domain realm expert, take part in the raid. They never thought that he would have 2 of the guild's prestigious instructors participate as well. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Anybody capable of becoming an instructor in Violet Sword was part of the core upper echelon of the guild. Rarely would these individuals lead a guild expedition, and if they did, the mission would normally be critical. Now, however, Tori was actually sending not 1, but 2 instructors to participate in the raid. If word of this matter spread, it would definitely cause a sensation in the guild. All right, make the necessary preparations according to our previous arrangements, Wildfighter commanded as he looked at the team of experts standing behind him. At Wildfighter's command, 28 of the peak and apex experts present promptly went into action. Guild leader Black Flame, please follow me. We still need to walk quite a distance to reach the secret land's entrance, Crimson Star said calmly as she approached Feng. Once we arrive there, I believe all the necessary items should be ready. All right, I'll be troubling you then, Feng said, nodding. He then had everyone on his team follow Crimson Star into Violet Light City. Chapter 2626. Ancient Mana. The sight of Crimson Star guiding Zero Wings team through Violet Light City triggered discussions among the players residing in the city. Who are those people? Violet Sword's Crimson Star is actually guiding them. It's not just Crimson Star. I heard that Violet Sword's instructor Tori personally welcomed those people at the front gate just now. Amazing. Could those people be big shots of some super guild? Mythology's members grew curious when they saw Feng's group. Violet Sword's members, on the other hand, found this situation astonishing. Crimson Star was one of Violet Sword's Grand Elders. Even when the guild leader of an ordinary superpower visited Violet Sword, she would appear only to give a brief greeting at most. She definitely wouldn't take the initiative to guide them. Meanwhile, standing on the walls protecting the ancient castle in the heart of Violet Light City, a team of 30-plus players was quietly observing Feng's group. Every member of this team was a Tier 3 expert at level 113 or above. Zero Wings members are finally here. An assassin youth with 2 short swords said coldly as he eyed Feng with killing intent. Sandstorm, you'd better not do anything rash. They are currently Violet Sword's guests. A tall woman carrying a war hammer and a sturdy shield, standing beside the youth, warned. Relax. I know that much, Sandstorm assured as he concealed his killing intent. However, our agreement with Violet Sword is limited to the city. Once they enter the secret land, they'll be fair game. At that time, we'll get our revenge for the humiliation we suffered at the Starlight Fortress. I'm going to teach Zero Wing how foolish it is to offend our vice commander. That's for sure, the tall woman said, nodding. Although the vice commander's orders were to investigate first what Zero Wing and Violet Sword are up to inside the secret land before taking action against them. I'm sure she won't say anything about it if we just take care of Zero Wing as soon as they enter the secret land. After all, the demon god has clearly specified that if we manage to kill Black Flame even once, we'll receive a large number of contribution points and be able to train in the battlefields inside the demon god shrine. If we bring him to the demon god, we can even receive the demon god's legacy directly. Previously, Black Flame only managed to win against us because of his fully unlocked mana body. However, he won't be as lucky this time, Sandstorm said, a smirk appearing on his face. This time, he'll learn what true despair feels like. The demon god shrine was an extraordinary training ground, which was something every superpower on the Western continent knew. However, most superpowers were still unaware that the Demon God Shrine contained some legacies related to unlocking the mana body, which one could obtain only by completing one of the 10 great quests offered in the shrine. Mythology was one of the few superpowers that had managed to complete one of the 10 great quests and obtain a mana body legacy. As a result, Sandstorm and a few other members in Mythology had already fully unlocked their mana bodies. With the support of the Super Guild's Special Advanced Battle Array, their combat power had now reached a completely different level. Just their team of 30-plus players were more than capable of defeating the entirety of Netherworld Empire's Hell Legion. During the time Sandstorm and the other members of Mythology were discussing how to attack Zero Wings group, Feng and the others had arrived before the ancient secret land's entrance, which was inside the central castle. The entrance to the secret land was a spatial tear leading to the other world where the ancient city stood. Normally, spatial tears were incredibly unstable. However, a magic array had been laid to stabilize the spatial tear, so instability was not a problem. Unfortunately, due to the ravages of time, the magic array was no longer as powerful as it was before. Now, it could grant the teleportation mark, which held the spatial coordinates of the ancient secret land, to only a maximum of 400 players that entered the spatial tear. These teleportation marks would be replenished only after the players that held these marks had left the secret land. So, this is an ancient secret land? When Feng arrived before the spatial tear and sensed the mana flowing from it, he was astonished. In the past, he had only heard and seen pictures of Violet Sword's ancient secret land. He had never experienced it. Now, just brushing against the excess mana flowing from the ancient secret land filled him with energy. If even the effects of the excess mana were already so potent, Feng found it difficult to imagine how standing inside the ancient secret land itself would feel like. For a moment, he wished he could stay inside the ancient secret land forever. Guild Leader Blackflame, here is your alchemy array, Crimson Star said as she handed a black cylinder to Feng. Make sure to use it before you enter. It will help you fend off the overly strong mana inside and prevent you from exploding from mana overload. At the same time, it will allow you to regulate the flow of your mana effectively so that you won't die from energy exhaustion. Thanks. Feng nodded and accepted the black cylinder from Crimson Star. He then activated the magic array on the device. A special rune appeared on his body, followed by a faint layer of light wrapped around him. Although the ancient secret land was an excellent location for training, for current players, it was both a curse and a blessing. Incredibly dense mana filled the ancient secret land. The ambient mana in the secret land was so dense that players would have their mana's volume and flow rate forcibly increased to a point where they would lose control over their own mana. As a result, their energy consumption rate would increase drastically, which led to death by starvation within half an hour of entering the ancient secret land. If players wished to survive inside the ancient secret land for longer periods, they had to rely on alchemy arrays to regulate their mana. Even so, players could remain inside the ancient secret land for only 7 days. The alchemy array used was a consumable. Hence, Violet Sword was desperately trying to increase the production speed and volume of this alchemy array. Otherwise, even if they held the ancient secret land, they could only stare at it. After Feng and his group were all ready, Crimson Star led them into the spatial tear and disappeared from the castle. Everyone was immediately teleported to a dense forest. All around them were ancient trees towering over 100 meters. Translucent crystals adorned these trees, giving the trees and the forest a mesmerizing beauty. The mana inside the forest was also so dense that it had condensed into white mist. However, despite the white mist, everyone's vision remained unaffected. During the time everyone was enjoying the scenery around them, a roar suddenly came from a distance and echoed throughout the forest. Upon turning toward the origin of the roar, everyone quickly noticed a 200-meter-tall, one-horned bear fighting an equally tall, six-eyed ape. Every one of the two beasts' actions shook the entire forest and deformed the terrain around the monsters. Damn it! Why are two region chiefs fighting each other? Crimson Star frowned as she watched the battle of the two giant behemoths. The ancient secret land was an incredibly dangerous place. Not only were there plenty of monsters here, but each region in the secret land would have a powerful boss ruling over it. Violet Sword and Mythology had labeled these bosses region chiefs. The weakest among these region chiefs was already a level 120 mythic monster with combat standards at the Trial Tower 6th floor. In addition, all monsters found within the ancient secret land had incredibly powerful bodies. Even an ordinary level 120 mythic monster here could rival a level 120 mythic ranked archaic species found in the outside world. Normally, both Violet Swords and Mythology's members would do their best to avoid these region chiefs when visiting the ancient secret land. The reason for this wasn't just the high casualty rate incidental to challenging these region chiefs. There was also the fact that fights with these region chiefs would attract the attention of nearby monsters. Players that fought a region chief would end up having to fight a continuously increasing number of monsters and eventually suffer annihilation. Two region chiefs appearing in this location could be considered to be the worst-case scenario. In the outside world, there were indeed instances where players could take advantage of monsters fighting each other. However, the monsters inside the ancient secret land were incredibly smart. So long as they sensed the presence of players, they would promptly stop fighting each other and cooperate to kill the intruding players first before resuming their fight. They wouldn't give players any opportunities to take advantage of it all. Why is our luck so horrid? We actually came across 2 region chiefs having a territorial battle. Sandstorm, who was currently hidden on a tree some distance away from Feng's group, complained in frustration when he saw the 2 fighting behemoths straying closer to his team's position. All right, forget about Zero Wing for now. We need to leave this place quickly. We'll be doomed if those 2 region chiefs discover us. The tall, female guardian knight standing beside Sandstorm said. I know, Sandstorm said, gritting his teeth as he shot a glare at the distant Feng. As Sandstorm's group was preparing to leave the area, Crimson Star also had everyone on the team prepare for a hasty retreat. Guild leader Black Flame, we need to leave this area fast. We'll be in trouble if we stay here any longer, Crimson Star said hurriedly as she looked at Feng, who was still quietly observing the 2 battling region chiefs. Shouldn't that way be the shortest path to the ancient city? Feng asked as he pointed toward the 2 behemoths. If we circle around them, wouldn't we need to waste half a day? That is indeed the shortest path to the ancient city, but if we get caught by those 2 region chiefs, instead of wasting half a day, all of us will end up dying here. Crimson Star snapped in exasperation when she heard that Feng was actually still planning to take this route to the ancient city. However, she also understood Feng's thoughts. They could stay inside the ancient secret land for only 7 days. If they wasted half a day on a detour, they would be under much greater pressure when raiding the hero trial. After all, with how many monsters there were inside the trial, they would need 5 or 6 days just to reach the trial boss. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Moreover, the 2 region chiefs were mythic bosses. In the outside world, coming across 2 mythic bosses would be akin to hitting the jackpot. However, they were currently inside the ancient secret land, facing monsters far stronger than those in the outside world. Challenging 2 mythic bosses simultaneously would simply be suicide. Otherwise, Violet Sword wouldn't have to be so careful when exploring the ancient secret land. Guild leader Black Flame, let's leave. If we don't go now, we'll enter the perception range of those 2 region chiefs, Wild Fighter advised urgently. Our main goal is to clear the trial. We don't need to fight those 2 region chiefs. I guess you're right. We don't need to fight those 2, Feng said, nodding. He then turned to look at Crimson Star and Wild Fighter and added, I'll lure them away. Use this opportunity to sneak past them. After saying so, Feng dashed straight for the 2 behemoths. Chapter 26-27. Feng soared upon seeing Feng charging toward the 2 distant behemoths. Crimson Star and Wild Fighter turned pale. He's insane. Crimson Star cursed when she saw that Feng had already gotten over 100 yards away. Immediately, she turned to the rest of the team and ordered, Everyone, retreat together with floating light. Do not stop for anything. Retreat to Violet Light City. Wild Fighter, hold the rear with me. Got it. Wild Fighter responded and unsheathed his weapon, a solemn expression appearing on his face. In this situation, Violet Sword's members could not help growing nervous. As for Sandstorm and the other members of Mythology spectating from a distance, their eyes nearly fell out of their sockets when they saw Feng's actions. That crazy Black Flame, he's actually charging to the 2 region chiefs. Sandstorm cursed. Then he commanded hastily, Hurry, retreat quickly. As soon as Sandstorm finished speaking, Mythology's members, who had been preparing to retreat from the area already, picked up their pace with serious expressions. Black Flame truly is insane. He's actually planning to drag everyone down with him. Did Violet Sword's people not warn him about the region chiefs here? The tall, female guardian knight grumbled, similarly cursing at Feng as she jumped down from the tree she had been standing on. The region chiefs of the ancient secret land were considerably stronger than mythic monsters found in the outside world. In terms of strength and speed, they were at least 30% better. Trying to take on just one of these region chiefs with a 200-man Tier 3 team was already an incredibly difficult task, incurring plenty of casualties. When coupled with the endless stream of other monsters that would continuously join in on the battle, Any team that tried to challenge a region chief was doomed. However, what made the ancient Secret Lands region chiefs truly difficult to deal with wasn't their physical prowess, but their massive perception range. When these region chiefs fought players, they could manipulate all the mana within a 5,000-yard radius, relying on this mana to detect all movements within range. One could say that, so long as there were players within a region chief's passive perception range of 500 yards or players fighting a region chief, then all players within a 5,000-yard radius of the region chief would become its targets. If players failed to kill the aggravated region chief, then they wouldn't be able to shake off its pursuit. This was also the reason why Mythology and Violet Sword had labeled the mythic bosses in the ancient Secret Land region chiefs. Normally, teams that accidentally came across a region chief were still fine. The majority of the team's members had a chance to escape with their lives. However, only annihilation awaited teams that came across two region chiefs simultaneously. Even before the female Guardian Knight finished speaking, Mythology's members had already turned tail and run. However, after everyone had taken just a few strides, the mana around them suddenly stirred. At the same time, they felt as if a pair of eyes were looking down on them. Obviously, the two region chiefs had already locked on to their live forest. Damn it! Everyone, split up and retreat. Every survivor counts. Sandstorm yelled. When he looked at Feng's distant figure, he felt himself going crazy. For a moment, he even suspected that Feng had deliberately provoked the two region chiefs. Meanwhile, when Crimson Star and the others saw the two region chiefs suddenly stop fighting and rapidly head in their direction, their complexions darkened. If they could not put a 5,000-yard distance between themselves and the two bosses, they had no hope of escaping the battle at all. A 5,000-yard distance. Even Tier 3 experts like themselves would still take quite some time to cover 5,000 yards. To make matters worse, tools were ineffective inside the ancient Secret Land, so they couldn't teleport away or accelerate their retreat from the battlefield. Crazy bastard. He's going to get us all killed. Floating Light, who was already retreating, cursed when he felt the two region chiefs locking on to his life aura. Although players wouldn't lose an entire level from dying inside the ancient Secret Land, the amount of EXP lost was still not a trivial matter. After all, at their level, just leveling up once took a lot of time. Hence, even a small percentage of their EXP equaled 1 or 2 days' worth of hard work. As Floating Light was leading the retreat of Violet Sword's members, he suddenly noticed something. Zero Wings and Azure's members were actually still standing in their original positions. It was as if they had not heard Crimson Star's orders at all. What are they doing? Are they planning to die with Black Flame? Floating Light was baffled as he looked at Solitary Frost and Xianxia. Setting the others aside, it was incredibly strange for Solitary Frost and Xianxia to defy Crimson Star. After all, the two of them were geniuses that had trained under Crimson Star during their sojourn at Violet Sword. The two of them knew very clearly how powerful and capable Crimson Star was. Crimson Star's calling for a retreat showed just how dangerous their current situation was. Yet Solitary Frost and Xianxia had actually disobeyed her command and remained where they were. Moreover, they wore indescribably calm expressions, their reactions making it seem as if nothing was happening. Vice Commander, let's quickly retreat. This is Zero Wing and Azure's matter. Instructor Crimson Star and Instructor Wildfighter won't be able to hold off those two region chiefs for very long. A retreating Tier 3 assassin urged hurriedly when he noticed Floating Light pause. I guess you're right, Floating Light said, nodding before resuming his retreat. At the same time, he could not help glancing at Solitary Frost and Xianxia with pity. Originally, with Solitary Frost's and Xianxia's talents, they should have been able to shine brightly in God's domain. However, their futures were now ruined because they belonged to a guild like the Azure Chamber of Commerce and followed an unreliable team leader like Feng. However, Floating Light had just taken a few steps forward when the deafening roar of a bear came from behind him and echoed throughout the forest, causing it to tremble. Immediately afterward, a beam of mana shot past the area beside Floating Light's group, leaving behind a massive trench on the ground it passed through. Seen from afar, The ground looked like pudding that a spoon had scraped. The fight started. Floating Light's complexion further darkened as he took in the massive trench a short distance away. This was the power of the ancient secret land's mythic monsters. Any random attack of theirs could transform the terrain around them, let alone one person. Even a 100-man, Tier 3 expert team would be cannon fodder in front of these region chiefs. If one really wished to take on a region chief, they would need a 200-man team of Tier 3 peak experts at the very minimum. Moreover, the team would need 2 or 3 domain realm MTs working together to tank the region chief. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to stop the boss's attacks adequately. In fact, even a single mistake might result in a team wipe. After Floating Light's group ran for another 50 yards or so, a lightning bolt suddenly shot past them some distance away, followed by the ear-splitting crack of thunder. As the thunder faded, the sky above them darkened abruptly. In the next moment, the 200-meter-tall, six-eyed gorilla went flying overhead and crashed heavily into the ground a few hundred yards ahead of them, the ground shattering at the impact. As for the giant gorilla, it stumbled quite a bit as it landed and very nearly lost its footing. After stabilizing itself, the gorilla glared into the distance before releasing a deafening roar. It then charged forward, completely ignoring Floating Light and the other members of Violet's Sword, who stood only a short distance away from it. What is going on? Floating Light was confounded by this situation. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Violet Sword's other peak experts similarly could not help rubbing their eyes, thinking that they were hallucinating. However, no matter how much they rubbed, the several massive craters the six-eyed gorilla's feet left behind did not disappear. Before Floating Light and the others could react to this unexpected development, though, another deafening boom and the snapping of trees entered their ears. However, these sounds came from quite a distance away. There should still be some separation between the origin of these sounds and the six-eyed gorilla that had just charged past them. Floating Light and the others turn around reflexively, looking for the origin of these sounds. They spotted a cloaked man wielding 2 long swords standing atop a tree. Meanwhile, some distance away from this swordsman was a gigantic bear that had just steadied itself, glaring hatefully at him. The six-eyed gorilla was also stalking toward this man, seemingly searching for an opportunity to strike at him. However, Floating Light and the others could also see a hint of fear in the one-horned bear's and six-eyed gorilla's eyes. It was clear that the 2 region chiefs were afraid of the tiny human on the tree. Chapter 26-28. Suppressing the region chiefs Floating Light and the other members of Violet Light gaped in shock at the man standing atop the gigantic tree that was over 100 meters tall. Just how high is his strength? Those were 2-level, 120-plus region chiefs. Either of those region chiefs could wipe out a 200-man, Tier 3 team of peak experts. Facing both region chiefs, even a team of such caliber was sure to get annihilated. At this moment, however, Feng had single-handedly suppressed and even repelled the 2 region chiefs. This was simply unbelievable. Is this why they didn't retreat before? When Floating Light looked at the 2 region chiefs, warily eyeing Feng, and thought back to the fact that Solitary Frost and Xianxia had not moved even after Crimson Star gave the command to retreat, realization immediately dawned upon him. With such a monstrous team leader, there was indeed no need to retreat. At this moment, Floating Light and the other retreating members of Violet Sword weren't the only ones shocked by this situation. Crimson Star and Wild Fighter, who were planning to hold the rear, as well as the frantically retreating members of Mythology, nearly had their eyes fall out of their sockets when this incredible scene played out before them. What did he do during this period? How did he raise his strength attribute to such an extent? Sandstorm's heart roiled with shock as he stared at Feng. During the fight at the Starlight Fortress, the strength Feng displayed was just close to reaching the Tier 4 standard. Moreover, he had relied on his fully unlocked mana body to do so. However, just how long had passed since that fight? In Sandstorm's opinion, even if Feng were incredibly lucky and obtained 1 or 2 pieces of epic equipment or gained some special encounters, he would be fortunate to match the strength of Tier 4 mythic monsters of the same level. At this moment, however, Feng's strength had actually grown to a level where he could overwhelm even the region chiefs of the ancient secret land. However, before anyone could snap out of their stupor, the two region chiefs took action once more. Firstly, the one-horned bear let loose an angry roar before slamming its front paws into the ground and shattering it. A twofold magic array then formed beneath Feng's feet, covering a 300-yard radius. Immediately afterward, thick stone walls emerged, bordering the magic array and enveloping Feng completely. Tier 4 spell, Earth's Embrace. As the one-horned bear was taking action, the six-eyed gorilla leaped into the sky above Feng. The gorilla then summoned a crimson magic array with a 400-yard radius above the swordsman. Tier 4 spell, Fire Dragon's Descent. In the next moment, a fire dragon larger than the six-eyed gorilla and made entirely out of flames emerged from the magic array. It spread its wings as it descended toward Feng. Those two region chiefs actually know how to coordinate their spells. Crap, that's cheating. Shouldn't mythic bosses be upright and use spells in turns? Everyone was stunned when they saw the two region chiefs' coordinated assault. Coordinating skills and spells was an extremely common thing for players. However, this was the first time they had seen monsters, particularly Tier 4 bosses, do so. Hence, everyone could not help despairing at the sight. For Tier 3 players like themselves, just one Tier 4 spell was already plenty difficult to deal with. If not handled appropriately, the result would very likely be an instant team wipe. If they had to go up against two coordinated Tier 4 spells, even Tier 3 MTs with their life-saving skills activated would be killed instantly, unless they had invulnerability skills or spells. It's really over this time. Crimson Star shook her head and sighed when she saw the two coordinated Tier 4 spells. If it were her, she could defend against one Tier 4 spell using a Tier 3 curse. However, even she would be powerless against two Tier 4 AoE spells. This didn't mean that she had just one Tier 3 curse in her arsenal of spells. In fact, she had several. Currently, however, it was simply impossible for her, and most likely all magical class players in God's domain, to double cast two Tier 3 curses. Haha! So what if you have amazing strength? Let's see how you deal with this. Sandstorm burst out in laughter when he saw the two region chiefs' coordinated assault on Feng. The swordsman's strength had indeed exceeded his expectations. In fact, he felt powerless when he witnessed Feng's fearsome display, and it was definitely impossible for them to exact revenge on him this time. However, being able to see the two region chiefs killing Feng now wasn't a bad outcome, either. After all, he knew that, because of the demon god's curse, the swordsman would suffer triple the death penalty every time he died. Although they were currently inside the ancient secret land where the death penalty was not as stringent as that in the outside world, a triple death penalty would still deal Feng a heavy blow. However, while everyone was looking at the gigantic fire dragon descending toward Feng, the swordsman surprisingly maintained his composure. Moreover, aside from Feng, the spectating members of Zero Wing and Azure also remained indescribably calm in this situation. Finally, a chance. Solitary Frost muttered as he watched Feng closely, his eyes glittering with joy and excitement. At this moment, aside from Solitary Frost, everyone else from the Azure Chamber of Commerce also had excited expressions. What's wrong with them? Floating Light was perplexed as he looked at Solitary Frost and the others. Feng was about to die here, yet Solitary Frost and the others were actually feeling excited about it. Come! While Floating Light was fraught with confusion, Feng made his move. In the next moment, Feng sheathed Killing Ray and held the Abyssal Blade with both hands. He then jumped up from the treetop, propelling himself straight toward the descending fire dragon. He's going to resist the attack head-on. Floating Light could not help but disapprove of Feng's decision when he saw the swordsman heading for the fire dragon. A Tier 4 spell could exhibit much greater power than a mythic monster could with its physical body. This was especially true in the ancient Secret Lands environment. Due to the abundant mana here, skills and spells would exhibit much greater power than they normally could in the outside world. A Tier 4 spell cast by a mythic monster could instantly kill a Tier 3 metric tons who had a life-saving skill activated. Just as Feng was about to collide with the fire dragon, he suddenly raised the abyssal blade overhead and swung it at the fire dragon. Shatter! The phantom of a gigantic greatsword suddenly appeared in the sky, creating a pitch-black wall there as it slashed toward the descending fire dragon. First Sword Light Shadow. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU in the next moment, the pitch-black wall not only bisected the fire dragon, but also continued extending toward the six-eyed gorilla hovering over 100 yards above the fire dragon. Upon seeing the approach of the pitch-black wall, the six-eyed gorilla panicked and instinctively tried to flee the area. However, the pitch-black wall extended far too rapidly. Even though the six-eyed gorilla flew as fast as it could, it still failed to outmaneuver the pitch-black wall and ended up getting one of its arms cut off. The six-eyed gorilla let loose an agonized shriek that echoed throughout the forest at the grievous injury. Shortly afterward, an arm the size of a mountain fell into the forest below. A massive crater formed around the arm from the force of the impact. As for the six-eyed gorilla, it plummeted to the ground and tumbled helplessly for some distance. Due to the loss of its arm, the gorilla's combat power also decreased significantly. Chapter 26-29. Ancient Secret Lands Power. How is this possible? That's a mythic monster we're talking about. How could a Tier 3 player like him break through its defensive threshold? Crimson Star and Wildfighter could not believe their eyes as they watched the tumbling six-eyed gorilla. Not only had Feng shattered a Tier 4 spell with a single move, but he had even used the same move to injure the six-eyed gorilla severely. On paper, the gorilla had only lost around 500,000 HP from the attack, which was nothing compared to its 2 billion HP. But in reality, his attack had caused far more damage than that. There were two general types of attacks in God's domain. The first type reduced the HP of the target, while the other weakened the target's defenses. In the case of the former, if the target's HP fell to 0, then they would die. In the case of the latter, if the target had its defenses destroyed, then its physical body would suffer damage, which would, in turn, reduce the target's combat power, as well as the difficulty of killing said target. Only, it was incredibly difficult for players to execute attacks capable of destroying a monster's defenses, particularly those of high-ranking monsters, as the stronger a monster was, the higher its defensive threshold would be. Normally, players couldn't destroy the defenses of a monster of the same tier, much less those of a higher tier. The best players could do against higher-tiered monsters was cause minor injuries and continuously stack these minor injuries to reduce the monster's combat power. Against the six-eyed gorilla, only an attack carrying power at the peak Tier 4 standard had a chance of overwhelming its defensive threshold. However, despite being a Tier 3 player, Feng had actually managed this feat without resorting to external tools. This was inconceivable. Meanwhile, when Sandstorm and the other members of Mythology saw this scene, they too gaped in shock. Can he still be considered a player? There were no words to describe the shock Sandstorm felt as he gazed at Feng right now. In the eyes of ordinary players, having the ability to surpass a monster's defensive threshold only meant that they could reduce the combat power of the target monster. However, for peak experts and apex experts, who frequently fought high-tiered monsters, having such an ability held an entirely different meaning. For peak experts and apex experts, having such an ability meant that they could solo kill monsters. The monsters in God's domain were born with high HP and defense, particularly HP. Even if players could inflict over 1 million damage with their attacks, this amount of damage was nothing for high-tiered monsters like mythic monsters. Such damage wouldn't overcome the monster's battle recovery. An army of players was necessary to kill high-tiered monsters. Hence, in God's domain, it was common knowledge that even if a player's raw power surpassed that of high-tiered monsters, solo killing these monsters would still be impossible, especially Grand Lords or higher-ranked monsters. This held true even for current Tier 3 players. However, there was one method that players could use to defeat such high-tiered monsters: executing attacks surpassing the target monster's defensive threshold. Attacks that surpassed a monster's defensive threshold could inflict severe injuries on the monster's physical body. Moreover, after injuring a monster up to a certain point, aside from reducing the monster's combat power, players could also force monsters into a weakened state, which would drastically reduce their defense and maximum HP. If players managed to corner a monster to the point where it entered a heavily weakened state, they could even impose the HP loss debuff on the target monster and thoroughly nullify the monster's battle recovery. If a monster lost its battle recovery, which was also its strongest ability, solo killing it would no longer be impossible. With sufficient stamina and concentration, players could slowly but surely grind the monster to death. Now that Feng was capable of surpassing the six-eyed gorilla's defensive threshold, this meant that Feng could solo kill it. Meanwhile, a player having the ability to solo kill a Tier 4 mythic monster was simply unheard of in God's domain. At this moment, however, let alone the spectating players, even Feng himself found this situation astonishing. Why did Light Shadow's destructive power increase by so much? Feng was confused as he looked at the six-eyed gorilla's severed arm. Judging by the damage to its HP, my attack's raw power should still be far from the peak Tier 4 standard. Light Shadow should be just slightly stronger than a Tier 4 spell, yet the actual destruction it caused is no different from that of a peak Tier 4 attack. Could this be due to the ancient Secret Lands environment? Meanwhile, as Feng was analyzing the situation, the one-horned bear rushed toward him. The bear's gigantic frame made it seem as if a small mountain was charging at him. In fact, there was even the vague image of a mountain overlapping with the one-horned bear's figure. Tier 4 skill, Crumbling Mountain. The AoE of the one-horned bear's attack covered a 50-yard radius. Feng responded by raising the abyssal blade above his head once more. Light Shadow. When using Light Shadow this time, however, Feng placed the majority of his focus on perceiving the mana around himself. He wanted to see just what was enabling his mana technique to exhibit such immense power. When Feng started swinging the abyssal blade, another pitch-black wall formed on the battlefield, shattered the Phantom Mountain, and subsequently landed on the one-horned bear's left shoulder. Roar! When the pitch-black wall cut into the one-horned bear's shoulder, the bear let loose an agonized howl. Its HP also instantly fell by more than 620,000. Although Feng's attack this time did not sever the one-horned bear's left arm, it prevented the bear from freely moving its injured arm. Now, the bear could rely on only its two legs and one arm to stabilize itself. After suffering this grievous injury, the one-horned bear continuously growled at Feng angrily. However, fear was also clear in the bear's eyes. Upon seeing this scene, Floating Light and those of Violet Sword who were retreating were dumbfounded once more. How is this possible? That move just now wasn't a skill. Floating Light felt as if his worldview had been refreshed when he saw the one-horned bear daunted by Feng. In Floating Light's opinion, the attack Feng used to injure the six-eyed gorilla heavily should be a special skill. Otherwise, there was no way the attack could be so powerful. However, only 2 or 3 seconds after Feng retaliated against the six-eyed gorilla, the swordsman was using the same move against the one-horned bear. There was no way such a powerful skill could have such a brief cooldown. The only explanation for this situation was that Feng wasn't using a skill or spell, but a special technique instead. By simply relying on a special technique, Feng was actually capable of heavily injuring mythic monsters. Moreover, these mythic monsters were even the ancient Secret Lands region chiefs. Nobody would believe Floating Light if he told this tale to others. After repelling the one-horned bear, Feng himself was stunned as well. So, this is the reason why the ancient Secret Land can help players reach Tier 4? Feng thought as he looked at the closing spatial tear before him. In God's domain, The greatest difference separating Tier 3 and Tier 4 players wasn't the difference in physique, but the degree of control they had over mana and their application of it. To be precise, it was the degree of control over an application of ambient mana. Controlling and utilizing ambient mana might be something players had started doing since the start of the game, but the standard at which Tier 0 players did it was only at the most basic level. Their efficiency in utilizing mana was extremely low. Hence, players needed to rely on the mana of their fully unlocked mana bodies to guide and utilize the ambient mana for their own use. To put it simply, players had to rely on their own mana bodies to integrate and convert ambient mana into their own mana. By doing so, one would be able to maximize the power they could exhibit with their mana. However, integrating ambient mana was a challenge. Without guidelines or legacies in the outside world to teach players how to accomplish this, players could only rely on themselves to learn how to do so. However, while carefully observing the second light shadow he executed, Feng noticed something peculiar about the mana around him. The ancient secret land's ambient mana had actually taken the initiative to integrate itself with his mana. This development had drastically increased the amount of ambient mana he could manipulate and, in turn, boosted the power of Light Shadow significantly. However, as he wasn't actively executing this mana integration, his mana usage efficiency was still very low. The additional ambient mana he managed to manipulate had increased only Light Shadow's destructive power, not the mana technique strength. This was akin to putting an edge on a weapon. While he might have increased the weapon's destructive power, the weapon itself remained unchanged. Even so, this was an incredibly precious situation. After all, there was almost no information available in the outside world that could help players achieve mana integration. Now that the mana here was actively integrating itself with his mana, he could gain some hints on how to do so and increase his learning efficiency. Following which, Feng stopped dwelling on this matter. Instead, he executed Light Shadow 2 more times to chop off one leg each from the one-horned bear and six-eyed gorilla. The mobility of these 2 region chiefs has already been greatly reduced. Let's go, Feng said as he turned to Crimson Star and Wild Fighter, who were still in a daze. After saying so, Feng promptly ran toward the ancient city, ignoring the 2 region chiefs. He got through just like that. Crimson Star and Wild Fighter were at a loss for words when they goggled at the 2 region chiefs, which were warily watching Feng leave without making a move. They were currently inside the extremely dangerous ancient secret land, and their opponents were even 2 region chiefs, and yet. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, however, Crimson Star and Wild Fighter did not linger over this topic for long. They quickly instructed everyone else on the team to ignore the 2 region chiefs and follow Feng. Now that the 2 region chiefs had each lost a leg, their mobility was greatly impeded compared to before. It would be almost impossible for them to catch up with Tier 3 players running at full speed. The team could easily escape the 2 region chiefs' perception range before they fully recovered. Team leader, are we still chasing them? A Tier 3 ranger from Mythology asked Sandstorm when he saw Feng's team leaving. Of course we are, Sandstorm said as he glared at the Tier 3 ranger. Gritting his teeth, he said, I admit that Black Flame's combat power is at inhuman levels, but he is only one person. Even if we can't kill Black Flame, I refuse to believe that we can't handle the other players on his team. So long as we get rid of everyone else, Black Flame's plans here will be ruined. After saying so, Sandstorm started chasing Feng's team, together with the other 30-plus members of Mythology.